Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this, because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot, risk it all, and drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master, but master it you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Hello everybody and welcome to the first day of the PCS North America Regional Playoffs. After these 3 days of play, the top 6 will be going on to the grand final. Well, let's take a look at the teams that we will have playing here today. Again, 3 groups. Today is going to be groups A and B, and you can see some pretty heavy hitters in that lobby.
It slows them down, like I said, and
Oh, that could be big.
What?
Oh!
No way.
Oh, he finds 2, and T-Sock and Zealot less than half HP. Kurt will try to take the high ground. He's going to spot out 1, but he goes down. T-Sock will trade it. It's now a 1v1, Alo and T-Sock. The smoke cloud could keep T-Sock alive or could try to maybe get the res, but the flashbangs from Alo, T-Sock can't go for it. It's going to be a big 1v1. T-Sock, the smoke wall, you can see it's starting to go down. Alo working around the edge, goes for the flush. And he wins it! At north side here, you can see the angle he's got is forcing STK to move around a little bit. They will get the knock and the flush onto Penta. 15 kills now. Just like that, it's done. Gas Cans back-to-back victories. 16 kills this time around. At the end of day 1, that's what your leaderboard is looking. 93.
Look at that.
93 points for Gas Cans. It's not by any means going to be easy. Gonna try to push it. Oh my god!
What? That was disgusting.
How? To see if Penta will maybe give him gonna make it easy for him. Nope, he won't. Oldless will get it, and bing bang boom with the 20 kill, 30 point chicken dinner. Oh, that's where I wanted the grenade from Cater to go. And I'm not sure if that was a Cater grenade onto Hooligan or if that was Sonic's. I think it might be Sonic's just making the push here, but they have not realized he is on the backside. Hooligan gonna have to pull up there with the Scar. The spot out 1. Cater actually gonna be the one that gets him. No, Shrimsy immediately transfers over, and Oldless managing to snake out a second place finish for Bing Bang Boom here will get the win. Sonics with 9 kills. But what a weird, wonderful game. We were saying coming into the final game, just kind of put yourself into a position where you don't have to be as stressed tomorrow.
Yeah, much needed. I mean, Twitch chat can rejoice. Now Sonics are once again the best team in the world. They find themselves in 6th place, 58 points overall. Look at it. They just knocked Dodge out. And again, it's not comfortable though.
I mean, it feels like Sonics is going to have to commit so many resources, and now that the firefight is opening up, it looks like T8 is trying to come up back behind us. That's going to mean no cover for Sonics to work with. They're just going to have to make sure that they defend themselves with bullets, so that way T8 does not come up back behind him. H1 already taken so much damage, he's going to go down as well. T8 is just storming into this position, spots out mine, but it's range. It's going to be sparking, providing some type of covering fire for the Sonics to work with. Everybody has got vision on each other, and it's starting to make the push. Now, it's going to be sparking, trying to make this low ground assault on a T8's position. They are weak and goes for the spray and gets a little bit more damage into it, but Balefrost is going to go down. Now the connecting shots are going to come out from sparking. The push paying off, but you Bull trying to hold the other angle, and that's going to go down. T8 does go down in third. Sonics manages to weather it, but it's just going to be Tiggleton, the last one up, trying to fight his way out of it, realizing his commitment onto one side, goes for the peak, but it's going to be Yahoo that picks it up with 11 kills.
We'll be able to recover and get that knock, but Snake is still playing close contact here. You see, he's desperate. He's got this information relayed to him, so he could actually swing this.
Oh, walks up into the face, spray, easy connection. Snakers takes it away, and now it's just Yahoo on the other side. He's gonna go down. 10 kills for E United. Overall, you can see it is indeed going to be Yahoo in first place, tied with Bing Bang Boom. It's just going to be based off of all the way that this is set up with kill points. Oh my God, this is so tight. Gas Can's going to be back behind that one. E United following it up, shoots a kill, holding on fifth, 300, stepping up into our sixth place position. Then Sonic's Spicy Fish, built by gamers, Nootropic, Wildcard Gaming, Rumblers, Dodge, and 4 Funners are going to be going to our LCQ. We talked about it. Now finally seeing Latin America, North America recombining for PCS6. This angle right here is just netting so much work. You can see Nootropic not harassed on any of their angles and are just farming what they see moving around them. Now, going a little bit more aggressive, gotta be careful. Nice Try does have some vision of what's going on, but that nade bounces in and does some very important damage.
Fire is being deployed. Mime is gonna have the opportunity to get on the roof.
Takes the shotgun blast, and now that is going to reveal to Sonics that they need to be careful about how they push the... But it doesn't matter. Mime gets a shot on top. 3v1, hoping the shotgun connects. Doesn't get the shots that they need. Now makes a switch over to the AR. Does get the knock onto one. Goes for a spin around into it. Doesn't get it in the end. It's going to be Mime. 11 kills and a victory for Sonics.
Systematico's immediately going for the push here onto Dodge while they know that they have one down.
The nades coming in. Actually, the nades look good initially.
Ooh.
That one's good. That one's money.
Goodbye, Finna.
Okay.
Finna will get one. Working around the side of the Bronco. Finna gets 2. Finna staying alive in this. Laron gets taken down low, and Zera now. The last one up, he will clean it up, but now look at KF9. He knows this is his opportunity. If I'm going to do it, this is going to be the time. But Zera absolutely reads him like a book. 11 kills and a second win for Systematicos.
They got to be sweating bullets right now. They don't know what we know, right? They don't know exactly where the kills lie. And actually now, the deeper investment of utility here, it's kind of a good indicator for Nootropic.
I think they spotted out Corsac.
Yeah, Lampolot's got a good line of sight on this.
Corsac playing the tree.
The damage!
Oh, the damage comes through, but Corsac will go down. Rumblers, Waldo will trade back onto Senix. So it's now a 3v3. Lampolot will heal up after the big damage Corsac was able to do. Smoke wall still down. Waldo and Valiate trying to go for the low wrap while Los HD holds on to the high side. Corsac has been flushed. Lena will spot Waldo trying to peek through the smoke. He'll find Valiant as well. And just like that, it's done. Nootropic take the win with 9 kills. Here we go. Overall standings, and the Rumblers do it.
1
by 1 point. Unbelievable.
No way. I mean, that's heartbreak for Wildcard, but wow.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Winner.
So, where to next?
See that opening knock again, Lear. Oh, this nade, that should be perfect, and they are all lined up, bouncing back against the wall. Moved in just the nick of time. NCLS very low on HP, is going to bolt into the window, try to heal to stay alive. Finally giving that ridge line up, but
that shin boy, not like this. He's trying so hard.
There's nowhere to go. He's healing. He knew it was coming, but there's nowhere to go.
And here we go. We are now at phase number 9. Are you ready, Clover? We are at the close-in circle with 20 up. This is about to be nuts. The circle is going to be very close to where we're seeing Shoot to Kill's position at, as well as Yo. Gaskins also has an air path forward. Shoot to Kill knows they have got to defend this one up. And now it's about what do you have left. Just Too Easy is now down. BBB!
Circle working out pretty good.
Oh my
Keaton, where are you going, son? He gets one, he gets 2 Roth. Troglodytes is just getting mowed down. Execs trying to say, or Rusty Zero rather, trying to keep things alive, but that was so quickly done. Nicely done there, but Sonics is getting down to no HP. Keenan has 3 HP, that's it. I think it's a 1v1, Keenan versus Tiggleton.
Tiggleton's got to clean up anything that he can here, see if he can spot out Keenan. I think he's got a general idea for where he is. Keenan really taking that extra second to heal up. He absolutely needed it. And Tiggleton's just going to wrap around the smoke, seeing who he can spot out. If he can get that win, there you go. The connection comes. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Sonics, a modest 5 kills, but that is 3 in a row for him.
And just to add that little additional icing on top of the cake, that final kill to secure the win in the 1v1 for Tiggleton was his 400th kill of these all grand finals going back to the beginning of PCS.
Yes, finally, PCS6.
Experienced players in this LATAM scene made every single finals. Going back to Copa for... Oh, there you go. Okay, they've spotted out kill demo. They're going to hit those, and yeah, Execs gets taken down as well. You felt like it was just a matter of time. Sonics had the chokehold here, and that's going to be a nice, big, high kill count win for Sonics.
Don't group up too much, but nope, Mime's going to find the angle into it. 16 kills.
There's only one member still standing left of Yahoo. It's Pootage, and Shrimzy's got him in the barrel. There you go. 8 kills and Sonics back-to-back wins. And Tiggleton's just going to wrap around the smoke, seeing who he can spot out. If he can get that win, there you go. The connection comes. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Sonics, a modest 5 kills, but that is 3 in a row.
Oh, this is so good from Akreche. This is so confident as they are pushing outside of the circle to take the fight right to Sonic. That grenade is going to do it, and Akreche will get the win with 14 kills.
A 1v4 situation, 6 kills to their name. They know exactly where he is, and Poro, this is looking to be a back-to-back as Akreche with 7 kills. Frenzy takes care of him as well, and now the Sonics can spread out. They know it's only them versus what's left of Yahoo. 12 kills to their name for Yahoo. I mean, but things are looking really dire as I say that. Tiggleton with the final kill there, and Sonics finally get a win on this circle, Natrum.
Play it slow. I like this. Reset the tempo, slow it all down, find your way to make this work. Shrimzy and Tiggleton are a strong double up, but United just has all the cards in this. They know where Shrimzy is. They're making the commitment, and he's down. Tiggleton, the last one up, and it looks like the gods may bleed as Tiggleton is trying to fight his way through. It is going to go down. Sonics are eliminated in 7th, and now maybe somebody else can get some points.
Born ready.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world, welcome back. It is time for the second weekend of PCS6 here in North America as we kick the action off yet again. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Clover and Porosaurus. I almost said a Clovosaurus to kick it off, but we'll get into the jokes later. First, let's take a look back at the format and the road that our teams took to get here in the first place. It was a wild start. 128 teams from 2 separate regions dropped in and made it all the way down to the last chance qualifier, where we picked a few more, mostly from North America, to come up to the Big 16 to play for the grand final. We're halfway through, so let's show you what the grand final looks like. We played half of the game. 15 are done, and with 15 left, every point is going to matter. That's interesting because the super point rule is in effect, which means kills count for 1, chicken for 10, and it goes down from there, but you do not have to have a chicken dinner to be crowned the overall winner, which will be good news for some of our teams who are in the hunt right now. Let's take a look at what they're playing for, though. It's all about the prizes. $250,000 on the line, $60K for first place, special prizes brought to you by Alienware. And of course, a reminder for you at home that even though things like the pick'ems may be done, you can still contribute to the prize pool by getting those PCS6 skins, 30% of which goes in to all 4 regions and is split evenly. Super excited to it. Guys, I'm excited about the games today. And yes, that 250K is super awesome. Winning is a big deal here at PCS6. But there's 3 letters that everyone is concerned with right now, and that is PGC. The PGC points are on the way, and it's starting to get very important.
Absolutely, and I mean, we saw last year how close it was. People already earned points. ESL 1 was the first opportunity for teams to pick up points. United in the lead with 200 because they won that event.
But it's not just about this event, because it seems, I mean, I'm just the journeyman here, but it's like the points are going up every event.
Seems like that, isn't it? It's probably because it is. Yeah, you can see the big stack of PGC points that you can get for coming in first here, but it's not even just first, guys. It's all the way down the leaderboard. That 10 and 20 difference there could make all the difference in the world at the end of the day.
And I think we saw Dodge just barely missed it in the past, right? What, like 30, 60 points?
Yeah, and
like
they
that?
missed an appearance at one event. And if they had made it, I think that there would have been a big chance we could have seen Dodge at PGC. So definitely looking to see who that might come into play for this year.
Leave nothing to chance. You don't want to be the team that misses international championships because of 30 points. So keep that in mind. All right, let's talk about another 3-letter word that's international. PNC, the Nations Cup, just around the corner. And Poro, we've been tracking who gets to go on these teams.
Yes, we have, and I have my notes right here. So it's a really close battle between most of the countries. Now, I will say Canada right now, Adam is in the lead. Argentina, Damox is in the lead. Australia, Tiggleton is just, he's gone. I mean, the kid's absolutely nuts. But Brazil is very, very close, sparking with only a very minor lead. And then in the USA, H-Win at the top of the leaderboards right now, but he's got Greg Shot and Rello right on his back.
Nice. So we'll be keeping track of that throughout the weekend. Just a little bit of fun at home, maybe some extra bonus things to watch as we go along, because the rest of the team is going to be picked on or voted on, I guess by the pros is a better way to say that. So now's a good chance to try to go ahead and make the move. Now, they need to make the move. You got to have a team that does well. That takes us to leaderboards. Clover, let's take a look at the leaderboards and how they stand right now. What do you got?
Oh, look, here you go. Sonic's in first right now, 151 points. That's one of the reasons why we're seeing Tiggleton and H-Win topping the charts for their potential country spot for PNC. And that was after a rough day 1. So that said, with 3 days left to play, you can see how close it is down below that drop-off. Yahoo, 124, but United and Gas Cans are 5 points apart, in 3rd and 4th place.
Very close. The middle of the pack seems to be closing as well. And I know that you guys are going to talk a little more about some of the middle pack and bottom pack teams who have to make a big move. But today is that day, and honestly, 4-0, can Sonics be caught right now?
I mean, anything's possible, isn't it? I mean, we saw what they were able to put off in the first day.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a very slow start. Now, obviously, they flipped the switch after that, and they've been putting up just insane numbers since then. I mean, Tiggleton's averaging almost 4 points a game, guys. Like, it's disgusting, the numbers he's putting up right now. But That's a really hard pace to kind of keep a hold of, especially in this lobby.
You talk about numbers they put up. Let's take a look at one of the numbers the Sonics are putting up right now. This is the updated pick'ems. You can no longer pick. It is closed.
Yeah.
However, 78.6% of you believed in the Sonics. I'm going to ask one simple question each of my analysts right now. Were they right or were they wrong?
Oh, I don't want to cast a curse. I think right now they're definitely feeling pretty right.
Right or wrong?
I mean, they're right, obviously. I mean, look how far ahead they are. Like,
in fact,
go with it.
let's look at how they did in our play last weekend. You know what time it is? Time for the recap.
Recap. I love a good recap. Well, here you go. We'll start off with Yoho. Yoho in third place right now. And obviously, Yoho had a really good set of games there. Now, Balefrost, absolutely insane right now. He's putting up about 286 ADR, 19 kills, 45 points for Yoho in their last 3 games of the week last week. So they're coming in here on a high. Punage has gotten already more kills in this tournament than he got through all of ESL.
Ooh.
Like, these guys are rolling.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they look so good. The question, obviously, is can they carry it forward? And speaking of carrying things forward, United, all right, they're in a great place. They're just not where we thought they were going to be, especially coming off multiple wins from the last big major events. They're at 69 kills, but the big issue for them has just kind of been in the terms of Flood being able to convert some of that. Right. He's got the most amount of knocks, but the least amount of kills on that team. And the damage leader is really coming from Rello and Kickstarter. So the work's being put in, but they're having these really weird mid to late games that they haven't fully been able to convert into things. I mean, this match here with Sonics was a really great example because there was a lot of crazy elements at the end of this game, and United had their attention so many different places.
I mean, one team, I mean, we already talked about them a little bit here. Sonics still just holding the line right now. We talked about it, made a big deal about Tiggleton hitting his 400th kill last week. I'm gonna say he was close to 100K damage in finals. Didn't think he would ever get it. I thought it was gonna be at least another tournament, but he might actually get it by Sunday this week, Toffees. We're gonna keep a close eye on that. H-Win performing out of his mind though as well. Like I said, almost 4 points a game. Games 1 through 4, they were terrible. It was awful. Yeah. They could not find the mid game. Never mind the late game. They couldn't find the mid game.
Right.
And now they've only not made it to Circle 4 with all 4 up twice. And so it's just a switch has flipped.
Mm-hmm. I think myself and everyone at home is thinking right now, I literally asked you 5 minutes ago, can the Sonics be caught? And the answer is probably not, but also that's 4 games down. I'm terrified of Sonics if they keep this together for the rest of the year. We've talked about the good, we've talked about the top of the leaderboard. Let's talk about a few other teams, maybe in the middle. This is the moving day, right? It's a term saying this is your last chance. 15 games left to play, you have to start today. So let's talk about some of these teams. One in particular, I'm not sure if this is even middle of the pack. I don't know what's going on with them. The buzz was good when they got here, but they are not behaving.
Oh, I mean, look at all these puns you're throwing me. Yeah, it is the Yellow Jackets, sorry. And it's not because the Yellow Jackets are performing out of their mind. They are still struggling quite a bit. The thing about the Yellow Jackets is that they are a thorn in so many other teams' sides. They have found engagement with half the lobby. They are not playing by any standard rules. They're not sticking to any specific drop spots half the times, and we've been getting a lot of repeat circles. They shake it up. They know where somebody else is going to go, and they jump to it early, or they hang back in the blue and surprise somebody to the point where Shrimzy's even started to dub a YJ check to make sure that Yellow Jackets aren't creeping up behind them.
So, well, just to be clear, Shrimzy said YJ check. That is because they're free kills or because they're chaotic and you don't know what to expect from them?
I mean, maybe a little bit of both, but I do think, unfortunately, it is the chaotic element. I mean, nobody expects Yellow Jackets, and it's been happening throughout the event.
You know what? I don't care if that's in game or real life. No one expects Yellow Jackets, and when they do show up, it's never a good thing. Let's talk about some other teams that are on the hunt. It's moving day, a big one I know a lot of us are interested in. A lot of us love these guys. We've been watching them for a long time. It's the Iron Men of PUBG.
It's been a tough start, man. It's been a real tough start. STK, the first 2 days, really, were just pretty much forgettable. I mean, you could ask a million questions as to why it happened. I mean, there was rotation issues. There was running into fights where they normally wouldn't have run into fights issues. There was, have a hard time getting to that mid-game with everybody up. But, at the end of the day, or at the end of the weekend, rather, on Sunday, they started turning things around and everything started looking a little bit better. Now, the points weren't really, their points increased, obviously, but if they're trying to play catch-up, if they're trying to get back to that spot in the leaderboard that we're so traditionally used to seeing them in, they need to do more.
It does. It feels a little bit like they're not a dynasty so much as a legacy at this point. But a Cubs fan will tell you, it doesn't matter how many people like your team, if you can't win world championships very often, that's not a lot of fun. Another team that we've been watching, this is one that's been near the bottom, and I think has caught some of us off guard. Do you think they can make a big push today? Is Akreche?
You know, that is the big question, right? Because this team has been hot and cold. They came out of the LATAM leaders in points, leaders in just about every stat. And since coming to the group stage, they've kind of had a weird day. The first day, I think they had 6 kills. The third day, they had 7 kills. In the middle of that, they had 35. They had a 60-plus point game a day. On day 2, they found wins. They found all of this momentum, and then it fell right back apart. And I think that's been the big issue for some of these teams is when they come into the mixed lobby, we get LATAM and Americas playing together, the meta shifts. We've seen a lot of adaptability from some teams. Akreche showed it in day 2. What we need from them this weekend is kind of a repeat of that because they're just 4 points out of the top 8 right now. And if any of those top 8 teams struggle this weekend, that's a good opportunity for Akreche to play catch up.
So it seems like STK and Akreche in a similar spot of today's where the rubber needs to meet the road and these teams need to make a big push. Another team that's in the mix, but I think we have a lot of questions about, is 22 Esports.
22, man. I mean, you talk about kings of consistency. Yeah. These guys are incredibly consistent. The problem is it's consistently average.
Ooh.
Like it's 20 to 30 points a day. You can guarantee they're going to get around that. You're also going to guarantee they're going to make it to the late game. You're also going to guarantee they're going to get points. This is the only team I think in the lobby right now that has gotten points in every single game. They've got no 0-point games. And this is, I mean, the problem though is if you're in that spot that 22 is in where you need to catch the people in front of you, treading water isn't going to help.
Yeah, it is like, I mean, you say it. I think I even kind of watched them a little bit as the weekend went on last week. And we even asked Haston, we're like, what is your performance?
Right.
You know, are you guys just playing survivability? He said, we just want to focus on getting the late game. It seemed like they tried to change things up. They looked for a couple of fights. They overextended themselves and they struggled. And that's where we started to see them not survive as well as they had been. So I think for 22, they also need to decide what game they want to play.
I like that you bring that up because a team that's got a very different style of play that I also want to talk about is Bing Bang Boom. They seem like they're a little bit of the opposite.
Yeah, that is very much the opposite. Instead of low risk, low reward, is a high risk, high reward team. The problem is they have not won a game yet, and also they're struggling to find the late game. They've gotten 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th place once, and that's it this last weekend. So what we really need to see from them is their ability to close out games. When we spoke to Roth last week, that was what he told us. The biggest focus on them is closing out, but they're really finding themselves in these awkward situations in the mid game where they get into a decently good location. They just can't fully defend it. They get really trapped from multiple angles from a lot of different teams. Now they're putting in the kills, they're putting in the damage, but then they're not making it beyond that point. And that's where I feel like their game is just struggling a little bit.
I think you could even point it even lower than that. Just look at their Sunday. I mean, you saw it on the bottom of the screen there, 14 points. I mean, the Sunday was just the worst day that I think we've seen from Bing Bang Boom in forever. And, you know, they're still up on the leaderboard despite the fact that they never got a win. Now, those first 2 days, they were just grinding out kills. Right. They were getting all kinds of points. The win didn't really necessarily matter. But now that they had that one bad day, now they kind of need to start finding their way to that late game.
If there's anybody in the world who can respect and maybe even envy their ability to resist fried chicken, it's me. But I think maybe it's the time to turn that back around. Now, here's my follow-up for you guys, because we talk about Bing Bang Boom in a very positive light. They're going out for kills. They're doing a great job. And 22, we seem to be a little more skeptical about. When I say we, I mean we're talking across the board, chats, forums, everywhere I read, people are more suspect of 22. But they're only 4 points behind. What is this difference that seems to grab Bing Bang Boom so much respect for what they're doing, and 22, who's only 4 points back, maybe not getting what they feel they deserve?
Ooh, I mean, obviously, it's 2 different styles of game, right? Okay. 22 is still holding on a little bit to that most chicken format style of play, which is the survivability, keeping 4 up to the late game, and then converting that win and whatever points allot you. Awesome. But Bing Bang Boom, I feel like sometimes goes out of the way to chase some of those fights. They're looking for the points and the kills that by the time they start to get to the late game, they've really run out of resources.
I mean, I think she's right. I think there's also just the fact that you're looking at 22.
Right.
Their general play style is survive. It's get to the late game. It's turtle up. It's try to get your points wherever you can, but try to get your placement points above everything else. Whereas Bing Bang Boom is that team that's going to go out and hunt kills. You know, they're not necessarily as concerned at getting to the late game as they are just getting the points wherever they can find them. And one of those 2 play styles is a lot more fun to watch. watch.
I was going to say, people love
Yeah.
cheering for the hare, not necessarily the turtle, until the turtle wins in the end. Guys, the game is about to get underway, but before we send it over to the casting pair of Matchman Godspeed, we had a quick chat with Purdy Curdy about what happened on day 3.
To be honest, I don't think we made the changes yet. I think we could have had a much bigger Sunday, but it just didn't happen at all. We threw a couple games. We threw a game to 22 that we didn't see in a dip. We just lost people in rotation that we shouldn't have. And I think we still need to make those changes, to be honest.
I love getting insight from Purdy because it's always just like raw. It's not like a, because the fact that there was like this one situation, this team, it was unexpected. It was more like we didn't do this.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
That's how to execute.
I mean, he said, he's like, we didn't see 22 there. And that happens, right? There's going to be times where you think something is safe or you think you're making a really good play and it ends up not being. I wouldn't necessarily say they threw, though. I don't really feel like they were throwing. It's just, I mean, this lobby has been brutal. Every one of these teams has just had to go through it, if you know what I'm saying, as far as these team fights. The rotations have been really kind of awkward to watch from some of the other teams. It's been a rough lobby, man.
I will say, I think that Shoot to Kill is losing some of the firefights. I think that they should be winning.
And that's fair.
I think that's what he's referencing.
And I think, yeah, exactly. And Kurt will always be, I will guarantee you this, whether it's Kurt or Owen or anyone else on SDK, they will be the first ones to tell you, like, when they're not playing up to par.
Yeah, just got to be careful because we make too many comments about Shoot to Kill, something that fans are like, why are you so mean?
Oh, I'm in the green, baby. I've earned my. I can. Kurt has basically told me I can say whatever I want about SDK at this point, but I still keep it.
Giving you free liberty? That's a dangerous.
But no, honestly, like SDK, yeah, it hasn't been like the greatest event, but they're still getting points, and I'm sure they'll adjust. SDK, how many times do we talk about it? Even in events that they start slower, they always seem to find their way into the top 5, top 3, whatever, or just winning the event. So I'm not really worried about them, especially now coming into the second week. We really get to see what they can do with all the research that they got from the previous week and the previous 3 days.
That's the big thing I have my eyes on. If there's one team I know has probably spent hours upon hours VOD reviewing time and time again, it's going to be them to specifically analyze what the hell was happening and why weren't we getting those stages. Now, I do have my eyes on Shoot to Kill on if they're going to be capable of gaining some momentum early, because I feel like given last weekend, if they have some struggle starting off again, you might have they're a very strong mental team, but no matter how strong your mental is, sooner or later you feel like you're just chasing and you can't catch.
Well, that's actually another point I was about to bring up. I mean, looking at this circle, fortunately, isn't going to be one of those cases, but SDK, I mean, they've been chasing a lot of circles this event, playing from behind, just trying to figure out a way to get in, it seems, watching Leda take some shots. I've done that. I've done that. But yeah, taking some shots. But yeah, SDK, I mean, they've been kind of playing from behind. I mean, if you want to talk about adjustments as well, I think Sonics is the clear example of that. Especially coming in, their first day was pretty horrendous, right? Going into game 4 or 5, I was talking to Poor about it, and he had to remind me. I think they had 8 points going into game 5 in the first day of last week. So, you know, they obviously had a mental shift that they needed to talk about afterwards, and clearly they fixed that, right? And SDK is very much in the same vein of the capability to do that.
I would love to see some modifications coming out. Like we were even talking about in the desk a second ago. 22, very strong team on getting into the game, but I would definitely love to see them just picking up some more kills.
I would love some more proactivity and a little more aggression, right? I mean, we even saw that from Akreshe, right? Like one of the games that I believe they won, they pushed out, which is so uncharacteristic for a team like 22 or a team like Akreshe. Actually, Akreshe is a little more prone to do that, but just the ability to go out, be proactive, and take the fights when you have the advantage as opposed to waiting for them to come to you in the late game. That's something that we actually see a lot of our top teams do, where some of the teams on the bottom I'd like to see more of. 22, they're trying to find that balance, right? At the very least, they're finding that late game with at least 3 or 4 players up, and it's helping a lot, man. 22 is looking good.
We've been talking about Shoot to Kill quite a bit, as now the camera has come to them. The circle pretty centered around them right now. A touch to the south is where you would see center, but Hacienda in a strong position. We know the fact that rotations are going to be interesting given the circle, just due to the fact that we've got that hillside that's just going to be just the east power grid. In this, how are we expecting most of the teams to move through this circle? I know that we see a lot of teams that like to play the water treatment area and the God compounds up there, but those are so far north in the circle.
So I feel like a lot of teams will try to come in probably where Yahoo is playing from, potentially. coming in on the east side. The problem with this circle is actually the center, and what we often see when it comes to STK and where they play is there's this little compound that's just south of them, and when the circle ends there, we've talked about it before, it's one of the most brutal endings on Miramar because if you're not set up early in that circle, you're pretty much dead to rights anyways.
Speaking of Miramar, we've got Hurdy Curdy to give us some insights on the play differences between there and Erangel.
Yeah, I don't know what the stats say for that, but for me personally, it seems like Miramar just seems much tougher. Erangel just seems so much more playable to me, and I know it used to be the other way around. Like Miramar's like known for like, oh well, you know, there's so many ridges, you just get out on foot and you can end up pushing and taking fights, but just feels like we're always choked out on Miramar, and I'm not sure what that is. I've been throwing hours into map review trying to figure out new things, but Miramar just seems a bit rougher for us recently, for sure.
That's so interesting to hear, considering we often talked about like the old school shoot to kill having so much strength
on Miramar. Yeah, I mean I get completely where he's coming from, right? Because like I've been in a similar situation where you don't know why something isn't working, especially if it was something that was working before, right? And I don't necessarily think, you know, Kurt's really even tried changing anything drastic. I mean, I'm sure at this point he has, because obviously Miramar isn't working like they used to. But yeah, it's hard to find that answer, especially because you're constantly changing lobbies and teams are rotating in and out. It's hard to get a read on that.
We've all been in that relationship where you don't know why it doesn't work, but it's just not working, and it feels like shoot to kill and Miramar are in that situation. Maybe they can get some, like,
at the very least, they're still getting some points here, though. I mean, they are finding points in Miramar, which is very important as well. And honestly, like, you even want to talk about teams needing points. Like, I think Troglodytes is a perfect example. Dodge, obviously, seeing them on the bottom of the leaderboard as I wasn't here last week. Like, watching the games, you know, Dodge is just getting caught in these weird early rotations and these early camps. It's similar to Troglodytes, right? They're the ones that have tried to kind of put those rotation traps into play, but they're just not even executing them very
Circles were harsh to players last week, and we had a lot of hard shifts moving in. Starting off, we've got a fairly centered circle. So this is the strategy circle, right? Whenever you get something that pops this way, you know exactly where you want to go.
Sure.
You know how the rotations come.
You have your set rotations where you like to stop and scout from. Yeah, all these should be, at the very least, especially now coming into week 2 in this lobby, these guys should be somewhat familiar where the other teams like to land, or at the very least like to scout from. And there's been opportunities for, again, some rotation camps. We saw Trog try to do it a few times. But yeah, I would say at this point, a lot of these may be set plays.
Just too easy. You're driving right next to this hill in the Bang Bus. That thing is not going to go up that hill. I mean, you have to get out and push it to essentially make it up that hillside fast enough. They do have Nootropic that's going to be to the north. They are doing a very large western rotation just into bumping into Troglodytes there. BBB, though, I am enjoying watching them.
I love it.
But they're the inverse of Sonics. They had a strong start.
Yes.
And it feels like they're starting to lose that grip.
They had an incredibly strong, I mean, they were leading, I believe, the first couple days, and then, yeah, Sonics did kind of blaze past them. But even still, BBB at the very least kind of remind me of a team like STK, like pre-Chicken Dinner, where they were just incredibly consistent at finding points in games, even where they weren't in the best position, and just staying up, again, consistently in the top 5. So it's actually been really nice to see BBB kind of take a step back and be a little more reluctant to do these crazy pushes, a little more control and restraint, and it's actually paid dividends for them.
I mean, if you look at it, they don't have a Chicken Dinner. From my knowledge, off the top of my head, I don't think that they've gotten one so far. They're just here off of consistent playstyle performance.
Yep,
I mean,
good kills, finding good position, and again, even late game in the positions that they don't have all 4 up, they're still finding like a duo doing a good amount of damage. Waikakamukau and the gas cans. Seeing a little bit of a snack, a little far away for those shots, but the information is good.
Also, his teammate's going to get a lot of value out of that because they were more to the east of his position. Most teams are making their way into the safe zone right now, so that's why you're seeing a couple of these last-minute movements. Waikakamukau just all up on top of Kildemo and the rest of Troglodytes at range. Waikakamukau doesn't have a lot of vision into this point, but you can see that Nootropic is going to be coming into Power Grid itself. There is Greg Shot that is here. He's the solo member up for gas cans.
Power Grid's busy right now, Matt.
Yeah.
It is getting busy. And obviously with the circle, it makes sense just because of Grid being towards the center. You also have decent rotations off this as long as you're not one of the teams stuck in Grid. Like, you can kind of go out towards the west. But yeah, this is interesting just because normally you have one team on Grid and then the other team's kind of surrounded, but they're actually kind of committed inside. So as you see, Greg Shot's actually leaving. He's like, yeah, I don't want any I don't want any part of this at all.
We have a very centered position in this one. I know that we talk about centering up inside of circles a lot, but this is like a west to east full-on centering that we see going on all the way over to Minas Generalis. And almost nobody into the south at the time. You can see BBB is bumping into just too easy at range, as Greg Shot is going to be able to regroup with his teammates. Shoot to Kill is also getting some vision on what's going on with Yoho, as Yoho has taken over Hacienda. Just Too Easy has had one of their members go down, and BBB's Oldless looks like he's making committed play in. Should be able to flank around this. Teammates got plenty of vision on what's going on, and Just Too Easy doesn't have any defenses. The rest of them are going to be to the east of this, so Oldless could have a nice approach here.
I'm just afraid that this is just going to be points going the way of Bing Bang Boom. I want to have some faith in Just Too Easy, but it's been a rough ride for them so far.
Yeah. That's a near miss there.
They've had some decent team fights, but I mean, most of them are just them getting picked apart. Obviously, Rumblers now with a potential to get some line of sight on this. Corsac's going to take some shots, though.
I like the fact that Rumblers saw the opportunity, and Bing Bang Boom was almost caught in the same position that what they were trying to catch Just Too Easy in. Now Bing Bang Boom is in a kind of awkward spot because Just Too Easy's duo that was already defended up and that was to the east could have line of sight on them if they opt into moving, and BBB's position isn't in the safe zone right now, so they are going to have to move.
And even if they, like, what they can do is obviously rotate past this, but they obviously risk getting shot by Just Too Easy, right? And this actually kind of sets up an interesting little problem for them is if it's, I was going to say, if it hard shifts, then they have to go around to Just Too Easy, which then causes them even more issues of getting the circle on time. And this circle's rough, centering on Minas, because you have less room to play on the edge because of the cliffs.
Yeah, you saw Corsac was in the process of sending his way over there, saw the circle pop instantly.
Yeah, that's
cut
the
it
play,
to the left, comes through, and now you can see Nootropic as well as Troglodytes are going to have to come off the hillside. Nobody's going to be wanting to go to the east realm where we see Power Grid, so it's going to be a lot of southern rotations. Bing Bang Boom going to be getting back in line. Just Too Easy. 300 does lose one of the members. Aggression is in position. This is going to be inside the safe zone as 300 is more centered than Aggression.
Yeah, and look at this. All these teams are actually rotating here to the south. You see the Rumblers right here. They're going to be rotating in, and they're probably going to come in towards this direction, but the problem is all these other teams also want to rotate in because you can get so much value out of using this bowl to scout.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of hilltop fighting that's going on. E-United has a good section of Minas under control as well as Graveyard. Aggression in positioning, and you're going to see the firefights just going on the outside of it. Just Too Easy caught out now and in position, and they are just getting harassed by Keenan.
I'm actually also curious, Matt, if any of these teams are going to go further past and go for Bendita. Bendita is a wonderful spot, especially if you're playing on the outside of it, right? Like if you have a team here on this side of the bowl and you're just playing right around here, you pretty much have vision on everything. You can cover your back and you can scout ahead and see what's in Bendita as well as what's going on around it.
Rumblers now in a firefight with Nootropic in a similar situation what we saw just a second ago, but it is also going to be Just Too Easy coming back behind that. Valiate's trying to defend up on this point, but he has got a lot of Nootropic around him. Looks like Rumblers have gotten control over the situation and are now looking at a way to go out and try to
so far though. This is a fight that's just going to take a toll on everyone. And as you said, even Just Too Easy is decided to rotate. This actually opens up the door for potentially BBB to just get out of here and rotate towards the north if they can realize that the south is not the play.
I mean, everybody's got to go from here. And I like the fact that it's kind of calling it out. Just Too Easy actually stopped and is taking shots into this. Even though they wrapped into the blue around it, there's a lot of small awkward fights. We also have one just north of Picado that is going to be brewing at range from here. That's going to be 22 as well as Gaskin's Waikika Mukau. They're outside the safe zone right now. Most teams have managed to get inside the zone. It's just, I guess, our southwestern teams of what we've been talking about with BBB, Nootropic, Rumblers, and Just Too Easy are the problems.
I'm just looking at Just Too Easy, and they went back to Chuma, whether that's to get some gear because they got shredded in the fight, whether it's their helmets or their vests, maybe they're out of meds.
They don't know. They don't know he's there. Hastings going to come by. What are you going to do, Cal? I mean, he's by himself.
He's super isolated. Even if he gets this kill, that'd be great. I just hope that he would be able to consolidate back with his teammates here. Are you going to do it? Are you going to do it, Cal?
I mean, he's got to rotate through him, so might as well. Just get a point for yourself instead. You're not getting off of this high ground position safely at this stage.
I mean, if he shoots, probably probably not. Where's his vehicle? Does he have a two-seater or something?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He's got a two-seater. Yeah, he'll be all right. On the other hand, like, he's going to take shots. He's going to find one.
What is happening? Okay, so
I don't know.
BBB stopped to go see what was going on with this Just Too Easy Rumbler situation. Keenan's now down. The rest of Rumblers get vision on what's going on, and BBB, man, are just getting pounded trying to get into the zone.
Which is kind of odd because they saw all the other teams, right, rotating in front of them. And so They probably even heard the shots. I'm not necessarily sure. But yeah, they went for the south rotate, and it didn't work out for them necessarily. They are going to lose at least one. And Circle's going to post a little further north. And now all of a sudden, that east side of Bandito I was talking about is pretty good.
Well, Waika Kamukal is going to be rotating right behind BBB. It looks like he is going to be able to get away from it. So I guess that trigger discipline paying off, and he might be able to meet up with teammates. With the way the circle has shifted, we are getting a Minas circle. We don't get a chance to really talk about the terrain around Minas itself. It's way more complicated.
It's not only complicated, Matt, but there's a lot going on in the actual. It's not really compound. It's I don't know what to call it, but yeah, this whole area, this Minas Generals. There's so many different elevations as well as different buildings, especially like for one of these that you see a Crochet in right now. Like, they're great to hold, but when you have to come out of them, sometimes it's really difficult, especially if you don't have enough smoke utility.
I mean, we've got so much verticality here, just the building variance in there, the angles that you can get in. It's a very complicated place to go for. It looks like 22 is going to be following in. Got to be careful. It's going to be 300 on one side, E United on the other. Vinny leading the way, realizing this might be too hot, are going to continue their way to the north. That could put them close in range to Yaho's positioning, who's playing the hillside just to the north of Minas.
And this is where it gets really dangerous as well. You see all these teams rotating in. 22 is actually going to get a pretty disgusting spot here. As Haysten goes down, though, that's unfortunate. That would have been really nice to take the spot with 4 up. They will lose him, but I'm also looking now at the north. You have Dodge as well as AKM and Yellow Jackets all bunched up there.
C22, this is what we call territory defense. When you get the circle, you shoot the guys around you and you kill them, so that way it's an easier fight later. 22 is getting into the circle well. I'm just taking a couple of shots at him just because they don't take enough shots.
There are definitely some times where I'm like, yeah, man, I really wish 22 would just kind of be the aggressors here and take the fight. But you can't argue that they've been finding consistent. I think this is one of the most consistent events for them so far.
Yeah.
So I got to give it up to him, man. 22 is playing well.
I mean, they're doing a good job in position, but they're still in 6th right now. I mean, just a couple of kill points could find them, but if we start to see Sonic start to take off again, eating a lot of points, they were a big beneficiary of that because they kept getting into those in-game circles. Yeah. With Sonic's fragging out, they could just still manage to pick up points in what would be a low-point game.
It's just a problem when Sonics is just sponging up all those points from everyone else. But yeah, 22 definitely been one of the benefactors of that. And United as well, actually. I've been impressed with the United. Yahoo, though, honestly, the fragging power, especially with this new little roster shakeup, right? The fragging power and just watching this team really come back into form, a team that you were excited about initially with Dignitas, yeah, I really, really like what I'm seeing from
Necro. That's not the way to go.
I mean, especially look at the split, right? I like this split.
So Necro sends it over here right next to gas cans. That's not going to go too well for him. Yep, White Kick Mukal just drops a nade. Now Troglodytes is going to have to make their way north. They do have Just Too Easy that's going to be next to him. That's why they were scouting in this direction. Rumblers are going to have to move in from the west. And
this is problematic.
This is a bait and switch circle again.
Yeah, this is really problematic, and let me tell you why. I'd actually love to tell you why, if I may. Let me just use this little fantastic tool we have here. So all of this area, this entire area right here, this nice little slice is unplayable, and that's a pretty decent chunk of the circle. So with that, a lot of these teams who are going to potentially try to play somewhere on that hill are going to find some troubles, on top of the fact that a lot of other teams are going to be rotating into that spot. Yahoo is actually poised really well to punish anything trying to use that as a rotation, but this is a rough circle.
All right, we're gonna have
not in the middle.
Yeah, we're gonna have big fights going on to the south and to the north. You can see the lay of the land that's gonna be going on to the north, but AKM gonna have to move. Yellow Jackets making a push in, but it's gonna be Yahoo that gets a vision on them on the high ground. Looks like they're starting to get there, but Yahoo isn't inside the safe zone either. Right now, it looks like they're just going for a couple of kill farms as they line up. A couple of crashes are going on to Minas Generalis as well. AKM. Mox is kind of by his lonesome right now. The other 3 members are going to be to the west. Rumblers are rumbling down into the south, trying to make their push in. Troglodytes, you can see, trying to make their cross. It's going to be Just Too Easy that goes down through a combined might of E United as well.
If Rumblers can maybe neutralize Kill Demo here, they kind of can play under that ridge that he's on. It's not great because I'm pretty sure Sonics have a decent line of sight, but overall, that's kind of the play I think they're looking to make here. Is Rusty going to ruin that for them? Obviously, a knock has already gone out, so they should be able to get Los up, and that's what Waldo's looking to do. He's moving up and trying to play on this ridge.
300 trying to fend up as Kreshe did make the crash in, but there are so many angles you have to defend. Neverwhere the last one up for his squad. Kreshe making the push right now, feeling like they've got the control over this situation. Neverwhere blinded at the time. Here's the footsteps coming around him. Is he going to opt into playing this aggressively? Looks like he realized that might be his only option. Well, looks like he might smoke through, spots out, goes for the spray, gets knocked down. And there you go. Akreshai gets control over that area.
And he goes for, yeah, I mean, he goes for it. Well done. But now we see AKM traveling through that area. Yahoo sees this as well, and they realize that if anything, they might have a little ridge to play, but the rest of those teams rotating through have nothing, so they're going to have to bunch up, and they're going to basically play towards the United as well as Sonics.
Rusty Zero making his path in. Rumblers do look like they know he's there. They keep glancing back to make sure nobody's coming in. But, oh, they're going for a rotation as he shows himself in his reposition. Gets the shots in, is going to take down Waldo. Now Rumblers have to deal with the threat back behind them. Rusty Zero, they do have the cliff facing that they can use for cover for now, but this is kind of the only thing that's going on. Just due to the way that the terrain works here, a lot of people don't have vision on each other.
Right. And this is, again, this is where I thought Rumblers would play. This is pretty much the only play they really had. And that shift, again, it's just, it cuts so much off. Now, Dodge has something to play. Actually, so that's sitting at the very bottom of this hill that leads up to that compound you see United on. And with that, Dodge can kind of play on the backside of this for now and try to hold out SDK, which would be the best play, I think, for them. And they realize that, which is why they're all turning around.
BB's Roth is trying to push his way into the safe zone. He's the last one up for his squad. United, AKM, Gas Cans, and Sonic, interestingly enough, all in good positions right now. The members from Sonic do have to regroup. Shoot to kill, trying to make their rotations, but it's Yahoo still harassing everybody from this high ground, really making these rotations difficult. Shoot to kill is going to send it in, but they're way too close to Dodge for comfort.
And this is the thing. If this had shifted a little more towards Yahoo, that area I said there's nothing to play, Yahoo knew that. They knew they had the hill to kind of look down on that. The problem now is because the circle is shifted so drastically, they do have to go in. There might be a spot for them to play. They're just on the east side of the road where you see Roth slowly starting to creep in, but it's going to be difficult for a full four-man to survive there, especially with United being on the side of this compound.
Two members for Shoot to Kill still playing the outside of the zone, most likely due to the lineups that we see. Luke's going to go ahead and send it through, trying to make the run as he's trying to go through it. Is going to get spotted out by Ethan. He's going to go down. Pinta's going to follow up as well. Maybe the Bronco might fare a touch better, but it's going to be Sonics that actually defends them.
Yep, Sonic is helping them out as well, and it's Yahoo's making their play. A lot of teams are going to have to make it in, though. I'm looking at 22. I'm looking like a Akreshai. You also have remnants of Yellow Jackets. I mean, all these teams are stuck on the east side in Minas with nothing to play. They're going to have to fight their way in.
Now it's time to pick up those kill points as you can. Firefight starting to break out. Yahoo does manage to make it into the safe zone itself. Is going to get vision on the opposite side of everything that's going on with the shoot-to-kill dodge situation. Now we're seeing what's going on as Rumblers are still trying to push their way into position, still using the clip facing, have gotten right up next to Gaskin's dependable location.
It's crazy that there's still... I mean, there's still 11 teams alive.
8 kills right now for Rumblers, too.
Rumblers, I mean, they've been fighting from that south side. They have absolutely earned this position. And we actually I saw little shades of the old Rumblers in the very first day. We saw some really great stuff. They were very measured in a lot of their approaches. They were getting good frags. Haven't seen that as much in the 2 days that followed, but it is nice to see them start to finally come back into the form that we expect them to be in. And Los is unfortunately going to run right into that molly.
Yeah, that's not going to be favorable. He's going to go down. That one.
That's my fault. I was talking about them. And
yeah, you're not allowed. God's
that was my fault. Oh, nice shots coming out. Reela's going to get knocked. Okay, Nikos.
So this is what's going on with everything coming in from the east. You can see United's trying to defend up, and it is just a ton of teams. 22's caught up right up on top of what's going to be happening looking into this. Sonics is getting more control over the circle while all this is happening. The remnants of AKM also over here as well as Akreshai, and that's kind of the nature of the beast is all of these remnant teams coming in from the eastern position are just getting demolished and having to fight right up on top of each other. Circle shifts heavily favoring Yahoo and Sonic's position.
This is a really good circle for them, but unfortunately, it's also a fantastic circle for Sonics to rain down hell onto Dodge, and then eventually Yahoo, right? Because again, they're on that incline, and they're going to be able to just kind of pour over and just do pretty much uncontested damage here. As you see Cherry, just the last one, trying to survive.
I mean, what does he even do? He's
doing
angles held down.
He's doing what he can do. He's got to survive. That's all he can do.
I mean, he is in the safe zone, but Poonish is going to be pushing up right now while we get covering fire coming up from Shinboy.
And I love this.
Just be a matter of time.
Yeah, clear him out. Get him out of there, Matt.
Yeah.
Put him in a body bag. Get him out of there.
Get him out of there. All right, so you got to be careful with this. But with Yoho making this shift over, that does mean that Sonics is getting more control over the circle itself. I like making sure the fact that they don't have a threat behind them, but most of the firefighting is about to be going on to the south, where we're going to see E United trying to hold out the remnants from the Minas teams, as well as Dodge coming in. This is... I don't know. Like, if you're 22 or AKM solo or even Roth on this, it feels like trying to sneak your way into here is going to be so difficult.
Yeah, especially with United, right? Like they're going to be pretty aware of what's happening on their edge. That's kind of their thing. That's what they do. They take control of an edge or like a really good compound or something, and they have a nice split, and they make sure that they completely clear that side. So the 22 just has to kind of go for the play, right? They have to get in their vehicle. They have to try to send it in the edge, and if they have to fight, they have to fight, which is exactly what they're going to do.
We are seeing a mini mountain circle, for lack of a better term, the way that it's set up. We've got a high point that's going to be in the middle of it where we get a lot of vision coming out. United spots out what's going to be going on. Off to the east of this one, you can see multiple teams now going down. AKM is also going to be approaching from over there. Bing Bang Boom is also eliminated. So with what's happening, you can see that there's this northern fight where H-Wit's going to run right down into Cherry.
Cherry could be a huge factor here. He could actually swing the favor of this game in Yahoo's favor, honestly.
I mean, I thought that they saw what was going on over here. They took down one of the members, and they had to realize that somebody was live. I guess maybe they just thought Yahoo had already taken him out. With this hillside, Yahoo doesn't have good vision into this, so this is a weird fight that's brewing.
But now I also worry about Yahoo because E United is about to have free reign on this hilltop, and that is going to be devastating for any of the teams below, which happens to be Sonics, Yahoo, and Dodge. I mean, Cherry's still
defending
surviving.
He's
Cherry is
doing
his damn job. He is getting kills, and he is surviving as long as he can.
Multiple members of Sonics keep trying to go over there and take care of him, but they keep getting damage thrown at him, so they have to stop. He's hoping and praying that the circle is going to favor his defensive line as it comes through. You can see that there are two different teams that are stacked up, as it does look like Sonics are getting more aggressive in this push. Does he get a read? Get some damage into it. Gets the knock before he goes down.
But Cherry fights
Are we going to see
knock.
Yahoo get anything out of it? They're now starting to move aggressively down this hillside. E United taking shots at the backside of them.
This is huge, but Mime has realized this as well. He's got to go back and look for United. He knows that other team is going to be there. The problem is United is shooting from a different angle altogether. They have all but shredded the rest of Sonics, and they're now doing the same to Yahoo.
I mean, just this vision that they have. This is where we saw Yahoo playing from earlier. They moved down to try to take care of Cherry, and really Yahoo has suffered for this. Not as bad as Sonics has, but E United has so much control. Mime now has to contend up against gas cans as they're making their way in, and this is starting to feel like the vision that E United has from here, they can just propel this into more and more control.
This is such a classic E United game, and I mean that in the best way possible. I love watching this team work when they've really figured out, or they have a read on a circle, they get in a spot, and they just know all they have to do is play their game. It's aggressive, but at the same time, it's also controlled, right? Like they don't overcommit. They do exactly what they need to do, and then they take a step back and they say, okay, do we need to push more, or are we good here? And that's honestly what makes a team like United so dangerous to play against, especially in the late game, especially if they have 4 members up.
We still do have Gaskins that is up as well, but they're playing in a warehouse that's very far to the south. I mean, they don't have much vision or information on what's happening. Everything's going on to the north, so they're just not an active part right now.
United has 11 kills. We really didn't talk about them much, right? We talked about the position and everything. It's just because they're just accruing these kills very, very efficiently and one at a time. It's not like they're getting, a team wipe here, a team wipe there. It's just picking off 1 or 2 here. Kickstart calls another team over here, pick off 1 or 2 there, and they're just accumulating so much damage on the field.
They're the beneficiaries of everybody that was coming out of Minas, and they just got to demolish everybody as they came through. And again, you've got to play with strength. Whenever you're feeling in this position, look at the vision. They get near on everything except for the opposite hillside where Yahoo is presently hiding at.
And that's the thing. Yahoo is actually taking control of the center of the circle now, so E United eventually will have to push this, right? But gas cans, this whole time we've been talking about Yahoo, Sonics, E United. Gas cans have actually been surviving in the back line. They still have 3 members up. They lost Greg a little earlier, but they are now actually making a decent push. If they get on the backside of this hill, Matt, they could absolutely destroy Yahoo.
They're going
and then
for it.
Potentially work over towards E United, but don't forget about Mime.
Yeah, gas cans now getting in vision. Yoho very aware on it. E United not making the push just quite yet. If we start to see some knocks come into that kill feed, that might be how they're opting for their movement. Snakers leading the way on the opposite side of this one. Gas cans now finding Kickstart's position, still holding them back. So it is a three-way fight. Everybody flanking around the outside of this one, but it's going to be Snakers that finds the way to open it up on the opposite side. Goes for the spray into Shinboy, who's just trying to defend up. Mime taking the shot into what's going on. See if he can pick up some kills of his own. Just taking those away.
That's 2 additional kills going of the way of Sonics. You could argue didn't even need those points, really, but my goodness, and here it comes, Relo, the perfect timing again. They are so good at recognizing these situations and capitalizing. 12 kills now, United, complete control of the circle, and almost no hope for the other teams.
High ground positioning coming up big for them. They know everything that's going on. Mime being the moving factor back behind it. Only team in the circle as well. Waika Kamukau trying to push his way into this one, and it's going to be hard. The moment he crests up into this, all these members are going to have vision on him, and he knows it. He's trying to find a way to navigate it, but is still aware of the fact that they've got a sneaky Mime back behind them that is wanting to take him down. Does get dropped on at that moment. And gas cans they're having to pick their approach, but E United just gets to pick where they want to peek, and it's so much easier to be on the peeking side of this.
Yeah, but even that knock on Snakers is a big potential here. Mime's still alive, kind of being the third member of Gas Cans now who lost one. He's going to shoot, though, and he's going to whiff, so they know about him now. Kickstart, can he finish it? The flash!
Is the distraction enough, though? E United, can they continue to hold this one? Gas Cans moving up, and it is going to be a strong defense for E United with 16 kills to take that one.
And a beautiful game coming out from them. Honestly, like, yeah, that's just... The way that they play and the way that they approach it's so intelligent and it's so controlled that it's a pleasure to watch. And then even watching Sonics, man, the way that they had
3,300 damage is nuts.
That's a lot of damage. But yeah, even Sonics, Yoho, giving a shout out to those teams as well. Yoho, I mean, man, they had 2 hardships off of them. They did a really great job of controlling that side of the hill where they knew no other team could rotate, the place that I'd marked earlier. And then they came in later just to the spot where they could take even more control. The problem, again, was that E United not only pressured the teams around them, but once they did that, they were able to pour over that hill, and they just caused so many issues for Sonics, for the remnants of Dodge, which was Cherry, who also, shout out, did a lot of work, and as well as the rest of the teams on the west side.
I feel like Cherry was actually the catalyst to allow so much of what was going on over there.
The fact that
he held back what was going on between Yoho and Sonics and the way that was stacked up. I know, guys, a lot of teams, and I hope that your favorites are doing well today, but if you want to continue to support your favorites, do remember the fact that we still have the PCS6 skins that are in, and every single time you buy goes into the prize pool, and you know these players appreciate every single step of the way. I know that we do, and you get some cool clothes to wear whenever you're fighting. That's always good too. We are going to take a quick break, but then we're going to be jumping right into the thick of it with the analyst to break down what is a very complicated in circle. See you guys in just a minute. Mine back behind them that is wanting to take them down. Does get dropped on at that moment. And Gas Cans just, they're having to pick their approach, but E United just gets to pick where they want to peek, and it's so much easier to be on the peeking side of this.
Yeah, but even that knock on Snickers is a big potential here. Mime's still alive, kind of being the third member of Gas Cans now who lost one. He's going to shoot, though, and he's going to whiff, so they know about him now. Kickstart, can he finish it? The flash!
Is the distraction enough, though? E United, can they continue to hold this with Gas Cans moving up? And it is going to be a strong defense for E United.
Welcome back. Game number 1 is done, and we're back to talk about it. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Clover and Porosaurus here on the desk as we break down the action, and it was a very big game. In fact, let's go straight to the dinner winner screen to see exactly how big it was for E United, as they are only the second team in this event to hit the 16K club.
Look, they're so close to 3-3, 3-3 damage. All right, obviously 3-3, 3-8. That's pretty great. It's pretty good.
I mean, if you gotta have a thing to look about it, yeah. I think the 16 kills a little bit more impressive there for me. But no, but look, hey, we talked about it coming into today.
Yeah.
United, every single day that we've played, has gotten at least one game where they got 20 points, and now they start off with this with 26. So can they keep that train rolling though? That's the question.
I mean, E United was a favorite coming into this one. You know, Sonics then stepped up and played very, very well. Today, it looks like it's starting as an E United day, so let's take a look back at that match and see why E United feels so good.
Can't imagine why they feel so good.
I mean, well,
they're feeling good off of C2, weren't they?
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, it was an E United circle, and right now I'm instantly thinking of day one, right? They got the first win of the event, day one, on an Erangel circle that is traditionally their Erangel circle. That said, 16 kills, the damage they put forward in this game, that is not a, hey, we got a compound, we got circle luck. That is, yes, we had the circle, but we played defensively throughout the whole event, and we farmed our way up to the top.
See, what Clover's is trying to say in a very nice way is all those people in chat that are always saying, oh, United, rat team, rat team. Bro, you don't get 16 kills if you're a rat team. 16 people didn't walk into their compound and just die for free. Like, they were getting out there, area control. And if you want to be like that about it, Sonic's got circle luck too, and what happened to them?
Not as many kills. And okay, here's the thing too about Sonics, which we do want to really quickly break up, is they had Cherry right up there, Dodge I think 5th in this match, and Sonic sent 2 to kind of investigate that position. That kind of distracted Yahoo as well. Yahoo got those knocks on Sonics. During that whole time, United used that to set up. They had the high ground, and they had everybody else pinned down below exactly where they wanted. We can see that position here, the high ground that they played from. Mime did try to make something work from it, but ultimately it wasn't the case.
And the crazy thing about that too is if it hadn't been for just a really good individual play by Cherry, I think we see Sonics taking that spot that E United had, because they had 3 up. And if it hadn't been for Cherry taking so long to die, then I think that Mime comes over there, and you know, Mime was left behind to make sure nobody backfilled, but Tig and Trimsy were on the hunt for him, and Cherry just refused to go down. So if they win that fight a little bit quicker, I think they take the fight against Yahoo. How that turns out, you know, who knows, but then they take the spot, that high ground spot that E United took.
Nice play by Prime Time. And remember, we are going to be giving out special prizes for the players who do make nice plays, including Insane Squad, All PCS Team, and the Grand Final MVP as we go through the rest of the weekend. So we'll keep track and see who gets to bring home more prizes. I'm assuming it'll be Tiggleton, but
that's
you know,
a pretty good assumption.
Yeah, but after that last one, you never really know. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard and see exactly how the points break down at the end of all of this. E United with 26 points kicks off the day in style.
I mean, that's more than Yahoo and Sonics combined, right? Like, there you go. That's what you want to see. But again, day one, after their win, they had really poor performances for the second game, the third game, and the fourth. That's why we need to make sure United doesn't fall into that category.
I also want to point this out before we roll over to the big leaderboard. The final 4 teams alive at the end of this game, if my memory serves me correctly, are the top 4 teams when we came into play today.
Yeah, it's wild how that works out sometimes. Yeah, I mean, there you go. Sonic's still holding on to their lead, but it's getting a little bit more tenuous there. It's only 20 points now as United. That all it took was a big 26-point win. They're right back in the house. That's crazy. But yeah, Yahoo also adding to theirs. Gas Cans adding to theirs now. I did want to give props to the Rumblers. I think they had a really fun game to watch. It was a struggle from that south side for sure, but they were winning the team fights, and that's not something that we always see from them. They were actually coming through instead of taking trades. They were getting all four down. They were keeping all four up till really late.
Let's talk about the fourth team on this list, Clipper. I don't think they don't get as much talk time as some of our others do, but the Gas Cans, they really seem to just be locking it in there. They've been, I don't want to say quietly consistent, but it sort of feels that way. What do you give them props for getting to this point?
I mean, I think it was Godspeed that pointed it out, but the survivability that the Gas Cans had, especially given how crazy that circle was, they found a good compound. They were able to play that defensively with so many teams out to the south. Ultimately, though, by the time we got to that final fight, I think they ran out of gas, so to speak. But no, I really, given the circumstances, I think that they were really aware of their situation and managed to pull out the points that they needed.
Nice. Well, we'll see if they continue to pull out the points. Game number 2, I'm getting word, is ready to start up. So let's head over to our casters with the call. It is Godspeed and Matchroom.
First game, all about control, and this is why we love Miramar, man. I know whenever we saw the fact that we're getting Miramar at the start of it, I got excited, you got excited. There's something about it. I know Kurt was just talking about in his little thing down there. He's like, excited. We don't like Miramar right now, but I enjoy watching it so much just due to endings like what we just saw.
Sure, and to be fair, yeah, like there's a reason Kurt doesn't like it. Obviously, they haven't done well. That game, they got 0 points.
That's a factor for it, yeah.
Not great, but again, I still have faith that they'll be able to find some few adjustments at the very least on Miramar. We know they're already pretty solid at the very least this event on Erangel. The other thing I want to say, actually, 2 things. One, to the point of Poro when it comes to the Rumblers, I completely agree. Even though they've kind of had like a middling event after the first day, they still, at the very least, their team fights have been much more cohesive, and they've been winning more of those. And I think that is a really good start for that team to start to get back into form. And as far as Gas Cans go, I think also if Gas Cans had like maybe a little more time for like Yahoo and United to pop off, they could have actually, that situation, that game could have been different, but because they were getting pushed out, but they held that position for a while, and quietly consistent, Steve said it, is pretty much how it explained Gas Cans right now, which is a bad thing.
There is a world where every one of the teams, including mine, that was there at the end, could have won, depending on how.
Yeah, that was a really interesting end game, honestly.
I mean, it was. We talk about like King of the Hill and all this stuff and making jokes a lot, but that's really what that last game was.
Literally King of the Hill.
United was just up on top of it, like everybody's got to come up and fight us. I do also, going back to the Rumblers conversation, I feel like we are seeing more of what Rumblers is comfortable with. I don't know. Like whenever we get into those stage firefights where they can just really be an X factor moving in or just harassing and finding ways and opportunities to like move into a fight instead of, I guess, getting pounced. If that's what feels like has been happening a lot.
So historically, Rumblers, I mean, even when I was playing on the team many moons ago, that's kind of what the team has always been very good at, which is taking their time, finding a good position to rotate off of, and then playing proactively off that, right? And like getting in a good team fight that would favor them. In the last couple years, we've kind of seen them utilize that to a very successful degree, but we've also seen them kind of just lose those team fights flat out. And so, at the very least in this event, to see them kind of trending towards like winning more team fights in those situations, I think is very good for the team.
And we'll just leave the Losa 1G moment alone for itself. And
I mean, it's possible we didn't see it. I didn't see if there was a smoke there.
There was a smoke. Remember, guys.
I'm not hating on that
look,
at all.
The Spectator. I see you guys talking about this a lot on social media and in different chats and like in comments and different videos. Whenever we're watching from the Spectator, we intentionally make the like smoke easier for you guys to see, so that way you guys can see it. But that also does mean the fact that if you're like, why doesn't this person see this? Why don't they see this?
As a player, that smoke is basically the abyss, right? You have no idea what's inside of it or what's on the other side of it. So. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just didn't see it. He stepped through. As we are now floating with Mime, our last surviving member, last game of the Sonics. Doing a good amount of work for them as well. He got 2 flushes. He pretty much ruined Yaho's game. But
Eastern Circle.
That's what you got to do. And this is oh man, this is an Al-Zahar circle. And these notoriously are, and I'm just going to use this one more time here. This area right here this sucks.
Death Star Trench, man. We had a game on it last weekend.
That whole trench, and especially when the circle will kind of land there and just make you choose a side, it is awful to cross on either path. This is easily, if it does close there, one of the worst circles to play on Miramar, and I don't think there's a player out there that would dispute that.
Notice Yoho is in this position. This is around where they loot at, and they like to move down into that lower trench. It gave them a game last time. And yeah, it's a very interesting thing because we talk about on Erangel, you know, like the river that runs through, north, south, circle all over the place. This is
like a pseudo river,
but like this is way worse because you can still kind of swim across the river or find multiple like little bridges to go across. There, you have to go down a steep incline,
and then you have to go
drive
up
across a road which has no cover, and then go back up another incline.
Sucks.
And it's death, man.
I hated every time I saw a circle there. I hated it. I dreaded it because if you, and that's the thing, right? With that circle, especially if when it splits 50-50, you are just left to basically guess. Like, do we just take our chances on the side? Do we try to go for a split maybe, which is then even a risk in its of itself? So this circle is difficult to play. Obviously, we're talking if it centers up there. It hasn't yet, but that is a very real possibility just because of where center currently lies in this.
It almost all like if you see the circle
quite often,
it's usually here or it's like the Cruz de Valle area that's kind of up to the kind of like northeast of this position and centered in that area. I mean, there is a chance we could see Junkyard. I do like Junkyard endings, but we just don't get those too often.
You a Junkyard and Trailer Park, man.
What? Are you implying something like I'm trashy or something?
I'm saying
here?
you love when I do. You beg for circle. You did get it. You got an Oasis last week, didn't you? I think
Impala. Yeah, we did also.
It was
get
close.
Oasis.
Yeah,
it was close enough that it has appeased me. I am content now.
I have been appeased.
The Circle Gods have blessed me with something close enough to what I wanted. And I'm willing to bet that most of the players are in that same boat that you are and hoping the fact that the Circle Gods will also not go around that trench for all that we've been talking about.
I just, every time, again, I see this circle or I used to see it, I'm just like, just pick a side, man. Just tell me where you're going to go so I know where to set up. Otherwise, it's rough sledding. It's definitely rough sledding. And Kurt actually talked about it as well in his interview is, the consensus always used to be that for the most part, like Miramar is great because you can sit there and you can fight on foot and you don't need vehicles as much, obviously, because vehicles don't do as well on the terrain, but you have more options on foot. And although that may be the case in certain areas, he's absolutely right. In other areas, you're pretty much just out of options completely, right? There's some circles that you just get set in and you just have to fight and hope you win those team fights as you move in. Otherwise, you're pretty much washed out.
But, I mean, that also does talk and allude to a difference, right? Like, Shoot to Kill is, we talk about, they're in one of our intellectual teams. They want to make, like, the smartest rotation ever, and
yeah, they're a very smart team overall.
Whenever we look at that, you were talking about like foot pushing and stuff like that. That's more of in the trenches, fighting your way into the circle.
Correct.
And that doesn't fit their playstyle as much. Although, I have to admit, the reason I love Miramar is because I love foot pushes. I think that they're one of the coolest things, watching how they approach.
Yeah, this was my favorite map to play as well. I love just the flexibility to kind of use the bridges. So I'm with you, man.
I mean, I like Erangel, but I mean, I feel like it's a lot more snipey snipe.
It's like vanilla ice cream, you know?
It is.
Always good.
But see, and there you go. And like Miramar's a lot more like Neapolitan. You get all of the things that you want here.
Yeah, I could say maybe a little Neapolitan, maybe a little caramel even.
Every once in a while, you even get an island circle.
What happened to Mime's car? He rode that backwards, my man. You're supposed to be on the wheels, not on the roof. That was crazy.
Okay, so we'll have to see.
That's impressive. I don't think I've seen that yet.
Seeing a lot of the circle come into play right now as the players are starting their rotation situation going on. Most people coming in. Don't be surprised if we see too many people that are going to be coming in from that east coming along the road, but we've got somebody that's going to give us a traffic update on everything that's going on in the circle. Boro, give us a breakdown on what you're seeing.
How's it going, boys? You got me hungry talking about all that ice cream and seeing Mime go upside down. Now, one of the things I'm really interested in seeing, you guys brought it up, the importance of that land, that Death Valley right here. Now, in the first time we saw this, I think, in day one of play, STK committed full on to El Azhar, this time switching it up to a 2-2. So you're seeing a lot of teams kind of play this a little bit differently than they did the first time around. Maybe not so much heavy favoring the south. A lot of teams going up to this north side. So it's going to be really interesting to see where this hard shift on Circle 2 takes us.
You want to go for it. I know, like, it's all about where that circle is going to be popping. North, south. I kind of want to see it stay on this. Actually, you know what? Azahar. I'll say it right now. I want it to go to Azahar.
Azahar endings are interesting,
They're
man.
fun.
There's so many buildings to clear. Like, as you go through, it becomes, especially if a lot of teams survive, which back in the day, I mean, you remember a lot of teams generally didn't fight as much, right? So a lot of teams just kind of pack in there, and it just becomes very claustrophobic. So I don't think we've actually even seen an Azahar ending in quite a while.
Well, it's like all down inside of a valley, too.
Yeah,
so it makes
a giant crater, basically.
It makes for some interesting fighting. Yellow Jackets also making for some interesting fighting, spotting out Sonic's rotations right now. And this is kind of what everybody was talking about.
Yeah,
like,
been
Yellow Jackets are just kind of everywhere you don't expect them to be.
They've also been finding the Sonics, it seems, a little more often than others. Shrimzy's particularly unlucky, man. That's a little frustrating. But Yellow Jackets are not necessarily in a weird or bad spot, right? They're off to this kind of little jutting area on the side of the circle, just to the southeast, and they can rotate off of that pretty much anywhere they want to go. At the very least, the east or north. So it's they just caught Shrimzy.
If I remember correctly, Shrimzy's a Texas boy, so we know Yellow Jackets can just pop up out of nowhere and just get you. And so you got to learn real life applying into it, Shrimzy. But Tunga's Poro's favorite word to say right now is it is fun. Have you tried to do it yet?
I watching the games at home. Every time you guys said it, I would say it as well, like quietly under my
Everybody in chat, just kind of say it. It feels good. But Tunga's. It's just nuts.
As good as it feels, though, this team is struggling. I hate to be.
Why you gotta go for that? See, I was trying to give them some positive energy.
Because at this point, Matt, and that's totally fine for a team to come in, like whether it's Just Too Easy or Yellow Jackets, a team that's kind of new, right? They just opened kind of an unknown, qualified through open qualifiers. That's fine if they're struggling. They're a newer team to this. Obviously, they're playing against some really heavy hitters. But at this point now, coming into the second weekend, they kind of know, okay, the first week we kind of got outclassed a little bit. These teams are obviously very good. Like, now is the time I want to see them try something that they haven't before, right? Because you have nothing to lose. At the very least, you climb up a few spots in the leaderboards, you gain a little confidence moving forward, and then you can start to build upon that. But if they continue to do the same thing and suffer basically just a lack of success, I want to see a change.
It feels like they're leading into the chaos of everything, and 22 is going to spawn out. Richie, go ahead and get him down. But Yellow Jackets are trying to force everybody into, I guess, errors and trying to benefit off of that, and if that's
part of the
working.
plan, and if that's part of the plan, like, great, but yeah, as you said, right now it's not working, so maybe try to change that up or maybe try to approach that a different way, whether it's setting kind of more interesting rotation traps, because if they want to be aggressive and have this playstyle, great, I'm all for it. I love the aggression, but I just want to see a little more proactivity and maybe even just trying something crazy that they haven't tried, maybe like trying to send it center instead of playing a little more edge, get a little more positioning that way.
So I've been keeping an eye on where the circle goes based off of where 22 goes. And Azahar, they're playing to the north of it, so maybe they're kind of leaning into our beliefs that it comes over here, because this is a team that always seems to find the right place to be, and because the way they can rotate out of wherever they go to is always so strong.
Especially this event, yeah. 22 has looked almost Jedi-like in the way that they've been able to kind of read these and kind of pretty much guess exactly where they're supposed to be, right? Their rotations have been good, their proactivity has been good. Aside from, we talked about a little bit earlier, like a little more aggression maybe, kind of pushing out and taking some of those fights to clear out the circle, which I think they have done once or twice in these endgame situations. Then yeah, 22's looking really good, man. Really,
they play
really
that old school European style where it's just kind of like find the way to rotate in intelligently. And I know we talk about them finding circles, but it's just because the way they don't always find the circle. They just know how to rotate so well. It just feels like they've been there because they don't get in a firefight as they make their approach.
And fixing the macro is like a big part, right? Because I remember before 22 definitely wasn't as consistent as far as their rotations. They sure as hell weren't as proactive as they are now, and it's showed. The improvement has absolutely showed. They're sitting in top 6 with over 100 points, and that's what you like to see from a team that we've seen over the past couple years at this point.
So we're seeing what's starting to be a very similar circle to what we saw last week. So whenever we see the map pop up, there's a couple of modifications. If you guys watch those games that I wanted to point out to you, Trogloditas getting some vision on E United, and E United had a phenomenal game last time we saw the circle, but they came from the west, and this time they're going to be approaching from the east. Yoho did have this territory in their back pocket, and the circle did pop, and they played more northern. This time they're playing to the south. A lot of our teams leaning into the southern approach, as we are going to see BBB get one of their members knocked, and Greg Shot's going to be making his push in, and it looks like the rest of the gas are going to be following in. This, I don't think that this is going to be a full push, but it's at least going to be trying to get some control over the situation. Why kick him?
But look, Matt, look at the circle. Look what the circle's centered on right now.
See, BBB very aware now that Waikiki Bukal is very close to them. It's going to be Keenan that's moving to the south of it. Greg Shot's trying to support that, get some spray. It does get the knock onto him. So now it's going to open up Y-Kick and Mukal to get some more angles to work with. BBB was stepping out to defend, but that hillside was just, it took too long for them to climb.
And here's the other issue for BBB is not only have they now lost a member, but the high ground with a member down is obviously gas cans. So they can use this to really surround and utilize the terrain around that compound, which sits in a bowl, to kind of suffocate and slowly constrict on BBB.
You just talked about this. Like, Yellow Jackets, again, next to Sonic's positioning. And it's not like they were here next to each other the whole time. I guess maybe they're just studying the Sonic's VODs on how to navigate circles.
I mean, it's possible. Whatever they're doing, though, I hope it works. I genuinely do. I hope this team finds a little bit of success so they can build off that confidence, right? Because they do need it. Sitting at 32 points after 6 games at this point, it's not great, but actually, that's more than 6 points. My math is absolutely awful.
I got to give it to them.
15 games.
I mean, you got to find your footing inside of this lobby. Because we usually see a lot of teams play much more passive than what we see Yellow Jackets, and that's one of the things I do like to see. They are attempting to be proactive, but it's not working in their favor as often. But it's better than just hiding like we often see new teams.
And that's why I say it's fine. It's fine that, like, coming in as a brand new team to this, like, it's okay that they're not doing well, that there's nothing wrong with that. The fact that they're even getting points here and they're showing some signs of life is I think, a good thing. Same thing, I'd like to see more Just Too Easy, though, because they have kind of been here before. They're used to this.
Oh, here we go. Rotations coming in. AKM coming in. Rumblers already set up on this point. But guess what? AKM, even if you manage to get away from everything that's going on with the Rumblers and get some airtime into it, Sonics is going to have vision into this as well. Tickleton does get the knock on to Martinson. And LAV does get the knock on to Valiate. Are we going to be able to see him get flushed out? Looks like he got some damage into it, but I think that Corsac's close enough that they should be able to get the res.
Actually, speaking of, there's another fairly new roster. I think Alir is the only one that really had experience with us before, if I'm not mistaken. So,
yeah, Ali was not. This isn't his first time for this rodeo, to say.
I think the rest of the roster is pretty new, though, to this, as far as a lobby like this.
Okay, so in a shock to no one, we get some of Death Star Trench, and we get Azahar. So the best of both worlds for us, the worst of both worlds for the players.
Not the best of both worlds for any of the players involved, really. I mean, yeah, SDK, as you can see, they've tried to set up in the middle of that circle because, again, picking a side is rough, especially if you get hard shifted on, because you then have to cross, and it's almost assured death, man.
Oh, yeah. Especially AKM's position is near on assured death. Sonic's got the side lines on him. Rumbler's still very close. They're going to have to cross a very wide... I mean, like, look at the terrain around them. There's near around no cover. Multiple teams have vision on them. AKM is going to have their work cut out for them to make it in the safe zone. Rumblers at least have Waldo that's already set up in there. Sonics are rolling away from this one, though, so that might provide an opportunity for AKM. And Sonics are going to lean into Azahar itself. A lot of this goes back into what we were talking about with the North-South, based off of the giant trench that's going in. And now having Azahar in there as well is just kind of like...
That's kind of a curveball.
It's like its own no-man's land that you have to make a very difficult choice on.
That is a curveball. And as far as positioning goes, my favorite team's position right now is easily 300. 300 has probably the most amount of vision on this. They're sitting at the crest of a hill that overlooks Azahar, as well as that road there in the ravine. It's such a strong position. But even then, they are prone to potentially getting kind of left out to hang by the circle as well. So it's rough, man. The circle is difficult to play, and you'll see that as it shifts and as it gets smaller, it's going to be very difficult.
Now teams...
Oh, in a lead. He gets a nice shot from Corsac, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is very difficult. The Mox now is trying to come in. And, oh, Martinson, he actually managed to make it to the circle, but it's going to be the Yellow Jackets that take him down. And now there is just one. Damok's the last one up, even in the blue zone. Going to have some trouble coming into this one. To the south, we do have Troglodytes that's also going to be moving. Could be bumping into Yahoo as well as Akresha here soon. Most of the team kind of cemented in. So we've kind of got our own independent situations that are going on. So whenever we look at this, we've got everything that's happening up here is its own independent island. All of this is its own island. And then this is kind of becoming its own thing. So I also do want to point out, though, we saw Yahoo last time having a very strong position down inside this low ground area. I believe that they were playing here, and that found massive reward from it. Shoot to Kill got very late into this game, but couldn't make it down inside the trench themselves. They were trying to approach in here, and they just got picked to pieces. This time, they moved much further into a centered position, and this is going to reward them heavily. But remember, anybody that's down in these low ground trenches doesn't have vision on what's happening on all the islands.
Yeah, so STK is all but blind. I mean, they know they're safe right now, obviously, right, because they're just sitting there, but they really don't have a lot of information. I mean, they know there's teams on either side as well, but where they're set up exactly, they're not sure. Maybe how many members are maybe playing in any splits. They don't know. And this circle is just atrocious to play, man.
But it is so fun to watch. Look, come with me on.
And again, look, so
side.
You look at all these positions, and although they're in now, all the other teams that are on the outliers here, whether it's Dodge, whether it's Newt, whether it's Rumblers, even the gas cans, they will have a little edge to play on the west side of this, but this is a lot of open, unfriendly terrain for these teams. As you can see right now, Kill Demo shooting member of Crochet there. I mean, this is the whole terrain. It's just fairly open,
barking though,
decent ridges, but not enough for, you know, 16 teams worth of players.
Sparking is now getting harassed out. Yoho's going to be coming in back behind this one. Keep in mind, Demox is also going to be approaching from this area. He's just on the outside. You can see him on the mini-map approaching right now. Azahar is not going to be as complicated as we thought, as it does look like Yellow Jackets get some separation away from them. We still have Troglodytes that is going to have to move into the zone and was Crochet on their approach, but they're still going to have to deal with the Crochet as well as Yoho, depending on how this lines up.
And this is actually really big. Newt has decided to crash 300. This is a really big fight that
strong position.
Potentially, yeah, and they actually just straight up push 300 off of it, which I don't hate. And the reason why is because if 300 now stays in this north position and they clear out all the teams coming in the north, then they can take their time and push Newt when they want to.
But
I don't hate
so
this.
far to the north, and it's so untypical for 300 to not defend there. I feel like if anything, you would want to defend that point that's closer to like the center and the hillside.
You would, but I guarantee you it's better for the 300 to actually use the blue at their back to make sure their back is clean while they push into that really strong position to then look over. I like this play a lot from 300, and I think they recognize that as well. There's no reason to fight in the center right now, especially when a team like Rumblers could potentially come and backfill them. So that's a good play.
So we do have Dodge that's also caught up in this, trying to make their way in the safe zone. It's going to be 22 that's going to be holding them out. Gatekeeping as we go. 300 has some vision in it. Yellow Jackets apparently found themselves a way into the safe zone and inside there, but then somehow finds Sonics again, and that's not going too well for him in the kill feed. This is starting to settle down in this area. Dodge probably isn't going to push too much more. The south, though, we still have a lot of moving factors that are going to be going on.
Yeah, south is really quite a mess as we look in here. This is the northwest part of the circle, so we're not quite at the south yet. And this fight does matter because 300 is going to want to have to take a piece of this, or at the very least, they're going to want to try to get a piece of this and get a few kills, but they have to worry about the Rumblers.
Yeah, this is kind of calmed down as it's gone. BBB just sent it into Akresh's positioning and just blew them up as they made their approach in. So South getting a little bit more calm as we go. Now, this is kind of a stalled fight until we see Hikerman get this flank position. If he can get over here, if these throwables connect, it can turn everything around. Dodge finally getting the vision into it. Hikerman's got the angle. He goes down, but it's a quick exchange. Are we going to see Dodge capable of capitalizing off of this anymore? They're still trying to get more information. Dude managed to spot it out and now have a path in the zone, but the circle's popped, and it's gone to the south of the trench.
And I was just saying, I really like this play for 300 because, you know, I still do, but the problem now is the circles give them no time to fight. So they basically have to make all those decisions and make those pushes now as opposed to waiting and using the circle to their advantage.
See, I see what you were talking about and making sure that they didn't have anybody that was back behind them, but they haven't done a good job of really making sure that the threats next to them are there. So now Newt did get that position ahead of them, and they're going to have to move in, and they have Rumblers and now Dodge that are going to be just kill crazed right now.
And that's the thing, like Dodge, I mean, I'm not even really sure where they try to go here, right? Like they may try to get on the other side of that, but I mean, they have gas cans on them. And then now looking south, we're looking at Bing Bang Boom. I mean, this is a whole nother fight. At the very least, they should have something to play just ahead of them if they're able to wipe out Trog. Basically, whatever teams win this will have a pretty decent spot, actually, in the southeast.
BBB getting control over this and winning this fight on Troglodytes, specifically, they can start mopping up, means that they're going to walk away with a ton of kills as well as a good control area to play from and with a lot of vision, even looking down at potentially where we see just too easy. Now, Bing Bang Boom, though, they have got to win this fight as clean as possible. They do have the zones coming back behind them, and they know it. Kill Demo playing on the outside of this one. Sharp Shot has gone down. Troglodytes Radius does go down as well, but now it's going to be about how does Bing Bang Boom respond. They still have 2 solos in front of them.
Yeah, Poon actually got 2 there. That was massive. 2 nice points. He gets a wipe as well. I'm not sure how much longer he can survive here. At the very least, he might take another 1v1 and win this, and then Bing Bang Boom would be the issue. But now, so it looks like Dodge has actually opted to push the north and stay up there instead of trying to cross, which, I mean, I'm not even sure which decision was more correct, right? This is such a, it's a hard one.
Finally gets that one out. Bing Bang Boom does hear that as it goes. North is getting spicy. Nootropic gonna drop as it's gonna be Rumblers making the foot push in. Sonics are coming the other side of the hillside though and should be able to get the drop onto him. Dodge is gonna be to the west of this position, having vision on everything that's gonna be going. So now it is just a full-on firefight. H-Win is gonna go down. Mime still trying to push his way into the point, has been spotted out. Let's see if we can feed that information over to make the play into it. Los on the opposite side. Quick spins coming around for both of these guys. There's no cover for Mime, and he's trying to retreat from this point. Dodge is pulled away from this fight, not fighting Rumblers as they don't have the cleanest vision of it, but Mime tries to go for it, does get the knock, trying to control this, surviving in a situation he should not be in. Still trying to hold it up. Los is finally going to be able to take him down, but now it's going to be Dodge finally finding that vision. It's going to be Hikerman coming up right back behind him.
So much damage was done indeed. Dodge actually being the beneficiaries of that whole scuffle up in the north side. They waited for Nuke to get pushed by Rumblers. They waited for 300 to basically get sandwiched, and because of this, after they finished their fight, they were able to take over this top north spot, and this was very well played from Dodge. I mean, the fact that they've survived with 4, and they killed most of the teams in the north is impressive, to say the least.
And Dodge did what you wanted 300 to
exactly. Dodge was doing what I thought 300 was going to do. Correct.
So now Dodge gets that high ground point, but the circle has shifted away from it. Shoots a kill, still vibing down in their low ground position. They do have a path on the road up in front of them if they need it, but it does look like this is going to be very complicated for most of the teams. Just Too Easy is inside the zone, but Dodge is going to have to cross that trench that we've talked about, and just how painful it's going to be.
It's either cross the trench or try to make a crash onto SDK. The problem is they don't have vehicles, and so coming down that hill, like with vehicles at the very least, you might be able to even like send one off and get it on the roof, or at the very least crash the backside, right? But on foot, it's difficult. They have at least one vehicle, and the fact that Dodge was able to push this north side and survive with 4 and get 11 kills is more than enough for me. At this point, whatever happens with them is all gravy as far as points and stuff, so it's all bonus.
They realize the fact that this is going to be
and they know that. Yeah, and they know this is going to be a really, really disgusting cross.
They are trying to find vehicles, but even if they try to send it down, gas cans as well as E United's going to have vision on it. They are going to be leaning into the E United side of this one, trying to run down through. E United taking some shots, not big casualties yet, but the damage is starting to mount. Finna leading the way for right into E United, trying to cross up that other hillside, and it is just too much damage. There's nowhere to go. Getting picked apart, and you can see it is so hard to survive crossing.
Honestly, that's fine. They already had a hell of a game. You know, I didn't really expect him to. I don't even think they expected to live much longer. So, hell of a game still from Dodge. They did that. It's very nice. Very nice to see.
Now, what does
Circle
United do?
Sometimes it'd be like that.
United has a couple options.
Oh, Roth though, just getting taken out by Flood there off the side. Okay, and now United has made their play, and again, they sat in El Zahar. They sat in the position that they knew they could rotate off of, and they just held. And because of that, they now have complete control of the East.
I will remind everybody, whenever we saw this last weekend, E United had to push down into a defended Yoho position inside that dip, and we're seeing a very similar mirror to this. E United learned from their previous mistakes now, and is playing closer to the wall, so that way they have more options if it goes trench, instead of just having to push straight down into the face of somebody that's waiting for you.
And right now, just Too Easy is really the team that they have to contest with. SDK, at the very least, having Luke in that forward position is huge. They'll be able to put a little bit of pressure as well as just kind of secure that foothold at the very least to move later. And so United, they just have to wipe Just Too Easy to make this a 4-on-4 at the very least with the team downhill. And then obviously you have the gas cans all the way up on the west side. But, I mean, I'm not going to count Just Too Easy out just yet.
But they're being so passive.
They are being passive. I'm not I love being proactive and a fan of kind of flexing
especially
out.
in the top 4. You've got to be starting being active.
Yeah, but I mean, their run of this event it's been tough, man. And I guess I understand the mentality of like, look, we made it to top 4. Let's just try to, stay alive as long as we can. But at some point, I mean, they're going to have to push now. And at some point, you're going to have to find those kills.
All right, United, what did you learn from the last time you played this one? And how are you going to be mixing it up? Because it is very similar to last time. Luke has got a lot of pressure on his shoulders to hold down the center point, as the pathing is going to be right on top of him. Just Too Easy, though, is going to have to pass between E United and Gas Cans. How are they going to make a commitment off of this as E United already starting to harass?
Before we get into this fight, though, I really love Luke's position because the rest of SDK is also watching him, right? They can see over him. So if he gets crested, not only can they put some damage down, but he can just crest over and potentially get a knock or two surprise. So he just has to watch out for Nikos and the Gas Cans. That's the only thing I'm worried about for Luke right now.
And I think that Shoot to Kill has the tiniest bit of vision on E United right now whenever they're going crests. So that's kind of led to where all of these teams have vision on each other in an awkward spot. And it looks like Just Too Easy is going to be leaning into E United.
Taking a fight on
Gas
fronts,
Cans is going to be able to see right behind him. Why kick a Mukal? Doesn't hit enough damage to really get anything out of it, but does discourage Just Too Easy from making the push in. Now it's going to be Flood that does find the angle into it, though, and this is going to be this is a problem. Just Too Easy.
Yeah, and honestly, I really don't even attribute this to Just Too Easy like a bad play or a fault. It's just this is kind of the symptom of getting sandwiched in a compound, right?
Yeah.
Like they're just Gas Cans is on the other side. They play terrain. E United the same thing, and they were the only ones in a compound. Circle shifted. They're going to get, kind of double teamed here.
The safety of the compound is its own bait sometimes, especially.
It can be, yeah. It can be a curse, absolutely.
So they managed to survive to this stage and are going to be in the top 4, but you can see it's just a 1-2 punch on opposite sides of it. They're doing a good job on trying to stay alive out of it and hoping the fact that maybe Gas Cans and E United start fighting each other, but Adam's going to be coming up back behind this one. Relo's still got vision in it. I mean, there's just so little cover to be had. They're going to go down. And now the fight
now becomes the fight, yep.
United and Gas Cans, but guess what? Shoot to Kill is going to be flanking to the north.
Love the fact that Shoot to Kill now has heard all this fighting. They've kind of postured a little bit towards the west side, and they're playing aggressive with this duo here. Luke and Penta trying to get a knock on the Gas Cans. They can find that. They can potentially cripple that team and then start to move back towards the center of circle where Alo and Purdy are still holding overhead. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is going to be huge. At the very least, they're going to get a flush.
Now then, this is just a bigger problem for Gas Cans, who are already coming with this low man down. United aware of what's going on. Penta lining it up, and are we starting to see it again? Shoot to Kill connecting with throwables, being more active in the end game. This is the Shoot to Kill we were expecting to see. Now, what can E United do with it as Gas Cans is just huddled down looking for safety. Snaker's going to be coming around the other angle for it. Doesn't want to overextend, and I like this. Realizing the fact that if they get a knock here, it hands the game to Shoot to Kill.
Yeah, and they've also realized that Shoot to Kill has really damaged Gas Cans, so if they can just crest over and get a kill or two here, they've pretty much set themselves up for this kind of last 4v4, which that is going to happen. It's a joint effort, but they get it done. Gas Cans go down, and it's now just a straight-up 4-on-4, but STK, just looking at it, has much more control over the circle. But this can be turned around. United with one knock or two can completely flip this fight, especially
Kill's moving though.
Especially if it's on the back line.
Purdy went for a reposition away from this one, and now E United has more movement here. I don't know if they know how he's lined up at the time. Snakers has been a bait up on the top of
They have to know there's at least one on this hill, right? They have to know.
But they're not really. Now they're taking the shots in, and so that's going to bring the commitment in. Luke, how are you going to hold for this one? As so much hinges on him and Penta right now. If they go down early, that hands the man advantage to E United.
Penta is also Penta is basically backup insurance for Luke, but they are going to rotate over as obviously that compound isn't in, and staying in that gas station is very detrimental. Luke has to be huge here, and he is. He's going to find one. That's the start.
Picks it off, and now it's going to be seeing if they can get some more out of it. Shoot to Kill staying in their vehicles, getting control of it, but Alo's going to go down. Kickstart gets some retaliation on it. Luke still in the face of E United's positioning, realizing how they're having to go through, but Relo finds the angle into it. Shoot to Kill now in some trouble. Purdy playing from this position, low ground, and now the push is coming out. Kickstart realizing where he's going to be at. Now looking into it, spots him out, and now it is just Purdy Curdy up, and E United gets the victory in Death Star Trench. They were denied last week.
That turnaround was wild. Relo hitting a really disgusting shot, and it was right when they needed it as well. STK had to come in. Well, they didn't have to come in, but they chose to come in, and I think that was the correct play to get all 4 members on that side of the hill so that they could at very least effectively take that 4-on-4. But man, the knocks that came out from E United were so good. And then, of course, shout out to Dodge, man. Again, we saw them get wiped in the way that they did, but like I said, after they got those 11 kills and cleared out that north side, anything that they got after that was bonus.
Let's be real. Dodge was needing this. They weren't in the best position on
Not
the
even
leaderboard.
close
So
to the best
fighting that,
position.
just too easy. Also needing to get some points for themselves. So getting some
Yeah,
victories
that's
out of that
placements.
one on top of E United now getting their victory that they were held up from. That was kind of. It felt like that was one of those PUBG moments where since you're dealing with the entirety of the map that you have to monitor, Shoot to Kill started positioning for their rotation at the exact same moment that E United shifted down the hillside. And I think that's where the domino was left. Just like 1 second. So many of these firefights feel like they hinge on 1 second of vision.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Luke did his job. Luke got his knock, right? He got his, so to speak, and he stayed alive, I think, even after he got that knock. It was the rotating vehicle. I think, I'm not sure if it was Purdy who got knocked, just kind of rotating in. That set it to a 3-on-3, but at that point, United had wrapped so far around that hill underneath Luke that the advantage that he had was basically all but gone. So, I mean, that was well played by both teams. The fact that SDK sat, like you said, in that compound, in the bowl, and they played that as well as they could. And then when they did need to go out, though, they were proactive. It's just, again, E United just hitting some nasty shots and a good read.
I mean, you got to love it coming up from E United, finding themselves good position. Also, got to love Shoot to Kill, showing themselves up in the end game. Guys, our analysts have so much stuff that they're going to be breaking down for you. We're going to be moving into it, giving you all you need to know about what happened in that last round. Make sure you guys stay tuned right after this break.
Hey guys, this is Rello from E United, and this is Behind the Battlegrounds. So today I'm going to be breaking down a play of ours from the PCS6 regional playoffs, Group A and C and Game 5. Why this exact moment is so important is because this is one of the last two games of the PCS6 group stages, and we were still on the cusp, so this being one of our wins, we had a pretty high pressure moment where we had to fight Yahoo to get in the zone and take a 4v4 with Spicy Fish, so this is pretty important. This game was pretty straightforward. We held a split with Minos and the compound directly south of Minos, and we held our north edge, forcing Sonics into Bandita, so we kind of kept a pretty easy path into zone because of that. So yeah, here we still had a spot in zone north, but we're a 3-man because Snakers died previously, right before this, and Yahoo knows that we're on the cusp. We had to fight them to get in a zone. Flood actually gets a knock on Shinboy here, and we push up, aggress a little bit, try to force them back towards their compound, and it was just kind of a stalemate for probably like a minute or two here. And then Spicy Fish actually comes over and third parties from the Bandita Ridge. We had time to reset and try and get our bearings about us, and we realized that pushing Yahoo was our only play in the zone. We couldn't push uphill into Spicy Fish, so we had to take our things slow and smoke path in the zone. We definitely should have probably lost at least one here. I'm pretty sure like all three of us got put to 1 HP multiple times while crossing through smoke. So yeah, it was definitely a pretty difficult like path in the zone here. So here we're like on a carport. I think there was like a Bronco and a Murado, and we were still in smokes. Kick managed to get in one of the cars and drive to a little bit to our south, while me and Flood were rezzing and resetting. And one of Yahoo got knocked. We saw that in the kill feed as well. I think here Flood also gets knocked on Spicy Fish, which is huge for us, because it like it alleviates some of the pressure and allows us to get the kick and reset again. We know Yahoo is 2-man to our east. Once Yahoo starts to push and they die, we have time to reset and try and get some zone control. So yeah, we thought this game was pretty much over because we thought Spicy Fish was a 4-man, but our Lord and Savior BSO Mafu pulls out the game for us and he gives us the info that Spicy Fish is only a 3-man, and they're actually the ones pretty much cornered here because he had a lot more control on the south side. So it gives us a lot of time to just like push up and get angles on them. We still took our time here, but once zone started closing, we pushed up. I managed to get some stuns out, and Kick popped off. Kick started absolutely just won the game for us. He managed to knock 2, which is huge for us. We push as 3 and try to trade him out, but I think it was Pat. He played the east side of the ridge and kind of took our old spot behind us, and still Pick managed to pop off again and get the 3rd kill and won the game for us.
Huge here, and he's going to find one. That's the start.
Picks it off, and now it's going to be seeing if they can get some more out of it. Shoots a kill, staying in their vehicles, getting control of it, but Alo's going to go down. Kickstart gets some retaliation on it. Luke still in the face of EU United's positioning, realizing how time to go through. But Aurelio finds the angle into it, shoots a kill. Now in some trouble. Purdy playing from this position, low ground, and now the push is coming out. Kickstart realizing where he's going to be at. Now looking into it, spots him out, and now it is just Purdy up. EU United gets the victory in Death Star Trench.
We're back, and it feels just like the first time, but that was game 2, I assure you. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Clover and Porosaurus as we watch E United take yet another victory. Let's look at the winner chicken dinner, the dinner winner screen. Dinner winner, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
The dinner winner.
Wow, we've been here before, haven't we? Those faces look very familiar.
A little less damage this time around, but you know what? That's what you get when you're playing out of the city, and it actually worked out well for him this time.
You're a hard man to please. Hard man.
What? Look, hey.
2 wins.
I still think it's back-to-back wins, man. That's nuts.
You know what? And also, too, they did use way more utility this game than they did the previous game. So.
I was like, for a secon, I thought I had Cam on the couch. Like, that's 10 kills.
Oh,
not enough.
You're not even going to put me in that same category. Please.
It was an excellent game. United does come out with a 2nd win, and that one was a little trickier. It was a spot on the in sort of Miramar that I think, I don't know about you guys, but I've been complaining about for almost 3.5 years now, of like this trench that's uncrossable. And we saw a little bit of that as the team sort of had to decide how hard it is to pick. Do you play north? Do you play south? I don't know. Let's take a look at the replay and see which teams chose and which ones worked out for them.
I mean, I think that's the biggest problem, isn't it? That's a circle where you feel like you do have to choose north or south, and that's 2 games in a row now that we've seen, well, not in a row, but 2 games this finals that we've seen this same circle, and it just keeps sitting on the road. It never picks a side.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it there even in phase 1. It was already focused on the Al-Zahar trench, but even phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, all was just kind of that 50-50 split. It really wasn't until phase 7 or 8 that we saw a more focus on shoot to kill's location, which we thought, finally, a break. This is a team that struggled to get 4 up into the late game.
I mean, it's a blessing and a curse, isn't it? I mean, it's a free ticket to the late game, but you're not getting many kills from there. I mean nobody's
unless you steal them.
Oh, yeah, unless you steal them, and they did manage to get a couple there towards the end. But then, you're kind of left with that big pressure, right? Where you're like, okay, we've made it to the top 2. We've made it. Like, in order for this spot to be worth, we need to get the placement points from a win. And unfortunately, they weren't able to pull it off.
Yeah, and 2, I mean, we talk about the fact we've seen this circle a 2nd time. When we saw it last weekend, it was E United versus Yahoo. E United were in the high ground, and ultimately it did pull back towards Yahoo down below. Now, this circle is further to the east than that previous match, but you saw shoot to kill in a similar position as Yahoo. They did send Luke 12 across the street early to try and challenge that position. Ultimately, he was spotted out by Kickstart and started receiving a lot of pressure from members of E United, but I think E United made a lot of focus to not have the same mistakes as that previous match. They really wanted to have more control and that ability to continue moving forward as we got to the point of almost being phase 9. Now, phase 9 would have been in a better position for them, too, than it was last game.
Yeah, also got to give a lot of props here to Dodge. I mean, this is a team that we've been kind of talking about hadn't really been performing too well, man. But this time they've started to step it up here. 11 kills. They kind of got stuck in a no-win situation here at the end, and E United cleaned it up. But again, that's a nice step forward for Dodge.
Well, if I can say, I think E United's fascinating here to me because they were kind of in a similar spot as STK. STK had gas station. E United had the edge of Al-Zahar. Both teams with 0 kills when Dodge made the crash. And by the end of the game, E United's got 10. Is it the proactivity they showed?
I mean, it could be. Well, I think it definitely is, isn't it? I mean, they managed to collect that first Dodge crash. I mean, those were pretty easy kills.
Yeah, but it went 2 and 2.
Nothing against Dodge, but the fact that they were then able to kind of creep up, clean up whatever was left of like just too easy, gas cans, all that stuff. Now SDK did make their way up there, but if they go up there any earlier and take that ridge line any earlier, they probably take the risk of losing 1 or 2. And when you're in that situation, like I said, where you feel like you need to get the win, you need the placement points in order for that game to be worth it, then you maybe make a little bit, you play a little bit more close to the vest.
I can see that. United comes out with 20 points. No matter how you slice it, that's a great game. Dodge at 13, despite going out, I would say, a little bit earlier, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of the better performing games that they've had in kills. And I also want to point out in 4th place, Rumblers was 7, a total of 8 points, but we also saw them put down a relatively high kill game the previous match. So this quiet work that Rumblers has done both games to date is going to be a huge help to pull them away from the right side of the leaderboard.
At the start of the day, I asked you for teams to watch for the climb. Poro, you picked SDK to keep an eye on. As we go to the overall standings, is that a sign of brightness? Is that what you're looking for? Does it give us a good indicator for the rest of the day?
Not really, because I mean, like you said, they did get that circle favor, right? You know, and again, it wasn't a great game in the first game either. So, you know, it steps in the right direction, right? I mean, you still got points. But I don't think that's really indicative of the things that they're trying to do to try to correct what was going wrong from last week. It was more just a little bit of good fortune in their way, and to be honest, that's some good fortune they could use and kind of build off of.
Other teams that we see are in a little bit of the hunt. Bing Bang Boom is, you know, they were in the top 4. They've been doing really, really well here. It seems like the first 2 games just, I don't want to say flatline, but just not a whole lot. What's going on?
You know what's going on is that all of them except for Roth keep dying. And Roth is trying to keep the dream alive as a solo. He did find some kills this match, but again, this is not the situation. This has been the struggle, right? That we keep saying is they are not able to keep the whole squad up to the late game typically.
You know, I saw a stat there on the bottom, and we'll look at that real quick, that there's been 15 total deaths by Molotov fire, but I do think that's misleading. That's 15 people that have died to the actual Molotov itself, but I feel like the mass death from Molotovs is the choices you make while on fire in a tough situation, right? Like, oh, I should vacate said shack and then get knocked out. So it seems like that's a item that wasn't used a lot in the last couple of cycles and has made a huge come up.
It's area control, isn't it? I mean, it's trying to put your mollies down in places where you're trying to lead people to go, right? Whether that's offensive or defensive, and I think that's one thing that we're starting to see a lot more is teams starting to use mollies as a defensive measure, right? They'll smoke off an entry or molly off an entry just to make sure that they can't get pushed from there while they're going for a res on a knocked teammate. It's a very useful utility item, and I think teams are really starting to find new ways to use that.
We'll see if we find new ways to use it as game number 2 is just around the corner. Let's head over to Godtrim and Matt Speed.
Godtrim or Matt Speed? I don't know which one of those I like more. But you know what I do like, Godspeed?
What's that?
The fact that we've got a game going on again. We had Sonics that were starting to run away with it. And E United are like, no, not so fast. Remember how you were chaining together a whole bunch of wins? We can do that.
They are down 2 points at this point from the good old Sonics boys. I believe it was 2 at least. It's 2 or 3. It's single digits. It's very close. And yeah, that's actually the really cool thing about any lobby we have in the Americas is generally when one of those 2 teams starts to get out of hand, the other one starts to kind of fight back. And so it's always this battle where you have like SDK put their hat in the ring. And now Yahoo as well, man. Yahoo is no joke in this event at all.
I know. And like too many people still sleep on Yahoo. I see everybody in like chat whenever they're talking about like different teams and everything else like that. This is a very storied roster to start off with. Players that have been around for several different iterations of stuff.
Different teams as well, yeah, for sure.
And they're finding their own. And that's what I love about this whenever we see like how like Americas, whenever we come together as a region, you've got so many mix-up capabilities. You've got like these variations that you can bring in. And it's good to find players that are still finding ways to find successes and not just being like, oh, well, I guess we'll just be okay with just being like 7.
Well, it's settling, yeah. You never want to settle. I mean, when you're playing at this level, settling is basically just admitting defeat, right? Like, you always want to be pushing it and trying to become a better team. And fortunately, you know, depending on the way you look at it, Battle Royales, I mean, there's so much room for improvement, whether that's individual mechanical skill, whether that is a squad playing more cohesively or having more synergy, whether that's communication, whether that's your IGL. I mean, there's so many different things that you can work on and improve in a Battle Royale setting in a game like this.
And this is something that we don't talk about enough. For everybody that's watching, if you want to step up your game, one of the easiest ways to become much more effective in how you navigate the game is work on your communication skills.
Communication is...
Like, everybody's just like, I'm going to be the guy that frags out. But if you're the guy that can also, or girl, that feeds that information saying, hey, this is where this team is, this is how we need to move through this section of the map, you can find yourself way, way more.
Yeah, there's a difference between like just being a fragger or you know, just like a mouth open gamer. You're just straight up hitting shots and actually like communicating everything you're doing and giving your team, you know, kind of enabling your team to kind of help you frag better, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Frag more better, you know, that's always the goal.
I'm never in the frag more better area. I'm in the help people
You're the
frag
facilitator,
more.
and that's fine, man. There's nothing wrong with being a facilitator. Nothing wrong with that at all. But yeah, communication is highly underrated, especially in a game like this where there's just so much to keep track of.
Oh, no, Greg.
Greg shot
I don't
GG really sucks. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. There's really nothing else to say about that. That is, I mean, Mime's really happy about that, but yeah, that's unfortunate.
Greg, why didn't you drop with a gun? That's
also, like, where did Mime get that barrel?
I'm so confused by this because this
I didn't see where he
like
dropped.
they were fighting for a drop.
Either way, good on him.
I mean, Gaskin.
Ooh, little backflip for us? That's what I'm talking about, Mime. There we go.
Mime is feeling.
He had no idea we were watching, but
He's
I
been
love
good
it.
right now. Let's be real. Like, he had himself a good play.
Speaking of watching, we're watching the watchers. Shout outs to our observers, by the way. All of those very beautiful, wonderful people, except for Master Duck. He's kind of whatever. But everyone else is really great.
Yeah, it's not his birthday anymore, so we can pick on him as much as we want.
Mark's one of my very good friends. Also, honestly, all our observers are wonderful. I'm really glad that we get to work with the same people time and time again. Wonderful observing team. Huge shout out to them.
You'd think that sooner or later they get tired of us. I guess they just love the game that much, that they tolerate our presence, all considered. Circle's pretty far to the south, guys. There's some stuff that's going around in Los Leones, but that's kind of it. The motorcycle kerfuffle that we saw earlier is about all that's been going on.
It was a kerfuffle, all right.
I mean, life's good whenever you're walking around trying to pick up double barrels, right?
Oh, yeah. And Valiant and Rumblers, I mean, they, again, fighting for them has looked much better than it has in the last couple of months, right? Like, they've really been able to, well, we haven't really had many events the last couple of months, but yeah, aside from ESL, they've started to kind of turn that around, and I want to, this is a team that should be winning more team fights, if I'm being honest. Like, they really should be.
I mean, no personal bias in that one, because we do talk about them a lot.
Just looking at the
I'm going to let everybody know right now, Godspeed is probably one of the hardest critics of Rumblers due to his time on that roster. So don't think the fact that it's just like, oh, that's because it's a previous team. It's like, whenever we're watching and we're on desk together or something like that, you should see like the rage that sometimes hits. And it's like, why are they doing this?
Because I know what I haven't played with Valiant as far as being on a team with him, but I know what that guy is capable of. The same thing with Corsac, right? Like, we've seen what Corsac can do, and Waldo and Rumbler, I mean, again, Waldo and Los, rather, I played with them for quite a while, and I know that team is so good, man. I just want to see it. I really want to see it.
You know what I want to see? I want to see more. I more of this that's happening with top
I don't
spot.
want to see more of this.
I don't want to see more of this driving. And you know how sometimes we talk about that Miramar is hard to traverse in vehicle?
Well, especially in Dorado, dude.
Yeah, dude.
This thing's so long up front, it's crazy. You
get
caught in the weirdest
study.
dips.
Yeah, you get to study what the hood looks like on a regular basis.
It's actually crazy, some of the dips I've gotten stuck in Dorado. It's just like, really? Like, this is, I'm stuck here? All right.
That's why you often see the Ubers having to come pick people up.
I prefer a two-seater on this map. I don't care how dangerous it is.
I said, what? Shoot to Kill is very far to the south right now. Reminder to everybody that we do have a map stream that's going on, so if you want to stay on top of what's going on with your favorite team, we try to follow the action, give you the storylines that's coming through, but the map feed can also provide you some insight if there's specific players or rotations you're trying to watch, as such is the case right now with Shoot to Kill that's wrapped all the way down to the south.
Yeah, STK, I mean, they're taking, this is a very safe and measured approach, right? Like, there really shouldn't be any teams down there. We do see the remnants of AKM starting to rotate out. But yeah, I mean, STK should be fine on the south here. Crushe, though, VHC flipping about, doing some little tumble rolls there.
I wondered we'll talk about them because we did have a very southern plane path, so they didn't go to their normal drops, so they had to do secondary drops. And we've seen a lot of these teams that have shifted to the north. This is one of the things that happens a lot is like southern plane path, everybody reaches to the north. Shoot to Kill navigating that, coming into the south, and just finding themselves a pretty opportune spot. Might even be bumping into New Tropic. We'll have to see how that one goes.
Yeah, the potential to run a new Tropic here. I mean, this is also weird just because the Rumblers are in that area. Valiant obviously looting that compound. I don't actually imagine there's going to be too much here. Yeah, even with that drop, like, starting to come down, like, I'm pretty sure if there is a fight that breaks out, New Tropic will just kind of peel off or same thing with SDK.
Yeah. It feels like they were both cutting in for that path right there.
I don't imagine this.
I like that stoppage.
Oh, wait a second. Actually, Senpai almost caught some hands there that he wasn't looking for. But he's going to make it out, which is good. So, yeah, this is maybe Leda finding some damage, maybe finding Penta. Otherwise, I think this team's just going to...
Leda's been really good lately. See if he can connect the shots.
Leda's always been really mechanically good, yeah.
I mean, he's always been good, but it feels like he's like ascended, for lack of a better term. It feels like he's more comfortable in his play style.
I mean, even looking so we look at this roster, right? Like Newt's new roster. Obviously, they brought in Senex from Europe, who's had a nice little history for himself over there, and not exactly the start I thought this team would have, but at the same time, Lamp has proven himself to also be pretty versatile as far as just adapting to things before. I mean, I remember playing against him in P1E. I mean, he's been in this game for a while as well. So Newt could definitely make the turnaround here, but it's been rough sledding for them this event.
We have a wild loose caught, hunting his prey, already crouching, leaning back and forth.
Oh yeah,
listening to the subtle sounds.
I know what he's calming his team right now, guys.
Guys,
I'm not gonna do the list. I'm not gonna do the listing. I'll butcher it.
Okay, so are we gonna see the trap get kicked off? As I mean, this is a committal coming in from Rumblers. They have left safety to move into this spot. If they can manage to catch Leda, it could be big for them. But it looks like this could be just again a game of a couple of seconds.
Yeah. I mean, had Leda stayed slightly longer, Losa absolutely would have probably found that knock, and it would have been a nice little point there for the Rumblers. But at the very least, they are still able to get a good amount of information on everything happening ahead of them, and they can pivot here pretty much any direction they want to rotate. If they want to kind of go in straight in backfill Newt, they can, which I don't think they'll necessarily do that right this second, but with a certain shift, they could also go west if they want to east.
Can he survive?
Oh, he's
Happy feet.
Bullets.
Happy feet. He's got near on no life, and it's going to be Korostak that hits it. If you guys want to get that crate, I promise you.
They're going to find the kill as well.
I always love watching the I'm dead spin at range. I don't know. It's just something about it that abuses.
It feels bad when you have to be the one to do it, though, because you're like, yeah, I'm dead, and you just get mad.
Oh, that's the catalyst right there.
That'll happen.
Miramar be Miramarin.
And Just Too Easy actually have taken over. So this I find interesting only because they have a little bit of a split here. You see a 3-1. And they've taken over Church, which is pretty central, right? And I'm curious to see if the reason I say that is I'm curious to see if they can actually hold this off if they get crashed.
I'm also, we didn't get a chance to talk about this a lot. A lot of the play is going on like around that Chumacera and Picado hillside. Not even, like everything is south of Power Grid and pretty much north of Chumacera. We've got a couple of outliers in that one. But that's also a very... majority of it is very flat because you have a big drop down and cliff going out of Power Grid, then you've got that flat open terrain, and then you move back into the hillside of Chumacera, and that's like its own awkward little mini kill box.
Yeah, so like it's actually the area that you're talking about. It's pretty much where Yellow Jackets like Dodge are, right? Like all from Power Grid south down to in between Chuma. Like there's definitely a lot of ridges and stuff to play there. There's even a few pocketed compounds, but for the most part, like rotating that is fairly open, so it can be dangerous.
It just kind of creates more of a dead space inside the circle than it feels like. It's
Yeah,
almost like we've got a donut that's going on.
And that's the thing, though, Matt, is and Kurt was kind of alluding to it in his little segment there, is like there's a lot of spots. For as much as I love Miramar, there is also just as many moments on the map. And I say this again, it's still being my favorite map, where it's just like, God, this area sucks. Like, this is unplayable, or like this rotation isn't going to be good. Like, and this is kind of actually one of the situations. Fortunately, the South is quite open for a lot of these teams to move in. But yeah, like pretty much where like Yellow Jackets and Dodgers sitting, like rotating around that isn't great, right? And like especially if you have to go wide east, or you have to take your vehicles in terrain that you don't want it to be, it can be a slower rotation.
Here we go. We got the Syndicts coming in. Chumacera, crossing my fingers for now. I love Chumacera Index. I think it's a crazy cool place to fight, especially even the hillsides if it stays around that area. North, got to condense in. We are cutting out some of that dead zone, but we still have the northern area that's going to be in it. Yoho is making their move in. They're coming around the Monte Nuevo side, so they're going to have, looks like they might be coming in from the west, maybe coming in like next to Drill, but we'll have to see. Cresce coming in, and that's not going to work out too well. That is just getting sprayed down in the air, and problems abounding for them, so Cresce...
I said I wanted to see them defend, and that's not bad. I mean, they took down 2. They should be able to get their 4th member up fairly easily here, and yeah, that's going to be a Cresce just backing off.
Like pick it up, running back in.
And they need these kills. Just Too Easy really needs to have a pop-off game here, and they're in the position to do it. So
they're in that awkward position that they could maybe string something together and approach Nude, maybe even AKM. But they're just, it has something has to change.
So here's the thing, like the teams in front of them that they would push and have plays off of would be a Crochet and then Trog eventually, right? Like they can move west off this position. They don't even really need vehicles because the terrain around Church allows you to basically play on foot quite safely, obviously as long as you can.
Oh, what the what? Airtime coming in right over Nikos. Do they not see what's going on?
Oh,
now
what is going on, dude?
What the hell is happening?
Oh, my,
Tick's got oversight with everything's going on. Gas Cans finally has a good. Sharpshot is going to seat swap and get him. What the hell is going on? Adam's got vision on the backside of Sharpshot. They're just trying to pick up whatever they can here. This is chaos.
That was really wild, man. I don't even know what happened. Roth is he even resable? There's no shot, right?
I don't even know. Based off of what we
Where
still
is
have.
Roth? I don't even know where he is.
We still have Sonics that's to the east that's shooting at what's going on. Oldless is down and maybe resable off of this point. I don't know.
Or wait,
I'm
very confusion.
I am all of the words. My brain. I have no. I don't even know how it got here. This I turned around to talk to you for 1 second and suddenly this happened.
Well, no, and look at this now. Trog is absolutely. Wow, I can't speak English. Absolutely taking control of the situation now, getting multiple knocks. They know that BBB is just hurting right now as the two members in the smoke. They are going to be spotted. Looks like by Necro and Kill Demo, and this is bad news bears for Triple B.
But wait, while this is going on, Dodge is coming up back behind Sonic's positioning. Good read by Shrimzy, trying to hold on. He goes down. Finna gets the angle into it, and now Sonic's finding some trouble after this. This is just a domino effect of teams finding a third party on time.
If you're United, if you're basically any other team in the lobby, you see two members of Sonic's going down, you absolutely are thrilled, and you hope the rest of them go down as well, because they've had a pretty tight lead on this lobby for the majority of this event after the first day, but now starting to fade as United now with 4 strong could pass them up. Yahoo with a good game. Sonics don't want to let this lead go too easily, but I mean, those 2 knocks seem pretty devastating.
I mean, BBB is just cowering right now. There's nothing else they can do. I think that they did at least get away from Adam's sightline on this, but they are fairly trapped, and I think that they're going to hop in a vehicle and rotate, and that's kind of what started all of this, so hopefully this one goes better. Gas Cans have now moved in, get some vision on what's going on with Sonics, and Sonics are, I mean, everything in this northern area is a problem. You know Chumacera probably better than almost anybody else.
Chuma pretty well.
What are we looking at here for the end stages?
I mean, you're definitely looking for a team, basically where AKM is, or Yellow Jackets, to set up on the top side, right? Like, Chuma has these 2 levels. You have the top portion, and then you have the bottom portion. Obviously, getting high ground, especially in this circle, is going to be way more advantageous. However, there are some spots in the low ground you can pick, specifically, like, right under the hill that you can then kind of set up to push it later. But, yeah, this is kind of wild. A lot of teams going to be sending it in. Hello Senpai going to find VHC, and now the trade is not going to actually come.
Oh, the molly!
But the molly was good.
Oh,
They caught one. Okay, so Senpai's going to be all right. He's going to survive, and he should be able to pick up Senex and Lamplot.
If he had gotten that maul on a telefout, just a smidge.
Yeah, he might have wiped the team from the grave, man.
God, that was close. Okay.
Yeah, look for a lot of teams to start to kind of send it in. Obviously, most of these teams would like to be up the high ground. United, actually, you can see kind of setting up already with that split. I kind of like that. And they're really just kind of gauging and making sure that everything on the southeast side, again, very United, they're just making sure that their side is clear so that they can then use the blue pushed at the back to push forward and then just wipe everyone else out. I mean, this is, again, textbook, and I freaking love it, man. I love the way that team plays this game. I don't care what anyone else says. They're so smart.
There's been a lot of conversation about a more proactive Yellow Jackets as they did move into Chumacera and are pretty centered.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yellow Jackets, again, this is the 2nd game in a row now. They've put themselves in a pretty decent position. So, at the very least, since I've been here, and I like to see it. I hope they continue this. Again, they don't have to win. They don't even need to necessarily get out of last place, although I hope they do. But I just want to see some form of change, and again, being proactive and playing for trades and stuff like that. And we are starting to see that, so good on them, man.
See where Waikik Mukal goes on as we've got the duel of sadness that's going on between Gas Cans 2 and BBB's 2. 300 making their rotation, moving pretty close to just too easy, but they've got a hill side as Churchill-Los is going to be able to put out some harassment, but it's not enough just yet. 300 is kind of circling the wagons, though, and they're having some trouble making their approach in. AKM's got now vision on them. Nootropic is going to have it as well in just a moment, so it looks like the Sin is being effective so far, but man, they're getting hurt as they're coming into this.
Yeah, they are getting hurt, and Just Too Easy is trying to put as much damage down as possible.
Oh,
see Vox and Richie B just got hit by a vehicle as well. That's not ideal. He's going to go down, and 300.
AKM doesn't have vision on this, though. From
no.
the high ground point they are.
For now.
So they should be able to get this res. they move right.
Actually, if they crest over, they probably could see some of this happening. And I would like to see AKM at least crest or try to put some more damage out there. But United, I feel like, is going to be a big problem for them. That team is going to come up the back of that hill and really kind of give AKM issues if they're not ready for it.
It's just the way that United can navigate some of this is just so ridiculous. Especially in hilltop fights, they find successes in that one. Chumacera staying in for
staying in, but it went quite north.
Yeah, I mean, I like it whenever you still have a whole bunch of like the factory area that's up on top, just due to all the verticality this provides. But this is a recipe for an interesting having to move out of Chumacera game.
Yeah, and that's a good point. So as good as that high ground is, sometimes getting off of it is not necessarily easiest. It's not quite as bad as the ravine we saw the last game, but it's still not. It's not great. As we see SDK and Rumblers now, SDK did a good job to rotate and kind of hold control of this west side, but Rumblers now have found them.
Valiant loses track on what's going on. Balefrost does get the knock on it. Now it should be able to pick it up. Denying it as he goes. Billy goading his way down. There was another shoot-to-kill member that was around here.
Oh, you might have killed yourself going for that.
Now what do you do, Valiant? Maybe jump back down, deny vision?
Well, now he's just got to commit to the road, which is not the better play, right? He
and this
would have wanted to go back up, yeah.
Oh,
and he falls to his death.
Deny that point. Give it to the ground. Gravity's going to walk away with 1 point today.
Yeah, he really wanted that kill, man. I don't know if... I mean,
oh, well, apparently they really want that res.
Jeez.
Oh, this has a recipe.
They should be able to get him
here.
Yeah, they'll get Valiant here, and they can actually use this vehicle now to rotate forwards.
But shoot to kill's already moved into a gatekeeping position on him as well as.
It's not like that. It's Yahoo I'm worried about really for Rumblers.
So United also making the push up into AKM like you were talking about a second ago, but it's going to be Martinson that does get the knock, but United not too deterred off of it.
Now
considered.
United also doesn't have to watch their back at all, Matt.
Yeah. I mean, this is a pretty clean fight and should be able to get a res as well. You can Snaker's going to come in. Firmly defended. To the north, we do also have Just Too Easy and Gas Cans trying to move into Troglodytes area. So a lot of moving parts, but nothing of too much of consequence just yet. Gas Cans probably not going to be too much longer for this world as they are being harassed on their approach. Have to see how it goes. United, can you find your opening to make this push is the real question.
I mean, they will find something here. I'm sure they're going to try to open up with a knock here. Yeah, as we see, I mean, Just Too Easy. They did defend Church, and I'm hoping we'll be able to get their fourth up here. But moving back over to Yahoo and everything that's going to happen, the Rumblers rotating in. Again, I said Yahoo was the team I was worried about for them, and it looks like they're about to be sandwiched right in between them.
Sparking Spot is so vicious right now, and he hears what's going on. He can move up into Corsac. He's going to take the shots in. Is he going to get it? Does get the knock. He is going to be committed into some blue dome damage, though. See if anybody can come up back behind him. Shoot to kill. Here's what's happening. They're joining in, starting to get some angles into this as well. And Rumblers wanted to go for the res, but Yahoo is also getting just torn apart by all of the shoot to kill. Has vision on them, and it is hurting.
SDK got involved. Yahoo doing a good job of putting some damage and pressure out, but SDK, while they were doing that, were able to just rain down shots and damage. They got 2 knocks, Punage down. Shimboy's just out. And now they're making this push, and this is exactly what SDK, you were mentioning it earlier, we're setting up for, and that's beautiful heads-up stuff from them.
Sparking is alive, but I mean, this is not a comfortable position at all. Blue zone eating up some players right now that have been downed. Shoot to kill now, gatekeeping this one out. Chumacera Circle has shifted to the northeast of Chumacera, so not too much of it still in play. I guess the south is going to be another thing that we got to keep our eyes on yet again, as it's going to be United still caught up with AKM, but I think it's just Martinson, the last one up. This feels like this has some pathing opportunities for most teams to find a way in, except for maybe Just Too Easy.
I mean, the pathing is there, sure, but the play, like the ability to play some of this terrain isn't really. Like, you have the top side of Chumacera, like the north side in the middle of the map that is basically just a plateau with some refineries on it. There isn't much cover up there. I mean, even where Sonics is playing, like, sure, they have some cover from the east and south, but like everyone else on the north, like Dodge 22 is going to have angles on him. I mean, this is...
Why is Trog playing
not great
so passively? Just Too Easy is kind of maneuvering around them, and you can see Rusty Zera inside the crates itself. Maybe it's trying to go for a spring play.
Matt, I'm going to interrupt you for a reason, and it's because it seems as though when Trog decides to push and when they don't, I can't actually read when they're going to push and when they're going to stay passive, which is weird because I feel like they always used to be quite proactive as far as like pushing out and like getting pretty aggressive, getting kills. And again, like this Trog, even though it's the same roster, has been a completely different team this year.
Seeing what's going on with Shoot to Kill, making the push into Yellow Jackets. We talked about the fact that they did move into Chumacera quite early. But Tungas is going to be the guy that's holding the line against Shoot to Kill. It's going to be Luke 12 coming around the side. Does he know where it's going to be coming? Gets the spray into one, but Tunga's going for it. Gets one of them down, but he goes down as well. Shoot to Kill, finding ways to push in. And we talked about this is a team that used to be known for breaching capabilities. Purdy and Luke 12 now to be very careful. Gets the spray, but it's going to be Purdy that goes down. And now it is just Luke, and he's on.
And Luke is dead.
Yeah.
So that is it for STK. Man, a molly as well. And that was, I mean, it was a nice attempt at the push, but that knock from Batungas pretty much stopped them in their tracks, and then the other teams came and flanked, and yeah, that was it.
To the north, we've got Dodge that is moving into Sonics, as you can see, but we see the Chumacera movements as they're coming out. AKM's last member does get spotted. Yahoo is going to have to make their move through this one, but this is an interesting push that's coming out. While we see Dodge trying to move, it's going to be 22 finding a much more active angle in this one. Tickleton finds himself a good point to play from and defend this one up. How are they going to be able to see it? I think that is 22 finally finding the pathing to start getting aggressive, and woe be to Dodge, as it looks like they could be the target.
Well, the thing here now is actually if they can wipe out Dodge and potentially get rid of Sonics, that position that I said earlier wasn't playable becomes insanely playable. In fact, now this is huge. 22 have the best spot on the map. If they can get rid of these teams in the north, Matt.
Defending up right now against E United. E United does at least get position, but that's 2 members down. Good defense coming up from Kill Demo right now as Flood having to defend this one, trying to find the angle. Doesn't get exactly what he wants out of it. Throwable's coming out. This is going to be a problem. It connects again. This is a game of Molotov destruction, man. Everybody's hitting him.
Time he is. They lose kick, though, Matt.
Yeah. This is going to be a problem as the circle has shifted away from it. How much are you going to commit in? Troglodytes has multiple members down. Still just too easy holding this out, and 3-way fight in an awkward position.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even in. As you were stating, this is awkward indeed. They have to deal with Trog as well as just too easy, and they're still just trying to recover. Meanwhile, 22 has this beautiful split, basically holding out Sonics as well as just complete control of the center circle. This is a 22 game if I've ever seen one.
I like this from E United. Tries to bait around the other side of it, but Ragnar just has the beat on how it's going to be coming through. Tries to fend up. E United does go down. So Sonics might find themselves with some more breathing room. The problem is they're not faring too much better because they're being forced into this direction by 22. So now it could be Troglodytes or Just Too Easy. It takes him down. Just Tickleton alive as he gets into the shack, but we'll have to see how that one stacks. Nootropic also sends it into 300's position to the south of this. This is still not over. Remember, there were 3 teams here, and they all have to move.
Well, not only do they have to move, but now Sonics are somewhat in a position at the very least they could feed off of some of those kills. Lamp actually nicely done, going to find 2 of 300, and that's going to be them eliminated. Some more points. 5 kills so far for Nootropic, as well as getting it, towards the top 5 here is what we want to see from the squad, who's been a little struggle bussy.
I will let you guys know the blue zone wins here. Troglodytes does manage to get down Just Too Easy, but the real victor in this is going to be everybody that now gets to shoot at Troglodytes having to leave this position, because you can see field in front of them, Tig Shack maybe, but also a drop off. So what do you do whenever 22 even has that opposite super strong position to talk about?
Yeah, the fact that we even have an is just cutting, adding insult to injury. He's going to get hit by the blue and knocked, but I think I'm pretty sure they're aware of Tig in there. Yeah, they are definitely aware. Tig's got to be careful as well. He's not even really peeking, but he could catch.
Just stare at the door, dude. Just stare at the door.
300 Winning bullets. Yeah. All bullets are no joke.
We got to calm down. I do want to point out Yellow Jackets is one of our stronger squads. Still sitting at 3.
Yeah, man.
In Chumacera. They do have Yo Sparking. Sparking somehow survived and snaked his way into the position as well. So this is, I guess, the next fight brewing is going to be the remnants of Chumacera potentially having to move.
The problem from everyone is the fact that 22 is alive with 4 up in the best spot. And yeah, this just compounds the fact that they are just sitting so pretty right now. And they've earned this, right? They had this wrap. They played cautiously on the northwest side, and they only got a couple kills, but they made sure that nobody was going to be playing around them. And that's what matters, because now they can just sit here and farm.
They were defending position.
Yep.
And I think that's what we've all been wanting from them. It's not that it would be nice to see more kills, but at least be more active in the defensive location. And that's what's going on right now. Sparking, I think, senses that he's got some Yellow Jackets next to him, and I mean, how does Yellow Jackets navigate this? 22 has already taken the hillside right up on top of them, and it's just a trap. And I don't even know if Yellow Jackets knows it's about to be sprung on them.
Setting up a player early underneath 22 is part of potentially solving that puzzle, right? But again, the issue is not so much 22 as it is Newt. Newt is going to want to move up in the same position. They're going to want to move up the same angle, and they're probably going to see Yellow Jackets, which then is going to cause them to shoot at them, alerting 22, and then causing that domino effect of getting third-partied. So again, I just really feel like this is wrapped up for 22 as long as they can just basically do what they're doing.
They try to make the send across using the distraction. Gets into position. One member down. Lamps trying to cling to his life, but might dodge out enough of the sight lines. Is the throwable going to connect? Tickleton's watching what's going on. He's like, nope.
Oh,
nope.
Okay. All right. So
I stay here.
That's what's happening over there. I think I'm just going to sit in my shack.
Yeah. This is a good place. I like it.
His shack's still in. I mean, Tig is still in. So he just survived another team falling, right? Which is more placement points. Tig is smart.
So Felipe Roca is going to be moving forward, and I mean 22 has just got all the control on this one, unless somehow Yellow Jackets manages to turn it around.
They get a knock
Even
here.
if Yellow Jackets does something, Tig's going to get involved, and he'll have vision on Yellow Jackets before he does 22.
Yes, if they're able to find a knock or two. If they don't, I'm pretty sure Haven is just going to hold Tig into oblivion while the other three just kind of deal with what's going on underneath them, right? So
Balkan finds a knock onto this one. And
yeah, Hayes is not going to look away from this. He knows. They want that kill. They know it's a solo. They know it's a placement point.
And so let's see how this holds up. I mean, this is the big pivot right now as Yellow Jackets moving down. Just one member up. It's Felipe who's still clinging to life. He gets spotted out.
Tig did what he needed to do. He literally survived until he was the last one alive.
All right, so now what do you do? Just feed it over to the blue? I think that's
try to find a knock just for posterity. Who knows?
There's a lot of flashbangs coming, so just get away from that. And it's going to be 22 Esports, picks up 8 kills, gets themselves some points on the board. Feeling pretty good about that one. And like you were talking about, clinical play from that position. If they realized where a strong point is, that's what 22 does.
Yeah,
where they find
that was good. That was absolutely good, Mav. You're right. They knew that position was where they wanted to be, especially late game, right? They realized after that shift, that plateau that I had stated earlier was like not good at all to play during that circle when it was center. So all of a sudden becomes the best position because of the way the circle played out. And so 22 was just big chill in there, and then they just slowly swept the rest of the circle. Tig saw his opportunity to stay alive in that shack, survive until he got second, and got more points for his team.
And we were seeing E United start to catch up to them. Remember, E United did go down before them, so just cleaning up, just staying alive and picking up more points, even if it's not getting kills, just the placement points gives you some more breathing room and separation away from them. 22, though, do find themselves with a good amount of points in that one, and we've been talking about the top 4, top 6 very repeatedly in our end games, and yet again, 22 finding themselves in that position.
22, again, they've looked really, really solid this entire event. I mean, starting last week and obviously coming into this one, and this is a nice, pleasant change for them. I hope they can honestly keep this pace up. Yes, we'd like to see them get a little more proactive. In that game specifically, I don't really feel like the kills were really available to them just based off position. Like, sure, they were shooting people off. They had 2 coming into that, but I mean, I thought they played that pretty much perfect. So just a little more proactive in the circles that they can be. In circles like that, just keep doing what you're doing.
They were proactive in the section, start to flush them out and move into position.
Again,
that
game I had no issue with. They pretty much played that.
I love everything that we see, but that's going to be the end of our Miramar, as we have seen 2 E Uniteds and a 22 to follow it up. We still got Aaron Gell to go, and our analysts are going to give you an idea on what you should be watching moving into that map, because we still got a ton of PUBG to go. You guys stay tuned after this break.
They want that kill. They know it's a solo. They know it's a placement point.
And so let's see how this holds up. I mean, this is the big pivot right now as Yellowjack's moving down to just one member up. It's Felipe who's still clinging alive. He gets spotted out.
Tick did what he needed to do. He literally survived until he was the last one alive.
All right, so now what do you do? Just feed it over to the blue? I think that's
try to find a knock just for posterity. Who knows?
There's a lot of flashbangs coming, so just get away from that. And it's going to be 22 Esports picks up 8.
Wrangle. We got to take a look back at what happened. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Clover and Porosaurus. Let's look at the dinner winner for that match.
Let's do.
Let's do.
I'm excited.
I'm excited.
Exciting game, wasn't it?
Look at that. 22 Esports back on top.
Yeah, you know, I had fun talking about them last week, and you know what? They played that right. They didn't go into Chuma. They had a good high ground spot. They farmed the very end of the game, but they kept it moderate for the whole game.
And while Balkan may look blurry in the photo, he was sharp in that game. He's been putting up good numbers, outperforming the rest of his team.
Yeah, and he's kind of been doing that the whole tournament, really. I mean, he's not in like an extreme way or anything. He's not carrying everybody, but this is 22, right? We talked about it at the beginning of the day. The way they play the game is to try to take a zone of control, a good spot, and try to get to that late game before they strike and try to get their points there. Sometimes it works a little bit better than others. This time they got double-digit points. That's huge.
They're passing around the kills. They're doing a great job. And let's take a look back at how they got there in that last game, because I guess, well, sharing is carrying.
Oh, I like what you do there. Look at the nice Chuma circle. I haven't seen one of those in a hot minute, yeah?
Yeah, and too, I mean, early Chuma, there was a lot of LATAM positioning in here. I mean, 22 wasn't the only one to take that advantage early on, and because of which we saw a lot of fighting for compounds early on. So much fighting in Chuma, not all of which we even got a chance to see just because of how chaotic it was. Obviously that Akreche push, this one here with Shoot to Kill and Yellow Jackets. We also saw E United with, Trogloditas and Just Too Easy as well.
SDK should have done their YJ checks, I guess. Unfortunate there. But, I think you're right, though. It was the circles kind of set themselves up for exactly what we saw, right? As soon as C3 popped, it was just chaos from that point out. It's just a matter of how could you fight, how many kills could you get on your way into the circle? And we saw a couple of teams at least collect a few points for themselves. I don't think we saw too many goose eggs on the board.
Yeah, and too, I mean, all right, we were watching this happen, you know, Kickstart knocked crawling in and United taking a second knock. They did get that recovery, but ultimately, I mean, it was just this position for Just Too Easy to just absolutely clean house with that position.
All right, that was ratty. I don't know, okay, 90% of the time I'm like, okay, chat, you're kind of stupid with the ratty thing. That was kind of ratty, but you know what, you got to do what you got to do, and they were in a position where they could kind of sneak up on United whenever they were least expecting, and they got the points they needed. So props to them.
All right, Hazeton there with the not quite hitting all the shots, but they knew exactly where Tiggleton was the second that YJ was no longer a threat. You saw all of them cascade down to this position. Tiggleton taking a quick peek to see what's up, but ultimately sacrificing himself to the blue.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I think they know that they're kind of in a race now. I mean, it's been a little bit of a slow start for Sonics, albeit they did end up getting some placement points off of that one. But it just hadn't really been popping off the way they'd like it to, and E United's been playing catch up. So I think denying that point definitely are the right play.
You know, we've talked a lot about Latin America and how much they've struggled.
Look at that.
In this game, 3 of their teams make it into the top 4, so a big shout out to them. Yellow Jackets in 7th, so not a bad showing for the Latin America teams this time around. But the reality is, we go over to the leaderboard here, it has become essentially a 2-horse race, and it is an aggressive one as E United and Sonics are in a slugfest, Poro. But that maybe 2-horse race is a bit too soon, because Yoho and even maybe Gas Cans at 22, they put some gas on there.
Look, we still got, what, 11, 12 games left to play?
I think you're right.
Yeah. I hate you. 12 games left to play, and there's still plenty of time for Yahoo Gas Cans. Anybody that's a little bit further down on the leaderboard to start making a run here. I mean, Shoot to Kills had started to pop up a little bit more here. 22 Esports, we talked about the fact that they're very consistent. They stay the same, so that when they do have a big point game like they just had, it actually helps them climb. So they now find themselves in 5th place. I mean, there's still a lot of spots left on the table here.
Yeah.
Sorry, fastest.
Really?
APAC lost a team in 2 minutes into a match. So
Aw.
I don't know that's time to land effectively, but it happens.
Have we really not had a wipe that quicker? I feel like it's got to be close, right?
Thinking back to Sonics at PGC.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
And I think that happens when teams become desperate as we move into the final couple.
Sorry,
days of
Chad.
play.
I'm sorry. I
Teams got to
swear.
make their move. we don't like to think back to what happened there. PGC
Sorry, it
is
happened.
depressing. Okay, so good games. 22 is one of those teams that we talked about at the start of the day, up against Bing Bang Boom, actually in a bit of a juxtaposition, saying, I don't know if they've got what it takes to do it again, to continue to push forward and get these wins. What was the takeaway from that one? Was that just Rats rise to the top? I mean, you can ask most of Europe. Rats are OP sometimes.
No, I honestly think that was 22 playing the way that we saw them last weekend, right? Getting a position. I mean, they weren't even really hiding, right? They had spread out across the high ground. They were really watching all angles. They were making sure nobody else backfilled that position. We saw YJ kind of peek at it. A couple of other teams try to see if they could pull anything away from that spot, but they held it. They held it really well. They played survivability. They played defense. That's their game, though, and it's been working for them.
All right, well, it's working for us as we head back to our cast. We're going to two guys who find it impossible to play like Rats. Their non-stop aggression when they take the field and when they take the cast. It is Godspeed and Matcha.
I love the fact that Toffees is like trying to hype us up, but I've casted some of the games where I know that you've ratted it before. And I play with Poro, and that's just what we always do.
Yeah, don't shake your head, Poro. Who do you think you are?
I know. Yeah, that's right. He giggles as he walks by. I'm judging you.
Get out of my studio. Watching you, wherever you are.
Gosh. Okay. Let's be real. We talk about this. Everybody is always just like, oh, so-and-so is a rat, and so-and-so is this. I'm curious about what if, I want to see a Venn diagram of Sonics fans and people in chat that are saying that EU rats, because I feel like they're pretty close to each other.
I mean, all I'm going to say is that the fan bases of some of these teams are pretty intense.
I'll save you. Let's change topics real fast.
No. It's a fine topic to kind of, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the fact that these teams have fans and people that care about them that much I think is honestly really cool. And so yeah, there's a lot of passion behind that. But yeah, I mean, you see a team like, if you're a huge Sonics fan, and you see like United kind of just like sitting on the side of a circle, coming in and winning. That doesn't necessarily mean they're ratting. It just means that they're playing a little more measured and careful, and yeah, that you may not like that, but and vice versa, like Sonics may get gifted a game and some of the other fans may like that. That's just kind of how it is, right? Like Battle Royale is unpredictable, sometimes it's unfair. Like, let's be honest, it's very unfair sometimes.
So what you're saying
kind
is
of the nature of it.
Hashtag biased chat?
I listen, I try not to piss off chat, you know?
Look, chat, we're friends.
Chat is in charge of everything.
We're friends with each other, and let's be real. Again,
I have a good relationship, I'd like to think, with chat, so I just chill.
One of the things I love is the passion that they get for them.
Yeah, man, I think it's cool as hell that these teams have fans.
Specifically, since we've seen so many of these teams grow from community, seeing the community continue to support, like, if you're a shoot-to-kill fan, there's a high chance that you could have been a shoot-to-kill fan from, like, way back before even, like, the first... Like, I'm trying to even think back about how historic that team is, even before NPL.
I mean, their original roster, I think, was, like, it was Civ, Adam, Dids, and... who is... I'm blanking on the last member. I'm hoping any of the SDK fans or SDK, like, maybe Kurt can tell me. It was, like, way before Kurt.
How dare you not remember every single roster?
Who is the member on that team, man? It's actually really bothering me now. I hate that you brought this up because I can't think of their fourth.
I'm gonna let you run with it, but we're talking about this so that way we can avoid talking about this circle, right?
Circles kind of sucks.
Circle kind of sucks.
For the players, of course. For the players, very sus circle for the players.
What is happening to everybody in this early rotation? Gas Cans and 22 have been up on top of each other for a while now, and this doesn't feel like this is too good for 22. Like, just the way that this is lined up.
They're like weirdly pinched. In between, like, they're actually not even pinched. No, they can pull out north.
Well, okay, Waikiki doesn't have much ammo either.
Yeah, like, they'll be able to pull out north here, unless, like, Waikiki hits, like, a nice little headshot on someone without a helmet, because obviously they're rotating early game, and they probably don't have much gear. They should be fine getting out north, and he has 8 bullets left anyways. I haven't seen him hit these, though. So.
I mean, he can definitely hit this.
But 22, they'll be able to peel off on the west coast here and get loot. They'll be fine. And then they come back in. That side's not busy at all.
22 really likes to play that side as well. Shoot to Kill do find themselves on the island to the south with Nootropic as well as AKM. Gascan's in a pretty strong position. Primorsk right now actually just having control over that area at this stage. If we see a lot of teams come in and maybe like move in early, they could find themselves gate kept. But it feels like in this circle, we see whoever gets Primorsk has a good hand in getting into the end zone.
Well, especially if they're taking over Primorsk Hill, right?
Yeah.
Because you get a lot of information, and then there's a lot of real estate up there to be played. That being said, you can also get pushed on Primorsk Hill, especially if there's other teams around you. You can't flex out as much as you want to. But I mean, I don't really think Primorsk is going to be a massive influence in this circle. I mean, obviously that remains to be seen. But yeah, this one does seem like it's going to center up around the fields just north of 300, which is quite normal for this, or the forest just below them to the south, and those areas are very rough to play in the sense that there's not a lot except for shacks in that field, right? There's a couple like little ridges and stuff that you can park cars. We've seen teams use that, but otherwise, yeah, this is very ambiguous, and this isn't a circle everyone wants to see.
The Rumblers right now are looking for some yellow jackets, but if you see how this one lines up, it's kind of calmed down.
Find
this is over here in No
Lean, yeah.
Dude, when was the last time we saw a fight in No Lean?
It's been a while since I've seen a fight in No Lean.
All considered, I mean, Rumblers probably spotted this out as they go. Yellow Jack? I don't think that he knows.
Valiant knows, but I don't know if
Yeah, I don't think.
And for those of you who don't know why we call it No Lean, there was a bug back in the day. Basically, if you landed or you played in this compound, you couldn't lean for whatever reason.
I know, it was the weirdest.
It was the weirdest thing. It was only this compound, so yeah, this is now.
Honestly, it led me to drop here way more than I probably should, just because I thought it was funny every single time to come in here.
Yeah, you couldn't lean here, and so this has forever been known as No Lean Compound. Now
it's against the rules for this location. Well, as you can see, Valiant is looking for a member of Yellow Jackets. You might also be looking for some of the sweet, sweet esports points. Don't forget to link your craft and ID to your Twitch account to enable drops. By watching every match, you can earn up to 30,000 EP. Type !drops in the chat for more details, and let's see if anybody can get the drop on Yellow Jackets as Rumblers has set this trap. I mean, it feels like he knows this is coming. Like, he's fairly defensive right now.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, that creepy doll. Get it off screen. I hate that thing. I don't know what it is about that doll in that chair. It bothers me.
I think he might have seen, like, maybe he saw Val drop near him, or Val and Los drop near him, and he's looking for that. But he definitely isn't aware of anyone being, like, immediately in his compound.
No!
I think it's creepy.
No! Make it stop.
It's a very
it is just
you know what
up.
You know
like,
what I really hate?
The first time they put that in there, it scared the crap out of me.
When they added the mannequins to Sandhawk,
yes,
I hated that. Like, oh man.
Well, and what was a long, drawn-out situation. Rumblers don't get anything out of that one, but hey, Penta hit a shot on the Cynics.
Hey, I mean, there you go. You take the little victories you can take. Actually, Penta, yeah, he's gonna knock Lamp a lot as well.
So Penta playing.
That's 2 members down.
Yeah, okay.
Actually.
Penta's got side angle. Gonna go ahead and connect into this one.
So good right now.
All right.
So hot.
Nootropics' last member is at distance.
Wait, Senna. Wait, did Penta knock Senic?
At range, yeah.
Did you see the range in which that was? That's ridiculous.
I mean, it's really just Lamp-a-Lot, and he's not too long for this
nobody
world.
Now. Newt is just like that out of the lobby. That was really wild. I wish we could have seen the shot that Penta landed on Senic. That was.
I mean, that one came out of the blue. Like, I was watching the map for it and see what was going on, and you can see what happened to Felipe Roca there. So imagine running from the Rumblers and then bumping into E United. That's just, it feels bad.
Definitely the worst consolation prize I can think of. And yeah, this is also, mind you, happening incredibly far to the north outside the circle. And Yellow Jackets just needs to get the hell out of there, man. Like, stop, don't even bother messing with that. You're already down 2 members. Get the hell out, loot what you can, and then just pray that this thing doesn't go to military.
And this is how E United does it, man. Like, points per game, they keep them up all the time. They see opportunities for kills. They'll make committals into it. See, not much ratting happening there. AKM, though, has themselves a rat position, watching back behind Shoot to Kill, but it's at quite further range. I don't think that they're going to go after Luke 12 too much, as it looks like that SDK is making the commitment to say, hey, it could go this way, so let's lay our cards and see how it lands.
We have definitely seen, like, this specific circle even shift over.
Whoa, wait. We've got Sonics on one side of a bridge and Shoot to Kill on another,
and AKM on the other. Yeah,
that I don't think we've ever seen something like that. in the history of this one.
This is a nightmare if you're trying to cross either way. It's not the situation I'd want to find myself in. STK. Well, STK actually now taking shots, looks like, from AKM. And so they are aware of another team being behind them, specifically a new compound here.
Yeah, this is, I mean, AKM just feels like they're letting STK defend them and maybe just reminding them, hey, we're back here, don't come this way. Just keep your distance. We're going to be noisy neighbors with each other right now. As Bing Bang Boom also has some noisy neighbors in Yahoo, as this is going to be one of our most northern teams that are inside the safe zone, just to give you an idea on position in the circle. But it's all in all pretty calm, and sure, it does have a lot of water in it.
It's calm now, but it is not going to be calm in a couple shifts. I mean, like, yeah.
I mean, even one.
Everyone is like United and Rumblers will probably find something here on the east side, or even wrap around. Like, all the teams will be able to get in.
He's hitting that.
Next shift is going to be rough. Is he hitting that?
Yeah. I thought I saw a Blitzbird on it. I mean, he got the knockoff of it, right? I see you. Oh, didn't get that. I feel like that's one of those kills you feel really bad about because he was just kind of isolated. You get the knock. Like,
I'm going to reminisce a little bit here. I remember when we were on the radio tower at military base, and Microfry, I'm actually pretty sure he still has the record for the longest kill, at least in MPL. He killed Valiate, of all players, across the bridge on the other side from radio tower. I don't remember what gun he was using, but it was hilarious to watch. Some of those long-range shots are pretty fun when you land them. I don't think Valiate was very happy about it, though.
See our moving factors, and Valiate being our most northern team right now, as Rumblers are going to be coming in, United as well. Almost all of our teams have leaned into the north, so it's really just AKM and SDK that are going to be in the south of this. There's also, like we've talked about, the flatlands that are in here. There's a lot of plains that are just in this area that are east of Corey, but with the water as well. I'm surprised we've managed to see the teams navigate this. So
yeah, I'm very curious what this shift is going to do here. Okay, so it is going to basically cut out military base, which is not too much of a surprise, but there's a chance.
So with the way that it's lined up now, it looks like we're going to see a second of everybody get in position. Gascan's doing some rotations. E-United now has to make the committal. If you're E-United or Rumblers, then if this went south, you were doomed. So a slower rotation in coming in pretty good. So really, we've just got our eyes on how rotations are coming in right now. 22 is going to be coming in from the west, but we've got our eye in the sky coming up as Yellow Jackets watching what's going on. Poro, let us know what you see.
Pardon me about that. Real quick, STK, AKM, East Bridge is wide open. They can make that run. They know that Sonics is here. That's been getting lit up. They've been shooting there for quite some time, so do not expect STK to try to make their way across that bridge.
So handsome.
It's okay, Poro. We've all muted microphones before. No problem. I mean, those packs are kind of hard to see sometimes.
I'll be honest. I preferred he actually just stood there and didn't say anything. We just looked at him. That would have been way better.
I mean, he is fairly attractive. You're right on that one. All considered.
Oh, my God.
Oh, E-United coming in. They're probably going to spot out BBB. Good stop on this hillside. And, yeah, I mean...
A little spicy today. I don't know what's going on with me.
Just come on. What'd you have for lunch?
Brisket, actually.
Maybe that's what did it. Maybe that also explains, like, all the Southerners have brisket all the time. That's why we're so loud.
I don't feel like I'm loud.
I'm next to you. You're loud.
That's fair.
Tangents aside,
I mean, we're just nobody's
doing anything.
This is gonna be a situation where all these teams are literally just waiting for the shift, including SDK. In fact, SDK might even not rotate off the shift. They know there's gonna be another team on the side. They can probably see some members of Sonics. They've already seen the team of AKM rotate across. Yeah, so this is gonna be a waiting game for all these teams involved.
So Rumblers are still out in the zone. No surprise on this one. Most teams are going to be wrapping pretty far to the west if they're going to be coming in, just due to the fact that that's where the coastlines are lined up at. So you have to make the assumption that's probably going to be where the least amount of teams are. But that does mean a much longer rotation if you make that commit. Do you think that Rumbler's going to wrap all around Corey?
I definitely think that'd probably be their best option if they can get there in a reasonable time and not run into the duo of Yellow Jackets, or potentially even just take the position from Yellow Jackets. So yeah, I think this is definitely the best play. I mean, I'm sure they also knew that the East was going to be fairly contested. So,
I mean, also 300 has a very strong compound in the circle.
Yeah.
AKM.
Oh, this is fine. It's a fine play for Rumblers.
Yeah. So, with the way that we see it, teams are just making their adjustments to come in right now. As it's all in all just Rumblers and what we see AKM doing. They're the big moving factors. Almost everybody else is kind of chill where they're at, but Rumblers not going about on quarry. They're coming into the quarry hill.
Are they on the boat in the blue? Wait. Where is AKM on the map? They're still south of Millie Base, I believe.
Yeah, they're on the ferry and they're coming all the way around because they had to assume that Shoot to Kill probably stayed here and they didn't want to cross the Shoot to Kill. I mean,
yeah, you got to do what you got to do, but it is Yellow. This is what I was worried about for Rumblers, running into the duo that is Yellow Jackets and potentially taking casualties, especially because Yellow Jackets are the line, so they don't have to move. They're not taking the damage. They're not pressured here as much. But they are going to pull out, and I understand why. As a duo, you see a full team, you get a knock.
Oh, this is all fine and good. The map is what I want. The circle has shifted back to the bridge.
Okay.
So SDK making the send across, and so that means we got a lot of fields in play. This circle is about 50% its actual size, and it's about to get.
Possibly
it's about to
even
pop
less.
off.
Because you also have to factor in the fact that that bridge really doesn't count, right? Like, no one's going to be playing on that at this point.
The hillside.
This is a very, very claustrophobic circle.
Yeah, everybody's sitting at the hillside. We got Troglodyus that's coming in. Crash's already over that.
Man,
we got Yaho that's holding it up. 300 has some vision as it's making the approach. But this hillside has got so much strength, and this is where I feel like we're going to see a lot of teams trying to make the commitment into it.
Yeah. You're not wrong. This hill is definitely where these teams are going to want to make.
Oh my God!
Crashing is just going in so deep, though.
There's so many people here that are lined up. You can see Yoho's got an awareness of what's going on. Troglodyus are on top of him. Spark is going to go down. It's throwables popping off. Creshy is still roaming around the outside of it. Look at the mini-map. It is just every color on the face of the earth. People trying to get the shots in. Creshy realize the fact that they've got to stop pulling away from it, but Yoho, there's just too many targets. You can't keep it in with the threat. You have no idea who's on what team. There are so many cars driving around, and it's being a problem for Yoho to focus on.
And the problem is they're fighting Trog while they're getting naded by a Cresce and then getting shot in the back by SDK. I mean, there's so much focus.
Don't come here. This is the bad place. This is the bad place, BBB. Everybody's like, the hillside is where I want to go. Well, guess what? Now you're going to get Sonics on the other side of it. And they're going to have somebody roll right into him. Throwables coming out. Big bang, boom, just goes away.
And they try to make for that warehouse that didn't work out. But look at the United is actually doing, this is what I'm talking about as far as smart play. This isn't ratting. They're actually letting the teams rotate in front of them because they know where they want to end up. They want to be in that spot, that bowl where kick is, and they want to be able to just play here once the circle closes and they have nothing to hold them as far as watching their back. And so they're letting all these teams rotate in.
I mean, the problem with it is there's teams from every angle as it comes in. AKM hanging out on that ferry for so long is like the genius play due to the way that the circle has come.
Actually, right now, yeah, it's worked out really well for them.
Just tacking in and coming in late has been the best thing you could possibly do. Yellow Jackets can't find their way in. You can see the fact that it's just team upon team trying to line this one through. Yoho's going to come in, find a new target. Kickstart was going for the nade. He's going to go down, and now it is just Flood. So it looks like Flood could get the res on this one, and nobody's to the north. Just too easy. Did send it over into 300's compound and managed to get there.
Yeah, and I know it, again, I knew exactly what United wanted to do, and I like that play, but the problem is it was going to be very difficult for Kick to hold off a full team cresting over him while there was a knock on another member of United, so that did fracture them.
Here we go. It's going to be Vox, Richie B, rest of 300 making their way. They know that's going to be just too easy up against that wall. Nobody can really get shots at him as Rumblers is playing more to the south, aware of what's going on. So 300 listening in for footsteps, not wanting to make the overcommit. Circle has popped, pretty much stayed in the north. We assume that was going to happen. The only teams that really got kicked out of it are going to be 22.
Dodge.
As well as Dodge. But just too easy with no teams back behind them. They're in no rush here. They are still inside the zone. But Vox, I don't know on that one. I don't know how he survived.
Yeah, I mean, good on him for being resistant to grenades. But also to point out the Rumblers as we look at this fight, the Rumblers made it in off that west rotate, and they actually have a very strong position in the circle now.
And there we go. Rumblers, here's this firefight now turning around. They were focused on the south for quite a while. Now just too easy's in some trouble with the shots coming out. That's going to force them to play opposite side of the wall, and that's kind of like they're getting caught up in this point. If 300 can somehow get a member
I have a lot of respect
down that
for
wall.
this res.
Oh, is he going to get it?
It's a risk, but I have a lot of respect for this res.
I mean, this is ballsy.
Yeah, but if
and I like pick him up. There you go. That's the play. Don't res him out there. I was about to say, why are you doing that when you can just pick him up and run with him? Is he going to be able to get around?
Drop him, though. You need to drop him. Oh, God, drop him, please. Get him up.
Can you do it? Okay, come on. 300. You've got some assistance on the outside of this one. Not want to make the play in. You can see Becky in 222 over here as well.
300 just content to hold them in and let Rumbler shoot them in the back. But yeah, that might cause them problems later if they didn't try to strike there where the iron was hot. Meanwhile, AKM, as you said, is fighting 22. And this is this is kind of a messy building to fight in.
Yeah.
Honestly, we used to call these shit shows because it's really rough to fight in these buildings. It's...
Oh, well, apparently we've got a new contender as Dodge wants to come in back behind 300, and the party is now popping off. Yellowjack's eliminated, but it's going to be Dodge comes in, only Finna that's still alive. Okay, it's going to be just a lot of moving parts and all considered. Richie B is trying to go for the play on the outside and get some damage in, hasn't finished off, finally manages to get him. 300 now sitting at 6 kills.
Very nice, so they were patient, and it looks like it paid off. And Just Too Easy, though, has survived. I believe they've once again picked up one of the members with the carry, and they're just getting him back up. I mean, good on them for surviving as long as they have, though, with Rumbler shooting in the back, with 300 holding them out.
We've got to get a new stat of how long you've carried a team at some point. We'll have to make a request to the people that do the stats for that one all stacked up. You can see it has calmed down as it's still going to be 22, finding some opportunities in movement. AKM right now cannot find enough 7.62 to make an AK work for him. So looks like they're going to have to deal with what's going on with 22's position, waiting for the circle to pop. And it's still that awkward standoff between 300 and Just Too Easy to the north.
Yep, AKM still in this double back up on the second floor this time. But they don't have to do anything just yet. They do have a little bit of time, obviously still in circle. So even on the shift, they can wait before they make a play. But it is going to be Balkan finding some damage.
That was a sneaky little angle there.
Yeah, onto one of the members there of AKM as Purdy has now smelt this out, and he's, again, being proactive. I love it. STK, yeah, I mean, even if they're having some of these rough games, they're still practicing good fundamentals.
And they've got so much control over the circle. It's really the way that they want to play it.
Well, think about where they were before they got here, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have the longest rotation to make to get in position, but they probably had one of the more hazardous.
Still had to cross that damn bridge.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to die. Crescent in it right now, living inside of a shack that is about to be the hottest real estate in this circle because they've got Yoho to the north of them, they've got Just Too Easy, they've got 300, maybe even E United that could look in that direction. Still continuing to pop off over here as now there's nowhere to go. That just fell right in front of them. Is it going to pop off? Does get enough damage to knock one of them. Coda Kid's going to go down as well, and it is just one member up for Just Too Easy as they need to get Just Too out of there.
And you know, I feel for Just Too Easy, but at the same time, I feel like they waited for this fight to come to them.
Yo-ho! They're coming in for this one. They're coming back behind us. They realize what's happening, and they don't want to make the push.
Look how far out of circle they have pushed out as well to try to hold 300 in. This is a very risky play, but the reward is high, very high.
I mean, Sparking's even holding back E United right now. This is very, very greedy, but if it pays off, Yoho is going to be feasting. Sparking got vision on this one. What's about to happen? I don't even know if 300 is going to expect this. They're hopping inside of vehicles.
I mean, E United might just die here because they also don't want to feed points to Yoho, right? One of those teams that's kind of on the cusp of being right under them. So I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if EU does this, and I don't disagree with that play. I mean,
this is a problem. 300 hop in the vehicle, managed to get around them, and they still left Extreme back. Are we going to see 300 come in and provide any support? Extreme's already down, and
found the other members. Sparking's going to find beautiful two-tap. Oh, my.
Already 2 members down, coming off of Sparking's aim and throw. 300, he had the position, but okay, there comes Punich to tap it in, and Vox, he managed to get to the spot, but it looks like Yoho's aim is going to make it to where that doesn't matter in the end. Maybe Vox can hold up, tries to get some sprays in, but this feels like it's only a matter of time. Sparking's coming on from the other angle. There is nowhere to hide, and these smokes are not going to last forever. See how he plays the hillside. Is he where? Spray, he's
10 kills in a valiant effort, but it is going to be Yoho who just dunks on 300 there, and they're kind of rushed to get out of that because they were in a bad spot. I mean, Yoho was just set up. They set up for that so well, and I said it was a high risk, but man, it paid off.
Rumblers having some troubles with 22 as 22's compound has become the new popular place to be. Yahoo's hopped inside their vehicles coming in from the north. Let's see where they choose to stop at. You can see them inside the vehicle in the distance there as they're rotating by and do manage to get by gas cans and a Cresce both. So, with the way this, well, they were doing good, and then they're going up, maybe just a touch too far, as now Shoot to Kill is going to have a lot of vision on that one.
Yeah, everybody on the map was looking at you. I think there's a single tracer that was from a team that wasn't headed their way, but even still, they got a good amount of kills. Haston, nice little snap there. He's going to find Los. And that's it. Rumblers are out. 22 Esports. We wanted them to get more aggressive. We wanted to see the kills. There it is. 8 to start off this game. Still 3 alive in a good spot.
So now they have to push in against Shoot to Kill and Gas Can, so they are going to have to continue to fight. Balky gets an opening knock onto Purdy, so it could be an opportunity. Cresce is still getting the shots into, Sonic's taking the shots into a Cresce, who are going to have to leave their shack because they are no longer inside the safe zone, and it's just a matter of how long Sonics wants to sit here and camp for this one. Luke does have vision on it, but I mean, it's kind of its own.
I mean, Sonics have been here the entire game. They haven't had to move, and that's fine. They've found 3 kills. You know, they've used this position up as much as they possibly could, but as you said, with the circle, it is time for them to move. They do have a little ridge here to play, so they're all right. As long as they can clear out a Cresce here, their back is clean, and they can start to kind of focus on the teams ahead of them.
Haven is also moving closer to gas cans right now, but this is the gatekeep. What's the sacrifice going to be for Sonics on this one, as they do have several members that are inside the safe zone. Shoot to Kill has a very firm awareness of where they're playing at right now. Really, Shoot to Kill is the only one that's in a prime position. 22 says the fact that they want to try to get to a prime position. Hops in a vehicle and can't even get in the safe zone with it.
They're just outside. I mean, this ridge is barely not in. Even if they pull up, they do have another dip in front of them that they could play, but it's...
What?
It's a little bit of a risk. Oh my goodness.
The nades!
Wait, that's 3!
Yeah, Cresce is just laying them on Sonics right now. Sonics got to this spot, and a Cresce is still running through. Gas Cans were caught up looking what was going on with 22, so they didn't focus fire into it. And now Gas Cans is counter-moving, trying to make sure that they can stop a Cresce in the push. They do get the sprays in. Waikikabukau does take him down, but there is a battered Sonics that Gas Cans is trying to pick up as fast as possible.
A Cresce may have just changed the dynamic of this lobby with these grenades completely. I mean, Sonics would have had a decent position here, a nice little bit of control to take some shots and do some real damage, but now they're just playing off the back foot. It's just Shrimsy and Tiggleton left alive as Gas Cans with the correct read. They know they need to make this push, because if they make it happen, they have so much of this area now pretty much figured out, right, and how they want to play it.
Throwables coming overhead. Shrimsy trying to make sure he defends up for his squad. Waikikabukau on the other side. Shrimsy does connect onto it, and this firefight is popping off. Adam's been committed and trying to hold back Shoot to Kill, but now realizing he might need to come provide some level of support. Sonic's 2 members up, trying to defend. Waikikabukau does go down. It's going to be from Luke 12, who's picking up kills as he can go.
Don't forget about STK. They've been kind of slowly working their way out. They've been flexing and trying to find angles, as well as just doing as much damage or finding kills on these other teams. And right now, with the position that they have, is pretty strong. And the duo of Sonics is actually going to be left alone.
They held it back. And with all that, Gas Cans had to move into Sonic's territory. So 22 managed to get at least a foothold in the safe zone. As this fight still doesn't look like it's over. Sonic's
the shift is
careful.
Yeah, it's all for STK and 22 now. And obviously, the Gas Cans have a little bit of a foothold here, but it's going to be Sonics really that has to make the move here, or at least the first one.
Now, what do they opt into doing? I mean, Alo's shifted out positions where Luke was earlier and is looking into this. You can see he's got vision on any approach from the east. So Sonics is just going to have to fight their way up against Gas Cans.
Wrap here.
22 making a move might provide enough of a distraction, but not enough shots to maybe make Gas Cans look a different direction.
I think Luke may have seen it, but yeah, I mean... I think Sonic's play is to try to make it to that shack and then leapfrog off of it, but that area is so open, man.
This is going to be such a hard fight. Like, look at the amount of smokes that are already down. There's not a lot of cover. There is this hillside.
It's really not great at all.
I mean, you're having to burn so much utility. Luckily, there are 2 dead members of Sonics you can pick up the smokes from right there, so I guess that might make it.
I thought you were like, oh, luckily Sonics is 2 members.
Nah. See, it's still providing assistance from the dead.
Shrimsy got a nice little EBR, that little Mark 12, though. That thing is no joke.
So now we're starting to see the smokes die out. Nico's position might spell doom for Sonics. You can see the fact that they're wanting to be careful as they make their way forward. Good read on that. Very aware of where Nikos is. Gets the damage into it. See if he can get something. It's going to be Tickleton also trying to tap in, but it's going to be feeding information over. Shrimsy does get that one, but now it is the blue zone behind them. No vision running in the smokes. Tick's taking a lot of damage. Does get his mans up.
Oh.
Grenade doesn't go far enough. Gas Cans are committing into this while Shoot to Kill is getting more control in the circle. This is its own independent fight. Molotovs thrown out in front of the smoke, and that's going to make it to to where we've got a cooking Sonics as Tickleton is going to be on fire.
Nice
And there's the
try,
shot.
Matt.
Gas Cans managed to pick it up.
Nice freaking try. That was really crazy to watch. I mean, the synergy between Tig and again, any duo that you leave alive of Sonics is going to just have like really intense chemistry. But I mean, the way that Trimsy and Tig were playing off each other's utility, one was healing, leapfrogging, and one was shooting and throwing utility, it was cool to see. Unfortunately, they didn't make it out, but
okay,
now it's just down to SDK Gas and 22.
SDK's had like this circle under control for a while, but 22 has been navigating. We talk about these guys rotate 22 so well. They find ways to get into good positions. And with the firefight that's been going to the north, shoot to kill is leaning that direction.
Yeah.
That means the fact that if this pops off between gas cans and shoot to kill, 22 can just push up this hillside because it's a 3v3v3 right now. So it's anybody's game except for maybe gas cans who are going to have to push in.
I mean, even still, gas cans gets a nice little knock onto SDK, and they can start to kind of take over that position and make something happen. Yeah, but I think 22 does have a good line on the circle, though. Especially because they're not going to be the ones, or generally they shouldn't be the ones to fight first here.
And, I mean, that's also just the way they like to play. They're wanting to be the third party here because it's the game of chicken. Luke 12 wants to defend this. He doesn't want to let gas cans in, but whoever fights first is going to be the loser because of third party.
And I will say just the same, though, gas cans could potentially ridgeline SDK here and kind of deny them sight and then push 22. So that is something that could happen. I doubt it with Luke's position, but gas could sneak around the other side and potentially hit 22 in the side.
What are we playing with here?
Either way, none of these teams want to fight first, Matt.
I'm trying to figure out what this vehicle plan is because they're making some commitments into it. I may be going for a vehicle for it. Just move it very quick.
Having a couple vehicles in this circle, especially with how open it is not bad at all. It's a nice little boon, actually, for SDK if they can make it work. They just have to be careful not to get knocked while putting those vehicles in position. That's kind of the biggest worry here.
And remember, Gas Cans is coming into this with such limited knowledge. They were caught up in the fight with Sonics for so
long. And the utility, probably shredded armor,
They're the ones that are coming in hesitant out of everyone, but the problem with it is 22 and STK both know exactly where they are.
Gas cans, I mean, I know they have a read at least on SDK, right? Like, I'm not sure if they know exactly where 22 is, but they know at the very least there's 3 teams alive. They're one of them. They have 3 members. They might know it's a 3v3, depending on how well they've been keeping track of the kill feed. But yeah, this is a situation where nobody wants to fight first. Nobody wants to get knocked first because that is going to invite the third party and potentially the loss of the game if they can't recover. You just don't want to be the first team to fight here.
And this hillside is denying so much vision.
It's an awkward hill, man.
Yeah, for being the in circle on this, you can see smokes are now starting to come out. Molotovs on the side for shoot to kill to deny any approach on that angle. Maybe shoot to kill might be leaning into 22's way as Gas Cans is also vying that direction. Adam gets a knock on a Hasted.
That's the first
See how it's going to start to pop off. STK now making a recommit back in the north. Looks like Alo is showing some hesitation. Doesn't want to move to the north too much yet. Luke 12's going to come up, double team it up with him, and they're going to start to make their push. Nikos needs to make sure he keeps an eye that direction. While this is going on, 22 is still keeping the eye on what's going on with Gas Cans. Smoke's coming out as it is starting to make the push down into point. We're starting to see the throwables now come into range. Gas Cans realizing the problems that are starting to come for him, but navigating it so well, even giving enough time for 22 to commit into this res.
Yeah, and you saw again at STK using a lot of the utility, a lot of the mollies they actually threw on those burned out vehicles just to make sure nobody was camping around them, and still the hesitancy for these teams to fight. You don't want to be the first one to fight because the other one is just going to come in third party, and so they're just every one of these teams is just slowly trying to pressure the other one with these throwables.
The problem with it is, it's brewing. Gas Cans 22 don't have the capabilities to deny themselves like STK does. So now, can you get these throwables to connect? The bounce is going to go too far, doesn't get the knock, but gets enough damage to make it scary. 22 staying hunkered down in their point, has to figure out how they're going to navigate this. The blue is on everyone's back. You don't have any choices anymore. You've got to commit in. It's going to be an exchange between the two of them. Greg Shot's going to try to move forward into it, but he's going to go down. Gas Cans, Nico's looking in, shoot to kill, getting control, but it's going to be Pinta that goes down. Trying to look into it. Luke 12 has got to be careful. Gets the shots into one, but has to look back in. It was a 1v1v1. And now how are we going to see them play this? It looks like Haven might be making the commit back into the other side. Luke 12 realizing it, coming in back behind Alo, using him as a bloody block and a wall. Spots what's going on. Shots are going to connect.
It was me.
It's 22 that picks it up.
I was not expecting that because of how lit he was as well.
12 kills for 22. They picked up 22 points. Hey.
They did indeed pick up 22, and for a team that really had to hunker down most of that in the South, even getting harassed, I think that first knock that went out was actually gas cans onto them. They kind of rallied back, and it came to this weird situation where it was a 1v1v1. And that was that's a rough end game, man. Because you really don't want to be the first team to fight, but sometimes you don't have the option, right? Like you just get pushed and you have to deal with it.
I mean, it felt like Shoot to Kill was trying to be the catalyst in that situation. They crossed in, and I think that they were expecting more to be popping off between gas cans and 22 at that stage.
Yeah, they caught a knock on that too.
Let's be clear, guys. There is so much freaking smoke down. It is so hard to see what's going on, and like it's such a nerve-wracking situation to be in. That like I've never played on the competitive level like that, but I can only imagine just how tense it feels not knowing where any enemies are.
Yeah, imagine when your frames used to drop too back in the day. it was doubly not nice. But yeah, like even now, fighting in smokes, it's very confusing and disorienting, right? Especially when there's like mollies in there that you can't necessarily see, or like there's even more smokes blooming, and you're kind of just crouch fishing looking for something. Or if you're on the outside, right, you have to take these really hard angles that oftentimes are not in your favor. So
I mean, you saw everybody trying to play to their win conditions, and there is so much for the analyst desk to be breaking down in this one. I mean, take your pick. You've got hillside fights, you've got circle baits. There's so much stuff to go into. Make sure you guys stay tuned in, because we deep dive and we still have one more game to go for the day.
Absolutely. It's definitely much harder to come out of fights clean and to keep 4 up. I think people are getting much better at kind of holding space and kind of creating choke points to keep you out of zones. And it makes for a lot messier of a mid game, like circle 2, 3, and 4, to just get in clean to your rotates into certain spots. Teams are really holding you out and holding you out hard.
Teams may be making it harder to get through the mid game, but STK seems to have maybe put 2 and 2 together today, as they have managed to get to a couple of those. More importantly, a big shout out to 22 Esports, back-to-back wins. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Porosaurus and Clover as we break down all of the action. And with that said, let's take a look at our dinner winner. So we can see the stats. 22 showed up today. We were curious how they would do if it was time to step up, and they do.
12 kills.
12. That's more than last time.
That is a lot more. They were very productive. I mean, there was a whole lot going on that game. They took a lot of advantage on the different teams out there in the South, and ultimately pulled off a res that I didn't even think was possible.
I mean, it was a tough game for them from the drop, wasn't it? I mean, they started off scrapping with gas cans a little bit, and they ended up kind of getting pushed away, and they ended up coming in late. But they were fighting for that South Coast for quite some time. I mean, they held off that push from Rumblers cleanly, didn't take a single knock, and which was important because you could see STK was kind of watching. They were sharking over there. They had Purdy Curdy that was just kind of looking over that. So if they did take damage, if they did take knocks, STK was ready to strike. But 22 did it so cleanly, they never opened the door.
And it was super close. The end game really came down to a 1v1. Let's take a look back at how that match went and how 22 gave everyone else the deuces.
I mean, well, you said it came down to a 1v1v1. It was a 2v2v2 with a knock on 3 teams. All 3 teams got their reses right after that Sonic swipe. So we pulled back to a 3v3v3.
Let's pause it here for a second so we can kind of, because I want to break down the actual rotations, right?
Yeah, right, because again, I mean, you really see the hurting that Shoot to Kill's doing on gas cans here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about, right? We were like, as soon as it happened, we saw STK, we were like, okay, we know exactly what the plan is here. They want to go after gas cans. They want to force them to push down into 22 now. The thing that happened, though, the thing they did not expect was that 22 was sitting on so much utility from all the crashes that they had on their compound so that they were able to pick off of Rumblers. So they had enough to kind of hold gas cans at bay. So they never kind of got pushed down into the full push there, the full commit from gas cans.
I mean, that nade that was thrown by Pinta, we saw just a second ago, that was the last piece of utility Shoot to Kill had. They used so much of it on gas cans and as well as Sonics and some of the other fighting that they kind of had on the edge earlier, that by the time they got to this game, this point of the game, there wasn't really much else they could do except take the fight close range with weapons. They couldn't engage the way that 22 is doing with the nades here.
And again, I mean, 22 took a knock. They immediately take the instant knock right there, but they get the trade. And again, it's STK, worst possible timing here to get a double knock on themselves by Nikos and Haven both contributing. So it ends up turning it into a 1v1v1. Luke 12 wins the first one. Can't win the second one, though. It was so close. And how often do you see Luke 12, of all people, lose a 1v1? But he got absolutely roasted.
It also seemed like Luke maybe suspected there was a res coming and stepped out, I think, from that cover position that he was hoping for a repeat. In reality, it was just a heal, and so that bought a little extra time, I think, for things to fall apart. But ultimately, 22 comes out with a big win. 22 points, 12 kills. It's what you wanted to see at the start of the day.
Yeah, it feels good, right? 22 with 22. Back-to-back wins. So, United winning games 1 and 2 back-to-back. Now we've got 22 Esports winning game 3 and 4 back-to-back. Additionally, as well with this, I mean, it's that consistency, right? They can survive till the late game, but then suddenly they're finding the scoring chances on it.
And Shoot to Kill manages to get into second place. Another good end game for them. In fact, let's go to the overall leaderboard because I want to see how that has affected 22 and STK. 2 teams that we started today saying we need to see a big day from them if they're going to be contenders going into the grand final. And so far, it seems like we're getting that, Poro.
Look at that, 22 in the top 4. Let's go, boys. 150 points overall for them. And again, another big thing about all of this is Sonics, they've been steady. They haven't been getting the double-digit points, so they haven't been increasing that lead. So it's been allowing some of these teams to kind of catch up. That being said, it's still, what, a 33-point lead on 4th? So that's how good the Sonics are doing.
I want to point out, too, 22 Esports, 87 kills, tied with Gas Cans, who have 87 kills. Bing Bang Boom only had 1 extra kill over that 88. So when you think of teams that frag out and have raw fragging power, Gas Cans, Bing Bang Boom, oftentimes on the list, we've got to give that credit to 22 Esports now.
Yeah, and I mean, what's the thing we've been always saying about 22? They are so good at getting to the late game and keeping guys up. The one thing that we always wanted to see from them was the ability to stretch out and get those kill points to supplement the placement points. They're getting it today.
We wanted to see them stretch out, but these guys are just flexing at this point, where it seems like they are putting up those big numbers.
Yeah.
It's true though, and they were a placement team when we came into this. But your point about them matching Bing Bang Boom, who is described exclusively as sort of a kill, go for those points team, is fascinating to me. And at the start of the day, when I talk to other analysts and other people in the industry, or who watch PUBG, I should say is a better example, they really gave a lot of credit to Bing Bang Boom's focus on kills. Get your points early, maybe the others will come. 22 seems like they have a different style, but I mean, they're getting kills and placement.
It's the consistency, right? If you're a team that, yes, you can frag out, but you're not able to make it later in the game or keep your squad up to find those scoring opportunities, right? The fragging is the scoring, then you are going to suffer and you're going to struggle. And that's unfortunately what we've been starting to see with Bing Bang Boom. They're going out early. They're going out in 10th place and 12th place, and ultimately aren't able to convert much of any kills from those games.
A team that I've been in love with so far today, and I love watching, tell me more about Yoho. Like, what are they doing that's right? What are you loving about what their play is?
Honestly, after this week, I think Balefrost it's the answer for that team. Like, he has fit in so perfectly onto that squad and fit into the exact thing that they needed, which was another shotgun rider for Sparking. But the thing is that Balefrost is doing all these different things that's helping all the rest of the players on that team kind of achieve their best play. Like, you look at what Poonage does. Right. Poonage is putting up big points. Shinboy doing the same. Sparking doing the same. So it seems like Balefrost has been the answer to the question mark for that squad.
Well, the answer to the question mark of when is the last game starting is right now. Let's head to our casting duo. It is Matcham and Godspeed with the final match of the day.
I'm still a little awestruck by Toffee saying the fact that he loves Yoho. Do you love Yoho?
I do like that team a lot, yes, Matt.
Sorry, just the phrasing on it got me. I love it. That's why I love it. The phrasing on that squad in just general is fun to play around. We got one more, guys, and we've had a smorgasbord of circles. We've had centered circles. We've had bridge circles, hard shifts all over the place. Playing path for this one's coming in pretty neutral, all considered. I gotta say, the team's been doing really good about responding, but it feels like 22 is finding some successes today, finding their guns, finding the kills.
So Poro actually very kind of out of character hit 2 really great points while he was sitting.
Just gonna do him like that, God! I'm over here picking on Toffee's phrasing, and now you're attacking
defend
Poro.
himself, man. It's free. It's low hanging fruit. No, but in all seriousness, Pro had 2 really incredible points. One is that 22 Esports is indeed finally starting to stretch out and get those kills that we wanted him to get. And 2, 100% I agree with the fact that he said that Balefrost is kind of, so far, it looks like to be what was missing in that recipe of those initial 3 players that were Dignitas that are now Yoho. And of course, I'm talking about Shinboy, Poonage, and Sparking. But yes, I mean, he hit the nail on the head with both teams. And I really feel like Bale, now with his new team, especially maybe less pressure on him, I don't know. I'm not going to speak 100% on it, but I feel like Bale is going to slot incredibly well in this roster, and it's already looking like he has.
Bale is like a crazy good fragger, right? And so I can see how
Bale is a really good all-around player.
But
very good all-around player.
I feel like we just saw the circle, but for military.
Yeah, this one definitely looks like it's probably going to skew towards melee base, but yes.
So I can see what you're talking about the pressure being put onto Bale's shoulders. Whenever we look at Yo, that is a firepower heavy squad. Like, if I were to bump into this squad out of anything in here, I would probably, if I knew the squad, I would just try to get away from it. The more distance you can keep away from Yo, the better, all considered.
Yeah, that core roster's, again, always been really dangerous. And now with Balefrost, again, coming into this, I feel like maybe it's just like a new, fresh start on a different team, and he's able to, just, I don't know if it's, I don't want to speak on it because I haven't talked to Bale, but maybe he's more comfortable on this team. Maybe he feels like he can flex more support on this team or whatever have you. The point is Bale is a very good all-around player, and now with this roster, I think so far he has slotted in and fit well, and they are continuing to do well because of that.
We're continuing to do well because our Alienware Observer Zone, so thank you so much, guys, for all the hard work you put in. It's hard to try to track all of the action that's going on in a circle, especially whenever you get a circle like this. So thanks for queuing us into a lot of what's going on. As you can see, United making their rotate down to try to get some more loot to be had. I want to remind everybody, shoot to kill, finding some points now in these later stages of these games.
Yeah, start to pick it up.
Remember, the last circle, they dropped military. got a favorable situation, made it to the late game. This circle heavily favors military again, so could be another big pop-off game for shoot to kill.
And if you're a shoot to kill fan, you are hoping for that, right? Because they've slowly started to climb, now in 7th place. They're still a little ways off, but I think the most important thing is, although Sonics has been somewhat consistent here as far as getting points, they haven't been getting, as the desk said, double-digit points, right? And they've slowed down just a little bit, just enough to let a team like United, Yahoo, 22 now to start to catch up. Even STK, if they have some pretty, crazy good games, they could start to find themselves climbing that leaderboard as well.
But here's the problem with it is Sonics, whenever they're winning, they're taking all the points for themselves. We're starting to see like the points be spread across multiple teams. So while they are starting to catch up to Sonics, nobody has just really,
no one has caught them yet.
We need E United or a Yahoo or somebody to manage to stack together a couple of games, and they'll really give them a run for their money. And because if anything, it feels like whenever Sonics is pressured more on the leaderboard, that's whenever we see like an almost different level, an ascended version of Sonics that's gone full on like supersonic.
Yeah, they take a step back. Basically, yeah, they take a step back. And I see what you're trying to do. They take a step back and then they refocus, exactly. And that's Sonics is a dangerous team that does that. But again, I would kind of extend that courtesy to STK as well, or to United, right? Or like any of these teams that we know are top tier, even BBB at this point, who's been together for quite a while as a full roster, right? And these guys, it does seem like the pressure actually will help them perform better, especially when they're playing from behind.
BBB is...
I mean, BBB's just kind of always been consistent,
They're
right?
a really good team, but for whatever reason, it feels like they're letting off of the gas.
Yes, it does feel like they can't close out sometimes.
And you're seeing that on the leaderboard. They were threatening the top, and now 60 points behind first. It's not like they're playing badly.
No, not at all.
It's just they're not finding the opportunities in the same level that presented.
Yeah, and I think a part of that is because, again, they are a very scrappy team, and they do win a pretty good portion of their team fights, right? They wouldn't be one of the highest killing teams in this event if they didn't, but because they're kind of playing more for points and less for placement, or just trying to maximize what they're getting out of every game, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're maximizing their positioning for the W, right? We've seen kind of BBB often even push outside of circle to make sure that they clear a team, and that will instead kind of cause them issues. And so if they can just reel that back a little bit, which they did. In the first day, I felt like BBB had actually reeled back quite a bit of...
STK? How did you let that happen?
I mean, yeah, they're not split in this kind of double long buildings here.
I mean, okay, shoot to kill's got Luke on top of this one. So Hello Senpai not too comfy in his position, but I mean, Nootropic is now going to have to make some choices on how they're wanting to do this one.
Oh, this isn't great to rotate out of either, especially if SDK sitting here. So, I mean, they'll be able to take at the very least that kind of grandma's house.
Yeah, I mean, this is
it's not great. Yeah, this isn't.
This is uncomfortable, to say the least, for them.
It's not the best, not the worst.
It's a point to which you could survive for now, but as we start to see military base start to collapse in and more people maybe wing the center, we're going to have to keep an eye on that position for Nootropic, as it could be a much bigger problem as this progresses. Yellow Jacks is the very far north around Kameshki doing their looting. Troglodytes did make their commitment into George Pole, so they're going to be coming in with their loot. 22, living the 22 life, played along the western coast, now finding a boat, and they're going to be coming down. All considered,
surprising.
Nobody dead, no first blood yet, and I think that's just kind of the read for the circle. Everybody was like, okay, we're going military. Let's figure it out. Let's find distance.
Specifically this military circle too, right, Matt? The one that's it's hanging quite a bit off the west side, and I mean, Nova isn't even in, right? Like this to me might be one of the more difficult melee-based circles to play overall, just because you don't even have the radio tower or the compound under it. Again, Nova, a lot of that stuff, and the terrain here is not only unforgiving and open, especially on the west side in between like the gas cans and where AKM are sitting, but like even when a Crochet gets in, they're still just going to be on the edge.
I was going to say, I was enjoying the wave sounds as people were driving on the boat there.
It is nice.
I just like the water sounds in this game quite a bit.
Big water guy, are you, huh?
Yeah.
I bet you love the 2017 meta.
Yeah, I remember having to gas the mermaids all the time. I am not missing those days in the slightest. United making their rotation coming in from Milta Power, but slow roll, all considered. And I don't know. I do like the fact that we're seeing Radio Tower mostly out of this. It is still kind of in, but not in a way that anybody would want to make a committal to. This area to the west of Military Base Island, like right along the coast, is a very interesting set for circles.
Yeah.
Especially in-game circles. We still have the capabilities of having a do-up military base circle ending, which are always fun. Like, you just move right into the military base proper. Give me some of those oil barrel fights and those types of things.
I mean, yeah, this one really kind of goes everywhere, right? Sometimes you end on the compound up towards the hill where AKM is. Sometimes you end like in the middle of the field, like where gas is. Like this circle, again, this melee circle is definitely one of the more difficult ones to play, especially if you're trying to like plan out where you go, because sometimes the circle will just shift, and the play that you thought was going to be good or you thought you had an option of doing is just gone.
Oh, who's going to spot who? Looks like Dodge is caught up looking up the hillside. Oh, Richie, you took a shot at the worst time you could ever take a shot, and now Cherry is going to look back this direction. Ooh. What are we going to see? Are they going to get there in time? The hillside might provide enough cover. Tracer's coming in. 300 defended for now. Is the open top going to be enough? And yes, it does provide enough protection to get away.
Richie B in the open top is going to survive indeed. 300 have been, I mean, they've been just kind of doing their thing, you know? Just kind of have sitting in the middle of the leaderboard at the very least. 8th place, definitely not bad, over 100 points. We haven't seen anything flashy from them, but 300 haven't really ever been a flashy team. They're just a very solid team. Very just good, good fundamentals. They make good plays overall. Sometimes they win all their team fights, but I mean, 300's, they've definitely been on the cusp as well to qualifying for some big things as well.
If they can make it into an in-game circle, woe be to the other teams around them. It's just that, like, moving into that last, like, 2 to 3 circles, it feels like they end up in all of the firefights, which is how they get a lot of their points, is based off the kills in those. But it does negate them getting into the end as much as we'd like to see. Sonic's making their run through right now. Circle has popped, no surprise. It's stayed mostly west, still keeps in some of the bridge, but using the catwalks around the outside of it should be fine. Chocolate is coming in. Yellow Jackets could bump into just too easy on the outside of them. But what are those guys? What are they doing?
Just too easy in Yellow Jackets.
Are they just mad at each other?
No, because even watching some of the games from last week, they really don't mind the blue at all. I mean, I saw Yellow Jackets up in Miramar, like in the water all the way on the northeast coast, like in Circle 4. That blew my mind. So this doesn't actually surprise me.
Okay, so we can see Sonic's making the cross, and there you go. Coda Kid's going to get down Drake and take him out and flush him. Yellow Jackets now have to figure out what they're doing. This is a lot of damage that's been starting to land. Coda Kid's just going to go ahead and move into cover. And now everybody is stuck, because Yellow Jackets have abandoned their vehicles and they're looking into what's going on, and Just Too Easy can't hop in their vehicles because now it's Overwatch on both sides. 22 did manage to finish their cross and are in the south of what's going on in military, but interesting, peculiar things happening around the circle right now.
And I am curious, like what the thought process of rotating that late in the blue. Like it's fine if they wanted to maybe like sit up towards the north or above a bridge somewhere they could rotate earlier, but I mean they just Too Easy just got to this bridge, and Yellow Jackets isn't even there yet, right? They're still north of Milta, so yeah, I'm just not really sure. I wish I could tell you, but I don't exactly know what that plan is. On top of that, they're about to run into the Rumblers anyways.
I was going to say, all that doesn't matter is that Rumblers are sitting on a bridge camp to the east, and that could pay off. Gas Cans do have Sonics that are close friends with right now, as Sonics are trying to maneuver through the western side of the beachfront property that we can see that's lined up over here. Great sight lines over into Ferry Pier. See, like a Kamukal getting vision on it. Gas Cans opening up. There's one down. And it's always Shrimzy, man. How does everybody always know where Shrimzy is and to shoot him first?
The thing is, it's like... I feel like half the time it's not even Shrimzy.
It's not.
It's like getting knocked out of a car. He's not even driving or something. Yeah, it's tough sledding. Tig is also going to go down. And again, if you are any of the other teams in the lobby, you love this. You love seeing Tig and Shrimzy go down early. You love seeing the Sonics kind of suffer, because that ultimately means that their lead is not going to be extended by that much. I say that, but again, any duo of Sonics is more than capable of making it to the end game.
Mime's been having some hot hands today, too.
Mime's been on fire today.
See, Nikos wants to go for this one. Gas cans have the numbers, but just barely. Have to be careful about the harassment at range. Nikos has managed to get very, very close. Greg's going to be back behind them. This is the commitment now coming in. See how Gas Cans runs this. H-Win not waiting for it. Looks like he's moving through. Is he aware of how close the threat is? Nico steps out, takes some shots. Now they are very aware of where he is. Nikos has to be careful, but it's going to be Greg that hits a nade right on top of Mime. And now it is just H-Win who has been spotted out. Now Gas Cans knows how they want to do this. Flames in front of him, the only thing that's slowing him down.
Gas Cans have done a really good job of isolating this. Sonic's done a good job of trying to fight back, but again, that initial knock coming out of Waikiki was pretty devastating. Then Tig going down and clean wipe coming out from Gas. Well played.
Now let's see what everybody else can do. Sonics, the first team out, means that E United, Yahoo, 22 Gas Cans themselves, who are taking destiny in their own hands, have some opportunities to work with. The circle has popped. We have Chocolatitas that is going to be coming across the bridge and could be following through. You can see 22 is playing to the south, so they're going to have to make a movement of their own. Then, very far to the east, Rumblers are still looking into Just Too Easy, who still not yet crossed the bridge. They're about to do so, and keep in mind, Yellow Jackets is still very far to the north. I don't even know.
I don't even know. Rumblers is still also camping that, which is pretty wild. But yeah, 22 is kind of in a world of trouble here, rotating in between BBB as well as United. They're finding themselves on that road. It's not good. It's really not good. They're making do with what they have, and what they have is dangerous. But wait, in this rotation, it was actually Hasten going to find Roth.
That is a big hit onto this one. See if 22 is going to continue the harassment. Vinny now rolling around the outside, but not seeing any knocks from the outside.
He's trying to shuffle the players back and forth. Yep. He's being that chauffeur. Sharp almost going down on 5 HP. Roth still needs to be rezzed, and 22 is kind of making this work.
Oh, BBB is making a counter move around this one, though, trying to get in position. Ultless is going to go down, and it's going to be E United that has vision on this one, protecting 22. 22 realizing the fact that they can throw some stuff into this one. There's nobody in the car. Oh, the nade lands on top of it. E United is just like, what's even happening over here?
Sure. 22, though, man, they are fighting back, and they're getting shot by multiple teams and still putting so much damage down on BBB, but Keenan is going to find the knock on Haven.
Hasten does get his health back up, though, so looking down into this firefight, has to be careful. Him and Vinny are doubled up on the other side of the road. So that means the fact that they're going to have to make a commitment into this, but they're going to have to rotate anyway. E United is watching this one, goes for the spray and kickstart Snakers.
You know
they
what?
Just put in some work, and 22 is gone.
I know that didn't work out very well for 22, but I respect and love the hell out of that play and what they tried to do there. Even though they got wiped out early, and I don't think they got many kills off that. This is free. This is free 99. Oh my goodness.
That's even more points, though. Like, look, E United already at 7 with Sonics going out early. This is the game that E United wants.
Yep. But again, back to 22 just for a second. I mean, the fact that they were making those plays, they had Hasten back. He got a knock. They tried to chauffeur him, go for the res. I mean, there was a lot of little intricate plays happening with 22 there, even though they didn't make it. As we see, Extreme is now having to deal with, looks like Yellow Jackets finally making it in.
But they don't even make it to the safe zone. They stop right outside of it, and it's going to be Dodge there taking shots. 300 that are going to be able to defend this one up potentially, so we'll have to see how this goes. At least let one Yellow Jacket put their foot in the safe zone. They've earned that. Even if it's making the push into it, Yellow Jackets have threats all around them, and it's only really a matter of how much Dodge wants to move in. Is he going to do it? They just have to move a little bit further. Just about 5 meters. Can Yellow Jackets make it to the safe zone?
Yeah, but 300 have been here before. They like, for the most part, holding this, and they've been doing a good job so far. They're in, but they still have to contest here with 300. Extreme on this off angle. I don't know if they know where the rest of the members of 300 are. That's going to be a knock coming out on Batungas.
All right, 300 has been taking shots at Dodge at range, and now also very aware of what's going on. Good reposition coming up from Extreme, reading what's going to be happening. Lipe Roca, the last one up, seeing the fact that they might commit into this res, but I mean, 300 just has a bottleneck down there, and then Dodge has got a bottleneck the other side of this one. So Yellow Jackets trying to string it together come in late, but they come in late at the exact wrong place.
And it was really well played from Extreme. I mean, he was pretty much the one that was kind of anchoring and baiting for the rest of his team, but he didn't even really need them. I mean, aside from some cover fire and giving him the ability to kind of back up a little bit, he's found so much with so little, honestly. This angle he has isn't necessarily giving him that much of the whole compound, but this lane that he's holding down is just so detrimental, and he's been doing it so well.
Looks like we do see Yellow Jackets making the lead over. It's going to be Extreme reading that very well. Dodge using this hillside. They are in the safe zone and very aware, so it's going to be Vox that's going to be provide some type of support to knock Dodge out of this position, maybe let 300 move. Neverhorror is doing it on the other side. Akreche, though, is coming in from the south. They're going to have AKM as well as the very active E United that are next to them.
Yeah, but Dodge has now put themselves in a position to try to punish. Again, this has been very detrimental for Yellow Jackets. 300's been holding strong. Extreme, really nice hold, and Yellow Jackets kind of stuck. But now Dodge has recognized that, and they position themselves to punish this.
There we go. Yellow Jackets do get eliminated, but now 300 needs to get by Dodge, and it looks like it's going to be the clown car strategy that.
Oh, Rich should be so low.
This is all right. Oh no, they're probably going to cross. Do they cross underneath of the bridge? And
underneath is definitely they can. They have something to play underneath here. There's no reason for them to try to crest over to Dodge. Dodge, I do like that setup, trying to punish that. They knew that fight was happening, and they're trying to get a third party going.
I had that moment of, oh my God, no, and then I remembered the bridge. Hey, I'm sorry. Sometimes I just get excited about firefights. It's my job. Okay. Looking all considered, E United still needs to push into Akreche's position, technically AKM's position, who are holding the hillside at the top. But we know E United from those earlier games loves playing King of the Hill, and woe be to AKM because E United looks like they want to go for a play. The problem is Akreche can go for a third party into this, depending on how this firefight goes.
Yeah, they absolutely could, and this is kind of a weird situation here on the south. Again, United being the ones that have to push in. Flood's going to get knocked.
Okay.
Second knock. Snaker's going down as well.
That's some big firefighting coming out from AKM, and it's going to be a lot of assistance at range. Troglodyta's coming back up behind Akreche. We now have 4 teams that are fighting for this position, realizing the strength of it. Troglodytas just wants the shack, but this is the wrong shack to go to. Akreche now has to make a counter move because of Troglodytas' positioning. They weren't expecting this, so now they have to figure out how they're going to commit, and it looks like they might be just leaning into the hillside. AKM is starting to fall apart up on top of this, but it's going to be Real, the last one up, who's just fighting his way through this. He has got to be careful. This is going to be the Blue Zone back behind him. Gets the flush, 10 kills, and now gonna see how this one stacks up. Holding up for just a second, slowing down. Teammates gonna be coming in back behind him.
No, I don't think he makes it.
Maybe he can put loot close enough for him, though. Is this a 1v1v1 at the top of this?
Yes, it is actually.
All right, well, King of the Hill benefiting nobody really right now, as Relo is still going to continue to throw out whatever utility he has to be careful. I don't know if he's expecting 2 different teams to be in that spot. Does spin back around, but Akreche does manage to get it. Now, guess what, Demox? You are aware that you have more friends, and it's going to be VHZ that's looking for this one.
And Trogs also has kind of smelled some of this as well. They might want to push up the hill. The flash is out. Did he see him? I'm not sure he did.
Has to hear the
but he gets it. Clean kill there, VHC. So Akreche going to pick up another kill. That's 2 kills for them. Wipe out 2 different teams in E United as well as AKM. And
remember Troglodytas?
Yeah.
Good fight, Akreche, but now you have to deal with 4-man Troglodytas. That just came over there, hung out, and was like, I don't want anything.
Trog is kind of in a tricky spot here as well, as although they're safe right now, they're not necessarily in the best spot, especially to deal with a team like SDK right below them.
So, looking at the lay of the land, you can see that it's going to be gas cans that are going to be in the west with 300 after they've done the loop around the bridge. Dodge is still moving into the north, but really Nootropic Yoho very strong. Rumblers coming in from the east might be able to make some problems for a couple of these teams, but Shoot to Kill Troglodytas to the south could have potential for a brewing fight, because gas cans still need to move in, but 300 just have good firing lines into them. Maybe Dodge could be a distraction.
Dodge as a 3-man, I mean, they still have...
Right next to Extreme. I was going to say, that's a problem. They, I guess they just didn't get an idea that Extreme was there, so now it is just Hikerman. Can he manage to fight his way out of this one? There's a lot of 300 members over there. He's going to go down.
Dude, Extreme has actually been so good this game so far.
Yeah.
I mean, he's good in general, but I mean, like, this game specifically, too, like, he's really been popping off, like, just playing well his own life. It's been good.
Well, we're getting to that hurdle too. We were talking about sometimes 300 has some trouble getting into the later stages. Now they've just got gas cans as the threat next to them, and if they can get control over this hillside, there's a lot of strength for late game here.
And again, 300s, they're a really solid team.
Wait, what?
If they make it in late game, what is that? Oh, that's not good though.
White Kikamukau feeling pretty good about it, but gets the counter down. What is White Kikamukau doing? He just destroyed all of 300 himself. Oh my God.
Shoot that air, buddy. The cow has had enough.
That's why you don't kick a
Dude, let me tell you something. That last peak, Oh, I felt it. Like that last peek, he was just feeling it. It was all confidence. He did not need to peek that, but he didn't care. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna take this. I know I'm gonna win this gunfight. Like that's what happens when you chain together Nox. Is just like you're just in the zone, and it sucks for everyone else.
Okay,
that was clean.
A pity on the rest of this group right now is there is going to be a high ground gas cans with YKick and Mukel feeling it right now. Shoot to Kill still caught up with Troglodytes though, as this has been a standoff that's been brewing. You can see 2 members of Shoot to Kill now trying to make their way into the safe zone. Rumblers are going to be crossing in a very similar vector though, so it looks like they both have eyes set on the same prize. Problem is that there's a lot more Rumblers than there are Shoot to Kill members. Valiant taking it with 1 life. Okay, Shoot to Kill trying to fend up. Rumblers coming in, rumbles all over the place. Sprays coming out. Fire has been the name of the game today, and Rumblers got to pump the brakes.
They did get a knock, though, on one of the members inside. It was actually Luke. He went down to his own molly. That's devastating.
Alo's now trapped.
It's just Alo now. Oh, man. Yeah, that's not a situation I expected Alo to get out of. And just like that, Rumblers with 4 alive, with that rotation, actually find themselves in a nice spot in the circle now. Remember, they're playing basically edge this whole time. They had no real spot to go to.
So Nootropic going to be very close to the center. Yahoo does have the compound to the north of them. Sparking playing the outside of it, not with the other members. Gaskin's going to have the high ground to the west, and it's going to be Troglodytes with the high ground to the south. Problem with it is Troglodytes high ground isn't really all that good, so they're probably going to have to make a play sooner or later.
Yeah, it's kind of just not good at all.
Balefrost? What are they doing to Nootropic over there? That's 2 members down for Nootropic. Is Yahoo going to do anything? Sparking looks like he's moving to get in a vehicle. He might regroup? Is that all that they were after?
Yeah, they might just cross Sparking over, which would be a good play here. I mean, that does leave the east side completely open, but this probably will shift away from that. Rumblers really just has to make sure Trog doesn't backfill them here, right? I'm not sure if they know Trog is here. They might have an idea, but at the very least, if they just watch this back hill, they should be able to just hold them out indefinitely.
They saw a Shoot to Kill approach from this angle, so they might think it's clean, all considered. Gas cans, you can see harassing the goes. Well, okay, now they know Troglodytes is there. Now Rumblers looks back through. Rusty Zero takes a face full of lead, steps away, and does manage to survive, but here come the nades. Not enough to get in knocks, but Rumblers now looking this direction with, it's going to be gas cans looking into Rumblers' backside to stall any forward movement.
And honestly, I'm not sure if gas cans have a vehicle, but if that they do. So if that fight continues to pop off, crashing might be an option for them. So they are going to get the vehicle here to this rock, which keeps the tires alive as well. That's what you want.
Oddly enough, they're pretty close to a crate as well. I don't know if they can, I don't know if anybody has vision on it. Maybe Rumblers might, but their smoke's down. They are going to make the commitment for it, so that is going to be Nikos that's going to get a crate weapon to work around. And see how Troglodytes is, Kill Demo finds Los, and that could open up the doors for Troglodytes to make a move. Let's see how much they can manage to exploit it. They're slow rolling in, finally making the foot push.
Nice angles here. Necro covering Rusty. It's about the best they can do. They know they have to make this push, but Valiant is going to step out on the left. He's going to find one. Waldo's going to find another one as well.
But only 1 member up for Rumblers. Troglodytes still making their push down. 2 members up. Kill Demo does manage to make it to the wall. What do you do, Waldo? There's just too many threats around as the Rumblers are starting to die off all around you. Does manage to get his health back up. But, I mean...
that nade might bounce back.
Yeah, gotta be careful about that.
Oh, he did! He knocked himself
Oh, no! Of all the times to do it, does Waldo know?
That was a really weird nade, though.
Okay.
It like bounced off the sill weird.
Pause for a second. Everybody breathe. We got to reset. Both people are rezzing. So we're moving back into a 2v2 as gas cans do have control of the high ground. And both of these teams still need to move to the building next to this building.
You're actually right as well. That crate could provide some cover as well for gas cans. So on top of a new vest,
Waldo.
new helmet.
The Molotov. Necro's going to go down. There you go. In the end, they get it. They get the defense up.
They lost 2, but good recovery from Rumblers, because now look at them, 8 kills.
And, I mean, they're up against Nootropic right now. This is going to be the person that, or one of the teams that they're threatening repeatedly on this leaderboard. So it's kind of weird. We've got the gas cans and Yahoo standoff for upper end of what we're looking at. And in the middle of the pack, we've got Rumblers and Nootropic trying to line together. Gas cans, though, having some trouble moving down this hillside as Rumblers are now that free from what's going on with Troglodytes, can look back in and get some vengeance back on gas cans who's been harassing them for so long.
And it will be gas cans. I mean, try to make just something work here, trying to make lemonade out of lemons, but it's hard. It's hard in this position because they're up on the hill. They don't have a lot of cover. That vehicle was all they had. And once that was gone, I mean, pretty much everyone else's mercy here, but Rumbler's not trying to make the rotation as well while this can go down.
Yeah, I mean, Nootropic just has all the vision. I like this, trying to be proactive, get ahead of the circle. I understand that they don't have options, really. They know that these buildings aren't going to stay in. Maybe they could flank around into gas cans position or do something else like that, but maybe now really Rumblers are just praying that the circle comes to them. That's about the only thing you can do.
Well, Corsac is in right now, and he has a building, he has cover, he doesn't have to peek, so he can at the very least survive, and that shift doesn't actually do a lot for him.
I mean, that's like a tease.
I thought
it's like, hey, I was going to give you just enough
the shack
to give you
was
hope.
still in. I was like, oh, maybe no.
I'm just enough for hope. I mean, I don't even think that those boxes that are right next to the shack.
I don't think he has much of a prayer here, if I'm being quite real with you. But
be one with the grass.
I'm not gonna, not gonna cut him out.
Nikos is actually still capable of staying up in this position. He has to move just a little bit more to the south, but he's still got this hillside. The thing is, Yoho and Newt are just letting this brew the entire time, and
they've been getting a kill or two here. Honestly, I feel like Yoho in the past may have pushed this or got a little more aggressive on Newt, and I'm kind of glad they didn't. Right, like this is them showing restraint, showing some control. Like they don't need to make this push right away. They know that there's multiple teams on the outskirts. Let those teams fall first at the very least, so they don't get third-partied or they don't, get in a position where they lose a member or two, and then just kind of take over.
Here it comes.
Now
Yoho.
they push when it's pretty much just these two teams. So
Yoho making the push in. Hello Senpai gets the read on it, but it is no fear coming out from Yoho. Lampalot's going to go down, and this is a strong set of plays. Nootropic has to wait for just a moment to get a feel for what's going on. Cynic's trying to respond, but there are no breaks on what's going on. Another pickup's going to go down. Cynic's going to go. Now, Hello Senpai Leda realizing the fact that the game's coming out ahead. Of course, that makes the play over, but it's going to be Yoho again. That spots what's going on. Hello Senpai Leda now in some trouble. What can Gas Cans Nikos do up at the top of this? He's still leaning into the cover of the crate.
This is Circle 8, so Center's actually not in the building, so Nikos could potentially sneak from tree to tree and really actually kind of spoil this game for Yoho or even the duo that is now Newt. Something else I really love that Yoho did here is that, and it's pretty basic stuff, but just seeing it be used at this level is really nice. Punich had the shotgun. He was always the first one in, and he was always ready to be traded by the teammate behind him. And that's just super clean play, man. Yoho is this event, this roster, Balefrost being the addition. I really freaking love it.
Well, looks like Nico's Gas Cans is going to be looking into Yoho. Yoho luring poor Nootropic into a false sense of security and then just taking it from him. Hello Senpai, last one up. He's got himself the pump, though. Can he find the angles to make it work? Tries to go for it. Nope, it's going to be Yoho. And guess what, Nikos? You got some friends that are going to be coming after you in a second, and this is a strong push coming in second. These guys
Yoho is on the cusp,
four players.
Denying this point is correct. So, may not like it, but that is the play.
I mean, they're close on the leaderboard. Yep. You should do what you can. Yoho walking away with a strong victory. 7 kills, and going to be feeling pretty good on that leaderboard.
Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe Nikos gets like a kill or two and gets a couple more points, but again, feeding a team like Yoho who just had a game like that, you could argue that 1 point may or may not be the difference, but either way, what a game from Yoho.
Leaning into the safety of everything all considered. Rumblers also had a good game. I mean, 10 kills. You saw the fact that they were very active in what was going on, and good to see some of these teams that we know that can handle some of these end games taking it, and I still got to say, why kick a Mukau?
Why kick a Mukau, man?
Dude, that was
what
so
a
good.
Play.
So
Dude,
good.
It was wild because as he went, before he even peeked the 4th member, I was just like, he's just going to ego peek it. He's just going to ego peek it because he was feeling it, man. I mean, those were crispy shots. And he just, that was beautiful. That's exactly what they needed. What a cow. What a cow, man.
Mike Mukau for coming here.
Beautiful stuff.
And giving us plays like that. We appreciate you and every step of the way. I know Nations Cup, you're going to be playing for somebody else, but we know where your heart lies.
I'll still root for all the Aussies, man.
Yeah.
I have a lot of respect for those players. After playing against them and now like watching them, like that region is nuts.
Committed. You got to say that. That's why they produce so much quality teams, is so many quality players, is these guys have been committed time and time again. Guys, we still have tons of action. But let's remember, that's going to be coming up in the next 2 days. We've got the Final Circle news segment where we're going to be talking about so much of what's going to be going on. We've got highlights, we got leaderboards, we got tons of stuff. Make sure you guys stay tuned in. We will be back in just a moment. Luring poor Nootropic into a false sense of security and then just taking it from him. Hello, last one up. He's got himself the pump, though. Can he find the angles to make it work? Tries to go for it. Nope, it's going to be Yoho. And guess what, Nikos? You got some friends that are going to be coming after you in a second, and this is a strong push coming in second. These guys,
Yoho is on the cusp, yes.
4 players.
Denying this point is correct.
So,
may not like it, but that is the play.
I mean,
the game is done, but we are not, as we have the end of day to go through. We got an interview on the way, and then the final circle. It's going to be a lot of fun. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Clover and Porosaurus as we break down the end of day 1 of weekend 2. Let's take a look at the dinner winner from that match and see who came out on top and really set, I think, the pace for coming back tomorrow. It's going to be Yoho, 7 kills. Is that we accept that as that's an acceptable kill count, right? I've been told recently it's not, but I feel like that's pretty good.
On a Millie Island circle, yeah, absolutely. I think that's it's definitely acceptable, and especially when they had to fight their way out into and out of that compound. So, I think they ended up sitting there for most of the time, though. But they had to hold against all comers, and that shotgun push at the end, chef's kiss, man. That was beautiful stuff.
And everyone's like, all hating on the shotguns. I love it. All right, use it. That was exactly what it was meant for.
People hate shotguns because they're effective. There's no such thing as a weapon in the game where you're like, man, I absolutely hate that because like I haven't died to it.
Nobody hates a pistol, you know?
Exactly. No one hates a pistol. They're a lovely little addition to the game that serve almost no purpose whatsoever, but they look cool. Speaking of looking cool, why don't we take a look back at that last match and see exactly how it went? Final game of the day. You know it's gonna be all about highlights.
Highlights, yeah. And speaking of looking cool, it couldn't have been us, right?
Yeah, hey.
I feel like I learned my lesson. Like my shoes are off the couch. Okay.
Fresh to death, as I mean, you want to talk about fresh? The white kickaboot. I mean, we've been knowing that this kid is absolutely cracked. And spray the air. Let him know. Oh, we didn't get that in the clip. Come on, guys.
I'm sure we'll see it later today during the highlights. That thing was beautiful.
I was disappointed about
the celebratory actions of that. And again, Yahoo, I mean, we haven't really gotten to talk about them as much today because the issue is that they've been middling, but they've been middling consistency. They have averaged 6 kills a game, and they have averaged 6th place all 5 matches today. So that's exactly where they're at, right? But because of that, they're always finding those points. They're finding ways to really come out on top in that beautiful little end of the game again. Nikos with the denial there on the nade.
I mean, do what you got to do. 15 points, it saved 1. It would have been a lot closer if he hadn't done that. Yahoo comes out with 17 on a big match. Gascan's 15. And the Rumblers, well, they've been disappointing, in my opinion. Have a good day. You don't. Okay, Clover threw her hands up.
Here's the thing. Rumblers have. That's once again. They've had an 8 kill game, a 9 kill game, a 10 kill game.
Yeah.
They're just look at the placement points. 4. That's been the issue with the Rumblers is they're not making it to the late. They're not making that final 4.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, Poro. Who is at top at the end of our first day of weekend 2? Sonics. We asked, is it a runaway? And E United put on their boxing gloves and came out aggressive, but so did Yahoo.
I mean, it was Sonics definitely did their best to kind of hold on to their spot. Now, they didn't have any big games today, right? Which is unfortunate for them. But E United, I mean, we talked about how they were struggling trying to find consistency, and they were having the one big game a day that was kind of holding them in the right spot. Well, today they managed to produce quite a bit of points. All right, they managed to kind of run away with things a little bit, and as a result, they managed to get within 4 points of that lead in Sonics. But again, they still got Yahoo right on their heels. So it's 2 days left. It's anyone's game still.
I think that's the key is coming into today, a lot of us were questioning, is it still anybody's game?
Mm-hmm.
And as somebody who literally sits on this couch and talks about the games nonstop, thank goodness that E United and Yahoo showed up.
Yeah, we've been there before. We're at this stage of PCS and we're already kind of like, well, look who's playing for 2nd place because Sonics have in the past run away with it. Obviously, they struggled a little bit on day 1 until that 5th game, where that winning streak started, and it felt like, as Poro said, the switch was turned back on and Sonics kind of returned to glory. Today, it wasn't that they were playing bad. They just weren't running away with it, and we saw a lot of other teams really get that chance to shine.
My wife tried to run away from home when she was like 8, and she got to the end of the street and stopped because mom and dad told her you can't cross the street without an adult and came on back. The Sonics a little bit feel like that. They were on that trajectory. They were getting away, and then they just kind of stopped because to me, I don't understand what was going on. And we'll break it down at the end of the matches today. We got the final circle coming up, so we have a little chance to dive into some of our teams that did well. But right now, I want to chat with a team that absolutely came out today. We had questions. We were curious if they could do it, and they did. It's 22. And we have Hasten joining us for our interview today. Welcome, sir. Congratulations on a very, very strong day.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's jump right into the questions. I want some hard-hitting, brutal questions for this man, Clover.
All right, Hasten, do you feel like you were playing any differently today than y'all were last week? Or are you still focusing on surviving to the end game?
I think that we're still playing the same way we were playing last week. Something that we've been working on lately is maximizing our kill points, and I think that we've been making some improvements on that aspect.
Interesting. Poro?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was kind of what Clover was getting at. I mean, that's one of the things that we've talked about you guys a lot is that you're so good and consistent at keeping guys up and getting to that late game, but it's always been getting the kill points, man. That's always been kind of the thing that's kind of kept you from climbing. Like you guys will get in a good spot and you'll just kind of hold steady, but get those kill points is what you need to climb. Is that kind of how you guys are approaching this now in order to try to get higher ranked in the leaderboard?
It definitely, like I said on the previous question, since we've practiced it in scrims, we can put that to use in real games, which is also it's completely different from scrims. But having an IGL that can consistently put us onto the end game just helps us even more to practice that even more and apply it in real games.
So let me ask you this, and this is a little bit away from gameplay. A lot of our other teams from Latin America have been struggling to stay up in that sort of top 8-5 position. You guys have been doing it consistently. Do you feel extra pressure being sort of the Latin American team that everybody is watching at all times, or do you let that roll off your backs?
I don't think we feel any pressure. We're just playing our game and doing as much as we can, not only for the Latin American region, but also for Portugal. And I think that if we keep doing our best, the result will come and it will be the max that we could have done.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you stopping by and talking to us. I can't wait to see what you guys bring to the games tomorrow. Before I let you go, do you have any shout outs, any maybe trash talking you're interested in doing? The floor is yours for a moment.
I'd like to shout out to every 22 Esports fan and to a couple of special people as well, like Gats, Richie B, and Ironic, and that's it.
That's it. I hope one day to find out specifically why some of those folks get call-outs. I absolutely adore it. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're going to let you go talk to the team because I know we've got 2 very big days coming up. Good luck in that chase to catch Sonics and E United. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you very much.
I love chatting with him. Always has some good answers, good insights. I love that they're not letting the pressure get to them. They're just focusing on their game for the most part.
Yeah, I think they realized the thing that they needed to work on, right? Like as he said, I mean, the consistency of getting to the late game is there, but they know. I mean, they know that they need more kills, and as a result, you can see they're trying to make those slow incremental steps to try to get more kills. And as of today, we saw the fruits of that labor paying off in a big way. Now, can they keep it going for the last 2 days?
And we'll break more into that. We're going to break down E United. We're going to break down 22. We're going to talk about some other teams in the hunt, as well as the top 5 plays of the day, and a surprise interview with Rello. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the final circle in just a few minutes.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and give it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do or die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Welcome back to the Final Circle, the only post-game show that's on tonight about PUBG. My name's Thomas. I'm joined by Clover and Porosaurus. We break down all the action. Before we do, let's look at the leaderboards. What happened after the end of day one? It came out with Sonics on top at 184, but E United and Yahoo said not today as they try to close that gap.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big story, right? Like,
Yeah,
Sonics wasn't able to grow their lead anymore. The teams that were needing to make the points up to try to catch up to everybody else did exactly what they needed to do to set us up for the next 2 days.
And I have good news, and you're going to have to handle this first. We got a surprise interview with E United's in-game leader, Relo. Let's get him on here. How you doing, my guy? My favorite eyebrows in PUBG. Good to have you.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Clover, I want you to hit him with the hardest or easiest question you've got. Either make him sweat or don't, right?
Okay,
Come on.
obviously, here's the thing. You guys going back-to-back wins. Historically, you guys have kind of had a problem sometimes where you'll get that win and then fall off. What is it like, momentum, going into that next match after a win?
It gives us a lot of confidence for fighting. And knowing that we were like 40 points behind Sonics and we managed to close that gap helped us a lot.
Nice. Well, I mean, I imagine it would. Being down that much and having a great day. Poro?
All right, so, I'm going to be a little bit spicier with it. What happened last week? You had 3 days where you were basically carried by a 120-point game each day, and the rest of the games were kind of meh. Was it like a combination of circles? Is it the lobby? What was going on?
I would say it was me, actually. I think it was the way I was calling.
Okay.
I was calling like big rotates, like circle 3 or 4. They were kind of just causing us to die. And, we had a team talk and realized that I was kind of trolling and we're just focusing on fighting and finding our path in the zone. And we're getting a lot more kills. We're leading the tournament in kills right now, which is the first in a long time. So, yeah, we're just fighting more.
You love to see it. I'm going to ask a question.
Yeah.
I wore my E United shirt today. All right, a little bit of the rat love there. Let me ask you how you feel about that, because your social media team seems to really have embraced it. I see them in Twitch chat having a grand old time saying, we're just rats. But there is a negative connotation within the PUBG Pro community with the word. How do you feel about having it applied to you?
I think it's hilarious. I mean, we've always been known for having a more conservative playstyle, but I mean, it's just a meme. We're embracing it, and we're just having fun with it.
I love it. That's what I like to hear, because that's the best way to handle it. Make it a joke and have a good time. Any follow-up questions for our potential champions here?
I just want to congratulate you guys on ratting your way to 16 kills in
Yeah.
the game today. Like,
Thank you.
that was some
What
insanely
a ratty
good ratting.
game. Absolutely.
Yeah, we actually didn't do anything in that game.
No, not at all.
Nothing. It's funny.
No,
You
no,
just
not at all.
threw some lead in the air and it landed in the right spot. Well, it was wonderful to watch you guys play today. I'm going to let you go back and get the plan in play because we got 2 more days and the chase. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to ask you a very serious question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You guys have caught up to the Sonics. The Sonics traditionally do very well at PCSs, but you guys have one of the winningest records coming into this thing in recent past. Are you going to beat Sonics? Are you guys our #1 team?
4 in a row?
I'm not going to say we're going to win because every team in the top right now are really good. I think Yahoo's playing really good as well. But I mean, yeah, we're the reigning champs of 3 NA tournaments now, back-to-back, so I'd like to make it 4.
I would love to see it 4 as well. I love the answer. Humble, though I was hoping for a little more hubris. Have a wonderful afternoon, evening, whatever it is. We'll see you tomorrow, my guy.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome. That was a lot of fun. It was we got a chance to honestly talk to 2 of the teams that only 3 had chicken dinners today. And we got a chance to chat to both of them. So that was exciting. Before that, though, let's take a look at, you know what my new favorite segment is?
What's your new favorite?
The top 5 plays of the day.
Top 5? No way. What's number 5?
Yeah. The first one is just a lot of fun. I love when cars fly, and I love when cars fly into good old-fashioned fire.
This was great. This was so
This
fun.
right
We've seen this a couple of times at the event. A couple different teams have taken advantage of it, but look at this. I mean, Sharp Shot wasted no time there on getting that knock and subsequent flush, right? Made sure there was no res coming out of it.
Oh, where was Adam at, man? Where was Adam? Adam was right across the street. He could have defended him. Anyway, okay. We've been talking a lot about that race for PNC. Sparking in the lead right now for Brazil, and here he's going to show you why. That was a disgusting tap onto Richie B.
Yeah. Though, at the same time, Richie B with a little bit of a disgusting play. Now, Richie B has kind of pulled off some of these magical moments last week, and he had quite a few. But again, this defense, 300, just constantly finding those surprises for us. And unfortunately for Dodge, I think we're going to see them a couple times in some of these clips.
This kid is actually filthy with it. I
mean, there you go.
You're not supposed to have that much swagger coming in there in your second tournament, Richie, but he's fitting right in. Well, there you go. We've been talking about grenades all tournament, right? And Hayes 10 just landing that one from way downtown. The arm on the kid is absolutely nonsense.
And you want to talk about an arm on a kid. Again, we touched it a little bit last game, but why kick a moo cow has just absolutely annihilating. And in this game alone, I think he picked up 6 kills for it, just 4 right there on 300. So 300
in the air. There it is.
Little return there by why kick a moo cow.
Love the good celebration every now and then.
How can you not? I mean, I think all of us, well, maybe not all of us, have wiped a team of 4 once.
Why are you looking at me?
I was looking at you. I was looking at you. Speaking of Poro's play, let's go to something he'll never be on, which is our kill leader update, because we know who's too much.
Watch us.
We'll stream it. We'll prove it. Take a look at the overall kill leaders going into this one, because we do have special prizes coming out. Big Tig at 42, despite a bit of a slow day.
I mean, that lead was a lot higher.
Yeah, I think the issue is not the 42 in the lead, but some of these numbers that are starting to catch up now to Tickleton.
Those are indeed numbers.
I love that 2 of the leaders are coming from E United and are so close together in terms of the amount of points they put up on the board. A lot of the Sonics have slid off the back of that thing, so I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow. And remember, we're going to be tracking a lot of special prizes, including Alienware's Insane Squad MVP, as well as all PCS team. They will get a bit of a reward. I said at the start of the day...
What'd you say?
I said Tiggleton's going to get the awards again, but it's not looking... I mean, it was a good day for everyone else.
I mean, you see, he built himself such a lead that it didn't matter that he had and even today, it's like, if your bad day is still 40-plus points, like... Sonics is fine. I would not worry just yet.
All right, so bad day, but let's talk about the good day. The team that had the best possible day and closed that gap, it is E United.
Yeah. And I mean, all right, let's talk a little bit, because we've got Flood and Kickstart up here with Nox. We're going to see them constantly up through this, and it's the stats they're putting down. Damage, Kickstart, Flood actually jumping reload at the start of the day. Flood wasn't in this top list. In fact, it was H1 and Tiggleton leading the charge.
Well, I mean, going back again to the beginning of the day where we were talking about those PNC MVPs, right? I mean, Tiggleton obviously still kind of running away with it. Sorry, man. Sorry. Feels bad, Flood. Feels bad, Waikikamuka. But H1 was kind of holding the top spot. Now Kickstart is starting to make a run here. He's been on a lot of these little leaderboards we're seeing.
Yeah, and even too, I mean, for a second there, we saw Snakers jump up on the assist. Prior to that point, Sonics were pretty much owning the assist. All 4 members were up there, and then you had Sparking in the 5th slot. Snakers putting in that work, not only getting kills of his own, but making sure that the work that his teammates are putting in goes completed. And that was some of the struggle that United had last week.
Well, and I think that what we're seeing here, Poro, is even a sort of a double down on what we heard from Ella, which is this idea that they were making these broad rotations, they weren't making crisp sends. And all the wins they got today came from dominant positioning, often high ground. It feels like that cleanup, though it sounds small, was just massive.
Yeah, and it's also been the timing on the rotations, right? I mean, you look back to that game that we just saw. That was them playing from the city, and they waited not only to make that push up to the top of the hill to take that high ground away, but they also waited for that crash from Dodge to come in. Remember, like they knew that there was the opportunity, the possibility that they get backfilled, but instead of taking that risk, they make sure to stay it out and wait for that to come to them.
We're tracking MVP.
Yes.
This is our 2 top candidates right now. Tackleton strong with the 42 kills. Kickstart right up there on Rival. And right now, it does seem like a big chasm for Kickstart to cross.
I mean, it does, but I also want to point out that's with a bad day. I think that we haven't seen E United as good as they could perform. I mean, obviously, yeah, Sonics did have a bad day 1, but that 5th game more than made up for it.
I hear you. Okay.
I mean, I think Tiggleton's just obscene. I mean, the guy, like, you don't... The numbers that he has been able to put up consistently from tournament to tournament to tournament every single time, and he still keeps getting better.
Right.
Like, it's just unbelievable the kind of PUBG this guy. I mean, he's a prodigy. He's an actual prodigy. It's unbelievable what he's able to do.
The rest of his team is impressive, but really when it comes
it outshines them almost, and it feels bad because Shrimzy in his own right is like one of my favorite players ever to watch. Mime is insane. H-Win's insane, but you have Tiggleton who's just like godly at everything, and it just kind of outshines him a little bit. But you have to put respect on that man's name.
It's the curse and the blessing of a good roster, right? Like everyone remembers Jordan. Nobody knows Pippen or Kukoc, but he couldn't have won without him, and that is important to remember. Let's take a look at another team that played really, really well that I don't feel like we've heard as much chatter about. So help me get to know them a little bit better. It is the team of Young Guns. Yo.
Yeah, I live with Young Guns, right? I mean, you can see that there's a lot of new players. In fact, I think I even saw a tweet earlier today with both Balefrost and Shinboy when they were still performing in some of the under-18 events a couple years back. And it just goes to show, I think, how well this team has gelled together. Poro, earlier you called it, you said Balefrost is such a great fit on this roster, and I couldn't agree more.
I mean, he's a key. I don't know what it was that he unlocked, but he unlocked something in Poonage in particular. I mean, Poonage is putting up just crazy numbers right now. He looks so much better on that squad, and Shimboy also playing at the top level. Sparking has been kind of the lowest performing out of all of them, but he's still like one of the best players in the entire tournament. So this Yoho squad is scary, man.
With massive clutch potential. That's what I love about watching Sparking play. And it's crazy to me. These guys are not old enough to drink, but they're old enough to dominate when you look at those boards. Let's put them side by side with 22 Esports in 5th place right now. Yoho looking good, but it's not as big of a league as you might think.
No, I mean, obviously, like, we see the kills, we see the damage. It is dominant over 22, but the average kills per game, part of that with 22 does come from the longevity on match. We see 22 at the end game all the time or winning those games, but they always do so with a smaller point balance. Yoho, yes, their average kills is 6, but they're having those big double-digit point games.
Earlier today, we talked about teams to keep an eye on, teams that maybe need to have a big day today if they want to go the distance in the long run. We just saw them in the head-to-head. It is 22 Esports. They started strong a couple days ago. They have a rough end to last weekend, and then today, I don't know what they had for breakfast, but serve me some.
Man, I'm so happy for this team too, because like it's a team of great guys. You can tell the type of PUBG that they like to play is like, I just really appreciate that style of we understand the importance of keeping guys up to the late game, but then you have fraggers on that squad. Haze 10 is nuts. Vinny is insane. Like I love watching Vinny play, and then the fact that Balkan has been able to step up the way he has so far this tournament, especially today. Balkan was just putting up some crazy numbers. So we've always said that this squad is capable of holding their own mechanically with everybody else in this lobby, and now we're getting a chance to see it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, team focus, day 4. 26 kills out of 5 games for 22.
That's wild.
I would go as far as to say that's a solid improvement on a single day performance versus last week, because they were more successful in fights, even for the games that they didn't get that chicken dinner from. Bing Bang Boom, another team we did talk about at the beginning, it's not coming together. This was not their day.
We talked about them in a very positive light because of their kill-centric style of play. They're frag forward, like a nice fine wine. But the reality is, if you can't get those frags, those points start to fall off when you get to the late game. I want to point out, as we look up the overall standings here, 22 Esports and Bing Bang Boom started in 5th and 6th respectively when they started today, but 22 was down by 4 points, Poro. Now they're up by 31. That is a wild swing.
Like, I'll be real honest with you, man. I wish I could give you something good on Bing Bang Boom. I wish I could give you some really in-depth analysis about what happened to Bing Bang Boom today, but I can't. They were going out so early. It was just a not memorable day. And we were talking about the fact that they came out, had 2 really big days, had a terrible Sunday, and now we've got a repeat of Sunday. So definitely going to go home tonight, watch those VODs, and try to figure out what exactly happened for Bing Bang Boom, because it just seemed like we never even saw them on the screen, essentially. They were just getting nickeled and dimed in.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, sometimes we'd blink and we'd look and be like, Roth is by himself.
Yeah.
And it happened more times than not. And obviously, it's great to have that survivability with that last player, even Roth using some of those opportunities to find scoring. But it shouldn't be getting to that point. And that has been the issue for Bing Bang Boom since the beginning of this.
It has. Let's take a quick look at the tournament schedule because we're not done today. We have a whole lot more PUBG. Here at PCS6 for America's APAC, we're back tomorrow. And the 24th, we'll wrap up the whole thing here, give out all those really cool PGC points as well as the cash. And then we're back the following weekend with the kickoff for Asia and Europe's PCS6. So literally from now till May 8th, it's as much PUBG as you can handle. Make sure you're here. It's all on the same channel. It's all happening. So make sure that you put us on follow and know exactly when we're about to go live. Guys, that's it for the day. We had quite the final circle. Lots of teams, lots of head-to-heads, and an interview. That was always fun. But I want to get your final thoughts. So let's kick it off. Poro, your final thoughts.
I think Sonics is, once again, they're finding themselves behind the 8 ball here. They've got the footsteps are creeping on their backsides here. I want to see if they can respond again the way they responded in day number 2 last week. After they had a little bit of a poor day 1, they've kind of put themselves in a better position with a good win at the end of the day. But their response in day 2 was extraordinary. I want to see if they can do that again.
All eyes on Sonics.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, United had a phenomenal day. They brought it in close. There's a couple other teams that have those opportunities with 2 days left to play, but they cannot squander them. It is now or never if you want to get that win for this event.
I love it. Now or never, the chance to make your moves is here with 10 games left to play and a lot of teams fighting for that first place spot. It's a bigger race than we thought it was going to be when today started, so make sure you tune in tomorrow when we're back with all the action. Thank you so much for watching on behalf of myself, Clover, Porosaurus, Matchroom, Godspeed, and everyone here at PUBG Esports. We appreciate you, and until we see you tomorrow, play more PUBG.
To finally come back into the form that we expect them to be in. And Los is unfortunately going to run right into that molly.
Yeah, that's not going to be favorable. He's going to go down. That one.
That's my fault. I was talking about the and then start to move back towards the center of circle where Alo and Purdy are still holding overhead. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is going to be huge. At the very least, they're going to get a flush.
Lamp's trying to cling to his life, but might dodge out enough in sight lines. Is the throwable going to connect? Tickleton's watching what's going on. He's like, nope.
Oh, nope. Okay, all right. So
I stay here.
No. It's creepy.
No. Make it stop.
They could play, but it's...
What?
It's a little bit of a risk.
Nades?
Oh, my goodness.
The nades!
Oh, teams...
Wait, what?
If they make it in late game. What is that?
Oh,
that's not good, though.
Why Kikamukau feeling pretty good about it, but gets the counter out. What is Why Kikamukau doing? He just destroyed all of 300 himself. Oh my God!
Shoot that air, buddy.
Thank you.